ينبت الزعتر والزيتون. دماء الشهداء تسقي الأرض وتغني الكون. بين الجدران والحصار نحيا بشجاعة وإيمان. شعب يقاوم لن ينحني للأعداء مهما كان. Athalamna hiran nos ard kananadoin. Fulnan doin eskartha gagandich luag sambron. Ona talla dubhagoti naknoi glasa tabrion loid naswir speoni we shia tachted. From Dublin to Gaza, one fight, one flame. Two peoples united in struggle, one name. Through the pain and the sorrow, the hope will remain. From the river to the sea, and the hills to the plains. من غزة إلى دبلن صوتنا واحد لا ينكسر. في وجه الظلم والطغيان نقاوم ونستمر. قصتنا مكتوبة على الجدران والحجارة. بالوحدة ننتصر. الحرية ليست تجارة. O Gaza Gobaili at the Clieth, Gov't am Hangan Igla, Ikoina Higora, Nilan Achan Dream, Skrifa Arna Phalaí, Arlakrachana Sraide, Le Romidan Nirt, Le Kele Lancers Faide. From Dublin to Gaza, one fight, one flame. Two peoples united in struggle, one name. Through the pain and the sorrow, the hope will remain. From the river to the sea, and the hills to the plains. The chains will shatter, the walls will fall. A future of justice will answer the call. Hand in hand, across the divide. Palestine and Ireland standing side by side. From Dublin to Gaza, one fight, one flame. Two peoples united in struggle, one name. Through the pain and the sorrow, the hope will remain. From the river to the sea, and the hills to the plains.
As you prepare your breakfast, think of others. Do not forget to feed the pigeons. As you wage your wars, think of others. Do not forget those who fight for peace. As you pay your water bill, think of others, those who are nursed by clouds. As you return home to your home, think of others. Do not forget the people of the camps. As you sleep and count the stars, think of others, those who have nowhere to sleep. As you liberate yourself with metaphors, think of others, those who have lost their right to speak. As you think of others far away, think of yourself and say, if only I were a candle in the night.
This is for Palestine and Quds, the capital Jerusalem. Unarmed people marching to the wall and they're shooting them. Suppression is a question, resistance is the answer. Long live Palestine, long live Gaza. Palestine and Quds, the capital Jerusalem. Unarmed people marching to the wall and they're shooting them. Suppression is a question, resistance is the answer. Long live Palestine, long live Gaza.
All you see is war every time you turn your head at night. Bloodshed on the floor. Mother cries, who cries for her this time? There's truth between these walls. See the lies between the lines they hide. Where's the bullets coming from? from the tyrants dressed in our disguise.
I'm a rider till the end, even if I got to push back for all my friends. Cause you know that I'm a fighter, let me see a lighter. And we not gonna stop the Palestine is free. But still you know that I'm a rider till the end, even if I got to push back for all my friends. Cause you know that I'm a fighter, let me see a lighter. And we not gonna stop the Palestine is free.
Taught to not love, taught to be blind, taught to not care. Tell me what's real, borderlines, military despair. How to exist if there's no rights to be human in fear? And if you take away your home, where's the heart supposed to live? Taught to not love, taught to be blind, taught to not care. Tell me what's real, borderlines, military despair. How to exist if there's no rights to be human in fear? And if you take away your home, where's the heart supposed to live?
Ibrahim Abu Thuraya could resist without a wheelchair. 10-year challenge, tell Regev we are still here. Until that killer Netanyahu, he should feel fear. The old live through us and guarantee the children will care. Criminal, not invincible and you know it. Sarmadoon still sitting in their stoic. May not feel us with you when you listen to our poems. You inspire humanity, your resistance is heroic regardless of talk. Here's time we answer the call. Through your strength of spirit you provide example for all. How to live, how to love when attacked from the clouds above. Loud and clear the songs you sung can't be drowned by the sound of guns. Won't just watch your tragic times through a satellite dish. The least that we can give you is an anthem like this. They panic tried to analyze and sanitize this, but we love you more than ever still. Palestine lives.
No change, no, run away your way, oh. All the hate to face, oh. Time to change this state, oh. No change, no, run away your way, oh. All the hate to face, oh. Time to change this state, oh. No change, no.
Continuing oppression of the Palestinians, encircling of the people of Gaza, killing of civilians, the burning of homes, the daily oppression, the theft of land, the apartheid system in the West Bank where there are two road systems, and I've been, and I'm sure you have, and you see the Israeli road, you see like a spanking new highway with just the settler cars going backwards and forwards, then you see the old Palestinian roads, and it's clearly it's people living under two sets of laws. An apartheid system. So all this is being uncovered, and the boycotts and divestment and sanctions campaign, which I support and I'm sure many other people do, as a peaceful protest against the Israeli oppression. Support groups have got to keep proclaiming the rights of the Palestinians are the right to return, the right to their homeland, really. And the theft of land is Israel is breaking international law. It is breaking the Geneva Convention.
These times are coming. We told you about them, but you motherfuckers was sleeping. Now you gotta wake up.
The time has come. Low key.
Yeah.
Immortal technique.
Harlem, motherfucker. We here.
Let's make history. From West End to the West Bank, I write righteous rhymes with my right and wrestle the devil with my left hand. Never worked for a Zion, it's never been a yes man. My art is like Rembrandt painting pictures of death camps. The average person is allergic to the words of wisdom. This is for everyone, the Saddam's Kurdish murder victims, and all the pure souls that never had the chance to speak. Truth pumps in my arteries and causes my heart to beat. For soldiers haunted and tortured by guilty memories, who realize too late to reveal their real enemy. It's all dead wrong. For every victim of racist persecution, from Auschwitz to Hebron, my words may sting cowards. For people that were atomized by the third mate in the Twin Towers. Those living through the wars ask me what I do this for. Put the world in its place before it puts you in yours. You can try to avoid us, but it's pointless. You can never avoid the voices of the voiceless.
Take our freedom, take our pride. Come what may, we will survive.
You can try to avoid us, but it's pointless. You can never avoid the voices of the voiceless.
Keep my third eye hidden under my New York fitted. A crazy unmarried man that deserves to be committed. The future is encrypted in my troubled lyrics. Dream that I've been somewhere for weeks and wake up in a couple minutes. Sweat dripping with visions of population control. Thoughts overflowing my world like the melting of the North Pole. My people are targeted by military crack committees, so I'm bucking at the feds like natives in Rapid City. Reality savage, my words are like a riot in Paris. The voice of the voiceless, that voice is social imbalance. So stand strong or sit harder in your mental palace. Blinded inside the kingdom, united to its old habits. Middle passage coming, war chant, African drumming, Gatling gun humming, rapid fire mechanism. Reckless living that checks the rhythm of perfectionism. Slave condition while you singing God save the system.
You can try to avoid us, but it's pointless. You can never avoid the voices of the voiceless.
Take our freedom, take our pride. Come what may, we will survive.
You can try to avoid us, but it's pointless. You can never avoid the voices of the voiceless. Detain my body, but you can't imprison my mind. If it's my time, I'll probably die with my fist in the sky. These are the thoughts of a man who can't escape from his coma. Cries of a young virgin girl who got raped by them soldiers.
Birthing a screaming bastard post-colonial nation, subject to childhood diseases, famine, war, and inflation. Education molded you into your master's image, and you forgot who the fuck you were before the war was finished.
You're hearing the ghosts of Nagasaki, you're hearing Hiroshima. Beautiful babies being born with the weirdest features. You might never see me in the chart, but inshallah my seed can see peace in Iraq.
But peace and freedom can never be given, that's historically forbidden. Cause only collision is the recipe, changing the course of destiny. So I'm strapping weaponry, cause the government don't give a fuck about protecting me.
You can try to avoid us, but it's pointless. You can never avoid the voices of the voiceless.
Take our freedom, take our pride. Come what may, we will survive.
You can try to avoid us, but it's pointless. You can never avoid the voices of the voiceless. So, we must ask ourselves, what is the dictionary definition of terrorism? The systematic use of terror, especially as a means of coercion. But what is terror? According to the dictionary I hold in my hand, terror is violent or destructive acts, such as bombing, committed by groups in order to intimidate a population or government into granting their demands. So what's a terrorist?
They're calling me a terrorist, like they don't know who the terror is. When they put it on me, I tell them this: I'm all about peace and love. They're calling me a terrorist, like they don't know who the terror is. Insulting my intelligence. Oh, how these people judge.
It seems like the ragheads and packies are worrying your dad, but your dad's favorite food
it's curry and kebab. It's funny but it's sad how they make your mummy hurry with her bags. Rather read the Sun and study all the facts. Tell me, what's the bigger threat to human society? BAE systems or homemade IEDs, remote control drones, killing off human lives, or man with homemade bomb committing suicide. I know you were terrified when you saw the towers fall. It's all terror, but some forms are more powerful. It seems nuts. How could there be such agony when more Israelis die from peanut allergies? It's like the definition didn't ever exist. I guess it's all just dependent who your nemesis is. Irrelevant how eloquent the rhetoric peddler is. They're telling fibs now. Tell us who the terrorist is.
They're calling me a terrorist, like they don't know who the terror is. When they put it on me, I tell them this: I'm all about peace and love. They're calling me a terrorist, like they don't know who the terror is. Insulting my intelligence. Oh, how these people judge.
Lumumba was democracy, Mossadegh was democracy, they was democracy, hypocrisy, it bothers me. Call you terrorists if you don't wanna be a colony. Refuse to bow down to a policy of robbery. It's terrorism, my lyrics. When more Vietnam vets killed themselves after the war than died in it. This is very basic. One nation in the world has over 1,000 military bases. They say it's religion, when clearly it isn't. It's not just Muslims that oppose your imperialism. It's Hugo Chavez a Muslim? Nah, I didn't think so. Is Castro a Muslim? Nah, I didn't think so. It's like the definition didn't ever exist. I guess it's all just dependent who your nemesis is. Irrelevant how eloquent the rhetoric peddler is. They're telling fibs now. Tell us who the terrorist is.
They're calling me a terrorist, like they don't know who the terror is. When they put it on me, I tell them this: I'm all about peace and love. They're calling me a terrorist, like they don't know who the terror is. Insulting my intelligence. Oh, how these people judge. You think that I don't know, but I know. You think that we don't know, but we know.
Was building 7 terrorism, was now no thermite terrorism. Diego Garcia was terrorism. I am conscious, the conscious were terrorism. Phosphorus that burns hands, that is terrorism. Erdogan and Stern gang, that was terrorism. What they did in Hiroshima was terrorism. What they did in Fallujah was terrorism. Mandela, ANC, they call terrorism. Jerry Adams, IRA, they call terrorism. Eric Prince, Blackwater was terrorism. Oklahoma, McVeigh, that was terrorism. Everyday USA, that is terrorism. Everyday UK, that is terrorism.
Every day, every day, every day, every day, every day, every day, every day. Oh, yeah. You think that we don't know what we do.
Once upon a time in the little Middle East, there was a fascist settler entity on a killing spree. They pillaged the innocent villagers to steal their dignity. It's simple, this literal misery's a thrill to industry. In case you're wondering, the place is Philistine. From little Italy to Greece and the streets of the Philippines. They know the name, even Algeria felt the guillotine. Cause ignorant idiots sit and wish to bring them to their knees. When it's like that, they even kill children holding white flags. It's quite mad, clear the only choice is to fight back. No, we are not scared, no, you cannot kill us. Resistance forever on behalf of those not with us. A moment of silence for DJ Khaled. It's clear the counterculture is forming, they seek to harm it. I bet they fear this verse and the words that the people chanted more than the songs charted from feeble, deceitful artists. Listen, you can call it what you want, isn't. This is more than just a song, isn't. People aching to be free, this is more than faces on TV, isn't. When we
shut down your factories and shut down the university. Your politics is too cordial. It's intifada if your genocide's the new normal. Once upon a time across the cities of the West, millions were stressed to see civilians oppressed by billions invested in these industries of death. They tried to talk, but the politicians didn't seem impressed. With horrid lies, try to remove me from Spotify, but the bottom lines, I refuse to be colonized. Go against the system, can jeopardize your salary. Call us the generation that terrorize the factories. Check Kendrick and Drake wouldn't know there was a genocide. You would think 40,000 people never died. There's no excuse now cause everything is televised or on the phones where the rest of us are mesmerized. Isn't it quite amazing all this synchronization? We will force their hands though the liberals like waiting. They didn't sympathize though until the sky caved in with enlightened bombs bringing civilization. You can call it what you want, isn't? This is more than just a song, isn't? People aching to be free, this is more than faces on TV, isn't? When we shut down your factories and shut down the universities. Your politics is too cordial. It's intifada if your genocide's the new normal.
Pressure is unsustainable for them, but sustainable for us. And behind these people, there are thousands across the country who can and will come, with or without us on that pavement or in this road. That factory will leave. Thank you very much. Peace and solidarity. We're going to be back and bring some lives for everyone here. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. We're not on great salutations in the current environment for which we find ourselves politically. Palestine Action has been made illegal as a terrorist organization by the United Kingdom in a ruling last week. That's branding all of us that have been involved in Palestine Action's great work to shut down Elbit Systems are now tarnished as those who have abetted and aided terrorists because of the way in which they have now classified Palestine Action. That's the current environment that we're in, that people really need to encapsulate the problem here. It's not that there's a freedom of speech problem, but they can retroactively target people because they have decided that the actions of the group is considerably terrorist, you know? So that's the really big issue we're having to deal with here. Um I got some folks to try and deal with it with me. I need a close-up version of y'all, so I don't have to have the article in. I don't have to, like fucking. I guess that works. We're messy here, and I'll just move yous back around when the article comes around. This is what we call amateur streaming, This is why I keep telling people, even though I've been doing live streams this whole time, I'm a live presenter, not a live streamer. I couldn't do a Hassan. His life is something of another world to my fucking proletarian mind. I'm just like, yo, no, I can't. Like, what the fuck? Like, what world does the petty bourgeoisie live in? Y'all okay?
Yeah, it's not an easy rhythm.
Oh my god, you're really loud. Holy shit. As my speakers are up. 1 second.
Well, tell them to go down.
They have gone down. It's because the music was good, and that Intifada song was a little quieter than the other one, so I had to crank the volume.
Sure.
Yeah,
That's a new track that is, but it seems it things, because it was on the Double Down News, but it could be because the genocide new normal thing and all that. I think it is a new track, because I hadn't seen it until a week or so ago when a friend was over. And I was just listening to the exact mix that I loaded up by loading up that Palestine track from 6 years ago. Yeah, for a lot of people that think Frankie Boyle's reading that Palestinian poem and like that track is playing about freeing Palestine as like an October 7th thing, then your brain ain't in the right place when it comes to these things.
Mm.
Because like he's talking about fucking shit that was going on in 2019, where there was another assault on the Palestinians. Because this is a non-stop problem. This is a non-stop problem that you can trace. Interestingly, all the way back to 1948. Actually, you can go a little further if you want to be a pedantic little shit about it, and I can tell you now, if you're in the way I'm rambling, I got the autism for that kind of pedantry, so don't mess. Like don't what's the old rhyme that we used to do as kids? It was don't what's it? Don't test with the best. Oh, don't mess with the best. Test with the worst. I can't remember what it was. Like we used to have this like fucking rhyme thing.
Mm. I mean, here in Argentina, we don't get like sayings like that. You usually say things like my grandfather used to say.
No, this is
Um,
more like a funny thing. Like this is like rapping stuff, basically. Like you're rhyming, so it's
mm,
like don't test with the best, because the best don't mess with the worst. That's how it is.
mm. Yeah. We have those rhymes here.
I mean, of course
I,
you
I
got
was
rhymes. You
gonna
got
that.
rap in your country, don't you? Like I'm on about like rap.
Yeah, I
I'm on
mean,
about.
I
You
mean,
sound
like
like
as
such a
they.
boomer. You're like, yeah, I think there's people who rhyme here. I'm like, yo, you have a rap scene. It does
Yeah,
exist.
I mean, I remember back in secondary, people will go to the like backyard and they will get in like a big circle and they will rap. They will do rap fights.
Yeah. Because that's the street thing, like we don't meet at like there's an underpass. The underpass has got nicknames. You got like Teddy Bears, Picnic, SpongeBob, all that lot, and then you go meet up and people spit
Mm,
bars. People like each other with spit bars. People hate each other with spit bars, which is actually getting into the traditional culture of where spitting bars comes from. Spitting bars is a anglicized way of saying having a dejama. A dejama is an African like traditional um word battle, I guess. It's a way of like getting shit off your chest about something that's bothering you about someone, and like it can be done to get over rivalries and all sorts. It's a way of like fighting it out with words instead of fists, but then also it's a way of
yeah.
emotional expression and like just really getting your mind out there, and it's about making sure the community is healthy in that way where people's minds are spoken and in a musical and often comedic way. There was a lot of comedy that was involved in this. A lot of the slapstick comedy that came out of rap sourced to Africa, like that shit's got a long
Mm,
history to it. The toxic masculine side of things, obviously, that's had some colonial that infection, you could say, on
mm,
things. But the use of the zijama as a way to express the mind and have a word battle, a rap battle. That was that's the essence of like what it's meant to be.
yeah.
It's
I
supposed to
mean,
be a way of stopping violence, not a way of causing it.
mm,
Albeit to how the middle class tend to reference this stuff, because even middle class people that are into rap, they want rap to just be all about violence, and it's like, yo, there's a lot of violence because
mm,
people are in the lumpen proletariat and they got to deal with that. And there's also the toxic masculinity
Yeah.
problem that comes from colonialism I talked about. That there's a lot of women and a lot of progressive men that push against that shit, but it is still a big problem.
um,
But like the middle class, what they do is they hyper exacerbate those dangerous elements. They are dangerous elements to a degree, and they infantilize them, they childize them, they turn them into this gimmick that can be enjoyed by white people that want to feel dangerous while having no
mm,
experience of danger.
yeah. I
They
mean,
feel like they're
Yeah.
Batmans, and they ain't nothing.
here in Argentina, historically, before rap was a thing, um, what people will do, especially it was known especially for the gauchos. We were like criollos that lived outside of the Argentine government and system. They will do like a kind of like singing fights where they will sing like a surero with a guitar, and it was more like of like a poetic fight. It was
That's an
more
Italian thing.
slow. Mm,
Yeah,
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 yeah, yeah.
that's a very, very Italian like fucking approach towards that kind of thing. And when
Mm,
I wonder if it's like from Italy or if it's an Italian take on the Germans, because obviously, Africans were taken from West Africa into Argentina, so it's always
mm,
possible because white people have been terrible at doing stuff original. But then
yeah.
Italy, like South Italy and Sicily is like the musical beating heart of Italy. So like I
Mm.
really wouldn't be surprised if something like this comes from South Italy.
Um, I remember there is this cool video where they put two people, one who does like rap, that is like, and there is another person who does like a surero, right?
Mm.
And it's funny because the person who does rap is like just like essentially just bullying the other person, and the guy singing in surero, he's just like smoothly like telling him to like, hey,
Go fuck
grow
himself.
up. Yeah, he like grow up. He never says like he's never disrespectful or telling him to
Yeah, because
go
they're
fuck
making
yourself,
him
but
like
he's
seem like a
smooth.
ponce. They're trying to make him seem like a posh cunt, like
Yeah, yeah. It's like there is this idea in the Argentina of like the folklore and the traditional is more like calm and smooth and civilized, whilst everything brought from outside is like cooler but worse at the same time. It's like a weird dynamic where some people see it as like, oh, the American is cooler, and there is or the European, and then there is the other person who are like ultra nationalists,
I
well,
mean, this is why
ultra,
you don't trust it when
and
white people go on about things being civilized. It always leads to loving
mm,
America or like Britain or some shit.
yeah,
Like
but it's like it's that contrast between like seeing the outside as both barbaric and more civilized at the same time. It's weird.
oh,
I
and no,
don't
it's
know.
a dualism because they're appropriating colonized people's culture. So you have to be like, you know, jazz. What's
Mm,
jazz most sophisticated music to a lot of people. I feel like some people might argue classical. I tell them to shut up because like who
mm,
the fuck writes classical these days? I know there are people that do. I'm just taking the piss. But like jazz is very sophisticated music. That comes from house slaves. Comes from house slaves adapting blues that comes from chattel slaves. Like it's that thing that Mao goes on about where it's like all forms of like intellect and knowledge comes from the proletariat when you wind it down. And so like
mm,
there would be no jazz with no blues. So like the chattel slave is always the chief point of origin. But the house slave is a part of the culture, they're just in a different
mm,
state of existence in relationship to that cultural group. The privileged benefits that they get did cause a disparity both for black house slaves and white house slaves against
mm,
chattel slaves. That didn't happen everywhere though. Like the Caribbean, it's been a mixed thing. There's a lot of Irish people that were willing to just side with the Jamaican black folks, or and like Jamaican people hate colorism anyway, so you're not gonna really like get well selling that stuff in that country. But
um,
chiefly speaking, the privileges often worked to break slave rebellions, and that put
mm,
them in a chief position of power over these people and produced a certain sense of chauvinism. But these people, still got their own culture they want to express, whether it be the Irish or in this case, we're talking about new African people. And so the
mm,
jazz was an experimentation, a twist on what blues brings to the table from people
mm,
who had had the privilege to read books and like play an instrument from a child, like from a little age and stuff like that, and so they're highly skilled and you got access to a wealth of resources and support, and so their ability to elaborate on things is a little more free, I guess you could say.
mm,
And that's where jazz comes from, so it's a very constrained, very oppressed music form. That's why they
Um,
call it also uncivilized. That's why there has to be the uncivilized aspect. It's that slave part, you know? So, like, they like
mm,
70s jazz because it's white people most of the time, even though it's black music. Like, blues as well. Like, fuck me. Like, the Howlin' Wolf, people like that. None of these people ain't don't know any of these guys. Like,
mm.
and I mean, Howlin' Wolf's kind of normie like choice to be going for, you know. Like I could go more obscure. The
I mean, I know the ink spots.
well, yeah, they're a fun one. I like the ink spots, but that's the
Mm,
thing is that when it comes to like black blues, people don't tend to know those guys, you know. And then they do.
mm,
It's usually like BB King, you know. Everyone knows BB King.
mm. Oh, and it reminded me, like talking about this, it reminded me of like I saw this like I think it was a short, right? Or a
Mm,
video, I don't remember. But basically, it spoke about how the African slaves that were brought to the U.S. had their language like you know dying per generations, as they were like forced to speak English and such. And there were but songs, for example, remained, and it's curious because they slowly like the meaning of each word was slowly like diluting until they just remembered the sounds. And
that's how
there was this
genocide
old
works.
woman who remembers her grandma singing a song to her, and she sings it, and it's like interesting to think of all the culture, the language, the intricacy of the things that they were saying that was lost through time and oppression.
It's when you see that the genocide is still going on. Black people are still
Mm,
losing their culture to these fucking crooks, you know, these villains, you know, like fucking. I shouldn't dynamize it like that in like a very moralistic way, but I'm sorry, like this is vampire shit. Like the way in which these colonies work, it's vampire shit because they steal
mm,
all this culture, they take so much of it, and then they fucking kick the rest of it into the fucking dirt, into the sands of time, and like let's be real here. White people. Oh, there's a genocide going on in Palestine from October 7th. No, a genocide has been going on since fucking 1990 fucking 1948, since 19 fucking 12. Like the moment that they made Jewish settlements that were an oppositional state in the 1920s to Israel, that already produces an environment where no, we cannot um be like turning around and like just treating genocide like it comes and goes. Like, did the Irish genocide start in 1842 and then finish in 1848? No. Like, it's
yeah,
still
and
actually recovering from that famine, because the Dublin doesn't want to treat any of Ireland like it's actually humane, like some of it deserves to be constructed upon, and then we'll call it a feudal backwater and say all the same racist shit that the British do
and I
about
hate I hate when people address the genocide in Gaza, right, as like the war in Gaza, as if it's like a
do you know
war.
what? Like, you're already in a bad framing by calling it the genocide in Gaza. It's the genocide in Palestine. Gaza is
Mm,
one place. It's basically the size of a metropolis, like at best. Like, it's not a very big place. Gaza is essentially a city.
mm,
There's multiple towns like Rafah and all that lot, but Gaza's a tiny place. Like you compare it to Wales, Wales will drown it. And it's the tightest population area that 2 million people has ever fucking existed in. Ever.
mm. But yeah,
They
like
make Little
I don't like it.
Ireland look like a fucking holiday home, Little Ireland in Scotland from 100 years ago was the fucking ghetto. It was the most brutal ghetto in all of the UK for Irish people. And you know what? I'd love to go there for months compared to like what the Gazans are going through. Like, holy shit, you know? And I don't even, I mean, like the whole bit lot, you know, since 2006 especially, but Gaza has been continuously under siege since 67 and really since 48 because who said that Israel could have the land? Like fucking Piers Morgan talking to Ahmed I can't remember his surname. But he's speaking with him, and the guy's like, you know, it's our land and all that. And he's like, well, you don't understand this. You know, the Holocaust happened. We had to give the land to the Jews, is what like Piers Morgan's going on about. And it's like, what the fuck you on about? Like, so I mean, Britain's been quite anti-Semitic, so I think Gloucestershire should be a new I always bully them. Should be a new Israeli county in the goodwill of being against anti-Semitism. You know, I think the British should put the money where their mouth is. The capital of Israel should be London. I mean, it basically
I mean,
was.
wasn't there like a proposal to make Israel in Germany?
No.
Like I remember there were like some
No,
options to where they
no,
wanted to put it instead.
The Soviets had considered the idea. No one accepted it. Like
Hmm.
the proposal was Uganda or Palestine. That was the
Hmm.
options. It was Uganda or Palestine. The Nazis were split between Madagascar and Palestine because they just continued what the Nazis were doing. That's what the Nazis did. The Nazis were like, this is you know, we're going to send the Jews to a specific area and they're going to help improve German colonial interests within the region because if they're going to be settler colonialists, they're good for us. It's not that neo-Nazis are magically supporting Zionists.
Hmm.
They've always supported Zionists, and it wasn't just a convenience thing. Because that's the thing. A lot of people like accept that, but then they'll be like, "Oh, it was like a point of convenience where their racism aligned with with the fascism of the Zionists." And it's like, sure, that's convenient, but like there was an ideological relationship. I mean, Zionism was doing Nazism in the 1890s. They're already ahead of this
Hmm.
shit, and there was already an attempted settler colony in America that failed, called Zion, and it killed a lot of natives. Just put it that way.
Hmm. Yeah.
Oh,
Stuff.
willkommen.
Yes. Um. But yeah.
We have a Fenian in the room, you know, like everyone be careful.
I heard that. Oh, excuse me, I'm croaking.
I
I heard
mean,
it.
the more Fenians, the better, you know.
Fair play. Like, I'm just
I
eating at the minute, so I'm muting myself. You know.
Oh yeah, nom nom. You gotta get
Gotcha.
that food in.
No
Your energy's
worries.
good. I've got
I'm gonna
tea
wait.
instead because I'm waiting for a shop load today. My
Yeah, we
crush
should
is
do that.
coming all the way from London to help me out because my freezer wasn't closed properly when they were leaving, and so my
Oh dear.
freezer drained out, and I haven't got the energy to sort it all out. So they're like helping me, but they're gonna come all the way from London. I
Jesus.
get to see them though, so like that's you know.
Well, yeah, fair
Um.
enough. Like,
Forgive my lack of knowledge, but what is a Fenian exactly?
they were, excuse me, they were an Irish rebel group in the 1850s. Mainly, they were a lot of them were made up of exiles, mostly in the U.S., who did a lot of organizing to sort of invade Canada, which was a colony at the time, 1858, 1860. There was a lot of, and my knowledge is a little sketchy to be honest, but they were quite active in the Irish diaspora in England too. Bombings went off, like in 1867. Somebody got hanged for a bombing to get a guy out of jail.
Nova
The term,
Scotia was the first ever Irish republic in the 1800s. Fenians took over. I don't know if it was all of Nova Scotia or just part of Nova
I'm not
Scotia,
sure.
but we turned New Scotland into our fucking bitch for a bit. Those colonial little
Yeah,
bastards.
I believe so.
We took the ante up and we made an Irish republic, and the British crushed it, of
Something like
course.
that.
but
The-
it was a socialist republic. This is the thing. The Fenians were socialists, and every Irish Republican movement has been socialist. And this gets into something that Cedric Robertson talks about in Black Marxism, when talking about like the black revolutionary tradition.
Mhm.
Irish people, we got that same tradition. And when we look at it, the idea that feudalism needed to go to capitalism to go to socialism does not work with our people's struggle. We have been trying to fight a socialist struggle against the British since before the new Republican movement of the 1790s. We have been trying. And so you look at the British as well, you go look at the English with the diggers as well in the 1600s and the 1500s. It's the same sort of thing going on there. And so there's a
Yeah.
natural affinity for us to be communal of a certain degree. That doesn't necessarily mean left-wing communalism. That can also drift us into fascism. But like
Mhm.
a communal society where we provide for each other and support each other has always been on the minds of people. Because like when we started using our minds, that was the first thing we did, was we were communal. It was only when people could start oppressing each other based on sex and its arbitrarity, and usually the arbitrarity is as capacity to birth, that oppression and the birth of misogyny and etc. That is the changing point. It's like they think that we're like oppressors just because of our minds, and it's like, nah, it's just like, I guess like the way the Christians go on about free will, it's a bit of that. People can be bastards, people cannot be. There's not an essentialism for it, because yes, there was a crisis, but there's as many people in a crisis that have ideas that don't involve enslaving people as there are people who have ideas about enslaving people. I think right now, with the current fascist issue that we're dealing with right now, people would get that.
Mm,
Please. But it doesn't
yeah.
feel like
Well,
people are clued in enough. Like people are kind of blindsiding
Yeah.
themselves, and it's really irritating.
But
well,
anyway, yeah.
with the
Fenians would date back to the they date back to then, and the accepted etymology of the word Fenian. Apparently, there's something I've heard some contentions of people that said otherwise, but generally it's accepted that it comes from the Irish word Fian or Fianna, which
Yeah.
na Fianna means the soldiers. They were like Finn McCool's warriors. It was old ancient mythology. So the Fenians were active, and the term was used in the I don't know when it started to become used as such, but it was when I was a kid. It was used as a slur by
Mm.
loyalists in Scotland and in the north of Ireland. Yeah, dare you Fenian
Oh my
bastard, you
god, and
fucking
then you get
Fenian this.
people trying to police it because they read on Wikipedia that Fenian is a slur or some shit,
Yeah,
and
I've had
it's like,
somebody tell me. Yeah, it was on. I think it was somebody's.
Jesus.
I think it was Govt's server. It might not. It might have been. I mean, lots of servers, but I think it was his. Somebody said you might want to change that name. I went. You talking to me? Your handle isn't that a slur? I went. Is it, what? Oh, that's a slur against Irish
do you
Catholics,
know
isn't it? I
what?
went.
Like, do you know
Well,
what? Like,
actually, I says to her, well, actually, and I told her the story. She went, oh well, I guess you know more than me. I went, well, yeah. Shut your
oh
fucking face.
shit, Sherlock. You know what's
Yeah,
the funny
clearly.
thing? It would be like turning around and telling like an Irish traveler
Yeah.
or a Roma or even Jewish travelers too, turning around to those people and saying they can't say that they're gypsies, like
Yeah.
they can call themselves that. Like a lot of Irish travelers actually like, use the term in ways where it's like, we say it, okay, that's not a problem. When
Yeah.
people that aren't a part of the community end up saying it, that's when you end up getting in trouble. It's like
Can be a bit dodgy.
especially if you hear Jippo and stuff like that. That's when you know you got a bastard Englishman who
Oh yeah.
needs some legs breaking. But
um,
that's the
it
thing
reminds.
is the Fenian and the Republican is always associated with the traveller because everyone hates travellers. Go to Ireland, go to Scotland,
Mhm.
go to Wales, go to England. You'll find people who hate Irish travellers. We're seen as
Oh
scum
yeah.
and vermin. Same as Roma. Like it's the exact same. Just everyone hates you. You are seen as disgusting. Like
Mhm.
weight on the thing. Like, and they'll be like, oh, well, they do all this illegal work and they like claim benefits. And it's like, yeah, they got a grind set. Like, what the fuck you on about? Like, what, you think the government's legitimate? Like, you think these people should like bend over backwards for the British state? Fuck off.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
It reminds me of how here if someone calls you a Mapuche, usually it means an insult. It's like calling
Yeah.
you savage.
Yeah, you remember we've had that conversation before. Yeah, it's the same as that. It's like yeah, fucking fiend, you know. It's like calling someone queer. It's like, yeah.
Yeah, it's
What
like queer to
what?
us is like the community, it's an inclusive thing, but queer
Yeah,
to
it
them
used
it's fuck you, you queer fag,
it was for decades a
Yeah.
slur. It's only in the last 10 years or so it's
It's
become
been
a
it's been since the
Yeah.
90s that it came in. People were trying to reclaim it in the 90s, early 2000s. Um,
yeah, fair enough. It's only really become well known anyway
The
as
problem is that there's a lot of people that are really resistant to it. And most of the time, I've found it to be like homosexual cis men, and I think it's a policing thing. I think they just
oh
want to
yeah,
keep
gatekeeping.
control
Yeah.
over the community, and they don't like the fact that a lot of us are turning around and going, "Why is it called the gay community when they keep abandoning us?" And like they didn't even start it. It was a straight trans woman that started the fucking movement. She was into men. She didn't sleep with women. Like Marsha P.
Mm.
Johnson, like if you look at like all the people she was with, it was like men, sometimes cross-dressing men, but she was into like, you know, she's
Yeah.
straight, so like that's that thing. Queer is inclusive of straight trans women. The word gay, not so much. I've had a lot of fucking trans sisters that are into just a straight life. Not necessarily my
It's
my my cup of tea. I'm a bit of a bender, but like
it's
I
it's
respect that. And also, it's kind of
Um,
sucks when you're like a woman, as a trans woman, and you're fighting against like a society that wants to shun it, and then the masculine term is what the community is predominantly using for what you represent, gay instead of lesbian.
yeah.
So like there's a
I
thing
mean,
about it where it can be really, really alienating.
it reminds me
Yeah.
of nowadays there are a lot of like right-wing people who are like saying that they want to take the T out of the LGBT and they want
oh
to
that
do the LGB whole
yeah.
thing.
Oh, the LGB alliance, yeah, well, I mean, this is a big thing about this is that they're policing a lot of this stuff. Queers for Palestine and Palestine Action have been at the forefront of Palestinian radical organizing. They're gonna come target more of us. Like police have been threatening people just for having Palestinian flags at protests.
Hmm.
I've got some Palestinian patches on for me jacket now, so I'm probably going to get
Hmm.
arrested for that
Well,
soon.
I'm gonna say
And
this right now. I support Palestine Action. Come and fucking get me, you cunts. I support them.
I
I I
support the
I
Rebel
I
Alliance.
I was at the protest. I was at the Elbit Systems protest at Litchfield in 2024, where we shut down your fucking murder factory, you fucking bastards. Like, how
hmm.
fucking dare you? How dare you declare Palestine Action a solidarity organization, a terrorist group, when y'all are fucking bombing children? Y'all are
Oh,
fucking
oh no no
massacring
oh no
Palestine. This
oh no no
this is
that's
the
anti-Semitism. That's anti-Semitism.
fuck you.
Yeah yeah.
Like this
I
this
know.
is
I agree.
I know, you're just being devil's advocate and it's good.
Yeah, I know. Not
But
even that.
like we are experiencing the Holocaust. I'm sick of people being like the worst thing in the 21st century. This is one of the worst things in human history. This is worse than the Holocaust in a lot of ways. The Holocaust didn't happen on a patch of land smaller than fucking London, you know? Like think
Hmm.
about
Right.
it. I don't think people really think about how small Gaza is. It is a strip, like the Vegas Strip. That's why they call it a strip. It's a major city and then some smaller cities and towns around it. It's a metropolis. Well, was, in the sense
Hmm.
the Palestinians went about it because they didn't really build metropolises like that. But I'm trying to put it in a way that fucking like imp core dickwads will Mm, because I'm sick of this. People don't put it into perspective. This is not just the worst thing of the 21st century. That is beating around the bush. This is the worst thing in human history. This is going to be haunting the human race for eternity. This is
Yeah.
gonna be like how, we can't fucking seem to forget about the rape of Genghis Khan and stuff like that. We might be able to talk about it later, but this is gonna be a moment in history if we survive, because genocide spreads. This is like the COVID shit. You don't do quarantine properly, shit goes wrong. If you don't stop genocide, more genocide occurs. The Sudanese genocide got worse when the Palestine thing went on because it showed to the Sudanese that they didn't need to beat around the bush. They could drop more airstrikes on people. They could do all sorts of stuff now. Oh, they could cut off food to entire peoples. Whoa, Israel's allowed to do it, so why don't we do it? So, like, Sudan and its crisis got worse because of that. Pakistan got invaded, got bombed, sorry, in the part of Kashmir that they're occupying that shouldn't be theirs, because India is occupying a part of Kashmir that shouldn't be theirs, because India bombed itself so it could blow up Muslims. They framed the Pakistanis as trying to start a war when they've been running away from it and avoiding it for ages
Yeah.
because India is fucking terrifying, especially with the kind of support that they're trying to get from the US. Like, Pakistan is a British asset. The US is more than happy to use whatever it means to turn around and make an Indian asset that's more in their pocket than Britain's. Because having them in Britain pocket is useful. Britain is going to stick to the US. I'm telling you, they're going to stick to the US like glue. But you don't have to ask the British for permission to do things if you just have the colonies. So there is that kind of usefulness of getting rid of Britain's Israel in the region, or at least weakening it. Because that's why Britain made Pakistan. Pakistan is literally a Northern Ireland thing. There was a lot of industry in those regions. Britain's good at this, you know. The opium business was in Bangladesh, so they kept that going. And they had they had industry going on in Kashmir and things like that, the silk industry, especially. And so, like, Britain made sure that they could keep those things. Although the Kashmir situation ended up starting a war, so I guess that didn't go down so well. And the Bangladesh being absolute badasses and just going like, "Where the fuck are we in this like weird fucking situation?" We're just gonna go do our own thing, like, you know. Sorry, Britain,
Yeah.
get fucked. Uh,
Yeah.
but Britain are supporting terrorists. Like, what is? I mean, terrorism is an understatement. I don't like that fucking word anyway because it's a fucking insult, really, in the way it's used. You know, it's a slur. Uh,
Yeah.
Britain is Britain is supporting the Nazis. We are in the Axis. There is no allies either. This is why World War One. There is no principled country that is a power. Not one. Every power that plays on the board is a bastard, just like World War One. That's what people need to get straight. None of
Yeah.
this fucking Klotsky shit or whatever the fuck. Get your mind straight.
Bernsteinism.
Bernstein, yeah. Jinx on that one. That motherfucker's dead. Leave him dead. Um, but also, we've got the Nazis too. And there's a big anti-communist movement. Look at Palestine, the Intifada, Hamas. You know, they got a lot of influence for sure. They got a lot of power because they were put in control of Gaza. They didn't even get elected in Gaza when the 2006 general election happened. Their votes where they won was in East Jerusalem and the West Bank. Why? Because those areas are incredibly religious. I mean, Hamas isn't even like a religious fundamentalist party, but it does have a lot of Muslims in it. It comes from an Islamic charity, so it is like Islamic, but it's not like they don't follow Sharia or whatever. So like that they were popular in the West Bank. Do you know who Gaza voted for? Who do you think Gaza voted for? Who have they always been interested in?
Who?
I don't know, like, well, I do know, but like, I was trying to get you to guess because I thought you might know. Like, the guy, it's been very secular, very left wing, you know, like,
EFLP.
yeah, I mean, like, fucking Fatah, yeah.
Oh, Fatah. Yeah.
Well, we're talking about 2006. So in the 2006 election, Fatah, their voter base was mainly in like the Gaza Strip. They got some votes in parts of the West Bank and East Jerusalem, but mainly Hamas's victory was because of the West Bank and East Jerusalem. Um, and
Right.
that put them in a situation where East Jerusalem and the West Bank is under the Palestinian Authority, Fatah, who's not the people they voted in, and Gaza has Hamas in control, who they did not vote for. So, like, that's a colonial tactic. It's a common colonial tactic from
Yeah.
the British, and it's a way of creating complete distortion. They did shit like this in South Africa, with the fucking Zulus, like fucking people around, messing with their like accessibility to capacity to organize and capacity to develop power. I mean, it's why like even the people that were the oppressors in the region of South Africa ended up under the heel of the Dutch and then the British. Um, Collaboration was a part of those elements, though, which makes it different to Palestine. But I mean, there is the collaboration, but it's different. We're talking about the collaboration between an oppressor group over an oppressed group, like the Indian Brahmin with the British, in regards to South Africa, because it's
Mhm.
complicated. Palestine, it's more of the typical brutal colonial genocidal oppression, and then you've got some fucking what's it? What's the word for the fucking traitors in the death camps? The ones that would work with the fucking Nazis. Starts with like a CH.
Capos.
Chapos,
No,
yeah,
no, capo with a K.
capo. That's it, yeah, capo. Fucking
Capo.
capos, yeah, that's it. You get your capos. That's what the Palestinian Authority is. They're a bunch of fucking capos.
No, the Shonines, the West Brits in Ireland are the same. They're
Oh
and
God,
the Irish
the
far right
ones the
are
ones in
basically
America too. I mean, it's
yeah,
why like in the how the Irish became white. It's called the white state. It's not Irish. That state is just not an
yeah.
Irish
It's
state. It's got
not
Irish
really
words
no.
in it. It's got Irish people in it. It's a British colonial state.
Yeah,
They just jazzed it
most.
up.
I mean, the most gatekeepy people to tell me that I'm not Irish tend to have very English and Scottish names. Some of them are even related to me.
Do you know
They've got
what?
like
Like,
English or Norman French names. They're not. You know,
I've been cut off from my culture because of how genocide worked. Northern Irish people treat
yeah,
me as Irish as anyone else.
yeah, same. But not the Free Staters don't. They're like, oh, you're
And
not
like,
Irish.
but like the thing is with me, I could understand someone having some contention because of like the genocide. I would be against it. I don't like that
Yeah,
contention, but
you can
I
at
could
least
understand it a little
comprehend it.
more. You literally come from the fucking seed and egg of two Irish people. Like you couldn't
Yeah.
fucking like make it up any fucking funnier that they're gonna be like, well, you were born in like fucking. I'm gonna insult Gloucestershire again. I don't know you're not born there, but you were born in Gloucestershire. You're not Irish anymore. And it's like, do they know how many like IRA members were born in fucking London and shit like that? Like,
Well, that's it. I'll tell them, well, I'm actually a doctor. They go, what do you mean? I said, I was born in a hospital. I'm a doctor, or a nurse, or, or a radiologist, maybe, or maybe a cleaner. Who
yeah,
knows?
yeah, fucking.
Well, that's what I say. Or I say I was born in a stable. Did you know I was born in a stable? That's
I
what
have
they
a
call me,
go.
horse.
I fucking think I'm off bars. Born in a stable. Like, fucking Jesus. This is what Jesus said. This is why there's all those banned texts for the Bible. Half of it's Jesus pretending to be a dog. Like
Did he like dogging then? Oh, blasphemy!
man's a puppy. He turned into a puppy girl. We're all missing the or a cat girl. Like he was like
Was he a
full.
furry?
Nah, not furry. Full cat girl. Like beyond
Uh,
furry. Because
I'm
there's
always
like you've
defending
got like
furries. Furries
you
get a
got
lot of bad
there's
press.
a neo gender that's centered around like being like a cat and a woman at the same time.
Fair play.
And
I mean,
then there's
I make a
also
joke about
there's also
furries,
like
but it's
other
not.
kin stuff. Oh yeah, but it's always a good teacher measure to like introduce people to other kin, or like what a lot of people will. I mean, the term here isn't like really that colonial because when we talk about like spirits, like spirit animal, we are really talking in like the Irish context. But like in
Yeah.
America, y'all have got like that native fucking stealing shit from people and going on about spirit animals like that. That's a little different to us, you know, like
Well, in
but like
in the
otherkin, I like the term because it's really inclusive and it allows me to speak with Americans without coming across like I'm a like a tosser or some shit. And it's you know, I am like I you know, we're all interconnected with this whole like racism shtick. So there's like a communal collective responsibility to like, you know, back us all off a bit. But I had someone turn around and tell me that like when it comes to us lot, it's not so much of an issue, depending on like the context, of course. Like because there are people here who will like just copy native culture. We got plenty of that shit here. Germany, like oh my god, like I think all the people that have been hearing me going on about this, like, are you forgetting about Germany? And like, no, 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 I'm not forgetting about the fake natives in Germany. The good all that sort of shit, you know, like fucking proper racist stuff, like and they're, like dancing around with like all the old like racist shit. Like it's
Yeah.
sometimes there's some people who do show some respect for culture, and it's how we've actually managed to have some cultures that are dead be preserved because of this shit. But that's not a good thing. It's like maybe we
Yeah.
shouldn't have been killing the culture in the first place. I don't know, like you know, maybe.
Well, I mean, that's a funny thing. Like I say, I got it. For what it's worth, I've got a fully Gaelic surname. All of my family links are either Gaelic, and some of them may
No, you're
even be
English.
pre-Gaelic. Some of the families are like old names in my family. But oh no, you're English. I go, thank you very much, Mr. Smith and Mrs. Dobson and Mr. Anderson.
John
So you're very
Johnson.
Irish, aren't you? By the way, with a name like that, Anderson and Henshaw, and Mr.
Fucking
Harris, Mr. Croft,
Jensen.
fucking Owen Croft, the far right man who calls himself Gran Torino. His name's Owen Croft, and he was in the British Army. Simon Harris, Fine Gael, he's a Taoiseach now, I think, but he was the Taoiseach for a while. And
Yeah.
Garrett Fitzgerald, Norman. Not that it matters. I'm not an ethno nationalist, but they're very ethno nationalist, and yet they're also gatekeepy as fuck about being Irish.
Hmm.
For the viewers, the Tishok is the leader. It basically means
Yes,
warrior. It's very,
it
you
means
know,
chieftain. Chieftain.
chieftain, yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
it's
yeah.
a great term. I just wish it was used for our
It's
actual, like, you know,
it's tokenism.
chieftains.
It's a
They've
token.
they've tokenized it because, like, you know,
Yeah.
what would I guarantee they weren't called Tishok in 1926.
No, probably
Mm.
not. Probably not.
Interesting. They don't like talking about that period, you know. Like they'll all celebrate Connolly and all that every fucking
Do
Easter to make
now.
themselves look
Yeah.
like they give a shit. You know, they've got
Yeah.
to keep up the mirage of Irish culture. But then when you get
Yeah.
into it all, it's just like what the fuck. Like the 20s to them is not a topic they want to be uncovering. Michael Collins was a
True.
good guy. Don't worry about it. Like, there's Irish Republicans that can't let Michael Collins go. He betrayed us.
Yes, he did. I
Betrayed.
mean, he may not have. He may not have. He
Yeah.
may have been. He may have. I mean, I give him the benefit of the doubt that he may have thought that it was a stepping stone, and he may have done it in good faith. But he still did what he did ultimately. You know.
It's what he failed to do afterwards when he was going
Yes.
on about that stepping stone. He showed that it was a
Aye.
stupid stepping stone and that Connolly was right. Because what are you doing? You're giving Britain all of our industry. Every part of Irish industry was in Ulster. So, like,
Yeah.
once they
Yeah.
go,
Pretty
we
much.
were a feudal
Yeah.
backwater. And a lot of those parts of Ireland, other than Dublin, of course, are still feudal backwaters, like they were when we left Britain. You go out
Yeah.
to the far west and out in the deep south, and you'll go find an Ireland that hasn't changed for 100 summit years.
Well, it has in some ways, but I know what you
Well,
mean. Yeah.
obviously, like electricity and cars and shit, but like
The church
a
doesn't
lot
have
of
as much
people are
power as it
living in
used to.
houses that are like fucking,
Oh
you
yeah.
know, made during the like 1800s when we had no resource support and we were like basically trying to make traditional like feudal houses, kind of like the Tudor ones that everyone loves and stuff like that. And they're not I'm not saying they're crap. I actually love these buildings. They're part of our history, but like they're not
Yeah.
suitable for modern living conditions, especially with the heat we're having. And so like living out in the Irish countryside is dangerous with the current climate change. And there's
Yeah.
not
I
enough
have relatives
support.
who live in it. My
Because
whole family's from the west. you know. So
You get out to the mountains, that's where it is, where shit hasn't really changed. Sometimes no
yeah,
electricity, nothing.
haven't
Like,
been up there for 40 years, but I know what you mean.
mm,
I mean, it's
people.
some things have changed. Like the church doesn't have the power it used to have, but you still have a bourgeoisie
I,
who are
I,
largely descended from settlers,
oh,
and they
I mean,
own, you know.
infrastructurally. I'm talking more like conditions,
I know what you
materially.
mean.
Yeah.
There's still. I mean, the poorest, the people can't afford to live there. They're leaving again, like they were before, because they can't afford the rent.
Oh my
The
God.
wages don't pay enough, and they go to the USA, Australia to come over here.
Because Dublin's
And
never a solution. People will try and go Dublin first, and it's a depression.
yeah, that happened with a lot of some of my family. They some of them got as far as Dublin. Some of them came over to the UK, and yeah. Well, you know, one or two became members of the establishment and became more right wing than the bloody loyalists. But you know, others didn't. So you know, but many of them are racist as fuck. Some of my extended family, the ones I don't speak to, they're racist as fuck against both travellers and immigrants. But they speak quite fondly of loyalists.
Oh, well, I bet
It's
they love the
amazing.
Irish Americans.
No, these aren't Americans. These are free
No, I'm
staters.
saying I bet they love Irish
Oh,
Americans.
well, they do. Oh, they do. Sorry, I misheard you. They
Yeah,
do. They
yeah.
do. They do when they're famous and they're conservative and they toe the line. But with the minute they
Well,
step out a line, like
when they
Sinead O'Connor did, they don't like him.
when they did that American thing where they're like self-hating, but they disguise it as loving being Irish. So there's all these just racist stereotypes, and Irish people just lap it up. Like we've been broken in the brain or some shit, because
Yeah.
they'll like shit on us for trying to reconnect and rekindle with their culture and call us like an imitation, and it's like what? So like Paddy O'Malley at fucking America, like imitating fucking
Top of the
Irishness
morning to you. Oh,
rather than actually connecting with his heritage. Mandem's just like, I mean, I went for the most stereotypical like English people made an Irish name kind of thing because
Paddy
these
Murphy.
people have been Anglo-Saxonized. I've been Anglo-Saxonized. That's what colonialism does to you. So
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
we've got to fight against a lot of that stuff. I've had moments where I'm like, the chauvinism I've been taught because of my English culture has clashed with my Irish culture, and I've had to like go, whoa, that's bad. Stop. Like, I mean, I used to
Yeah.
be a fascist. I'm not like short of issues I've had to overcome, and that's a big part of the struggle. But a lot of people want to think you can just rush to the finish line and then you just, you're there, problem solved. And it's never so simple.
Yeah.
It reminds me of in down here, if you try to like rekindle to like any like European like heritage you may have, no matter what shape it has, it is seen as something very snobbish because of like how the colonies down here were, like the system of the colonies down here, where the being European you were very cool if you're you're peak. If you're European, you're peak, and if you were born here, even if you were a European, of like European family, you were a criollo, and being Argentinian is like being criollo, and that's very cool. And if you try to like be European, you're a snobbish bastard, which I mean,
Yeah.
I personally don't try to like attach myself to my European family, my Spanish side.
The Brits and
But if you come from like a European like family, it's like nothing wrong with that, I rather you recognize that than to claim to be like a native, like the Argentinian nation claims attaches to the idea that like we are native. Argentina is native, like
the
as
USA.
native as like other cultures that were here for like thousands of years.
Sure, I mean, USA does that as well. I mean, Canadian, you see Canadians do it as well. And the Irish, of course, we are the natives, and we were invaded by. They say to me like, "You bloody English bastard, you bloody Oliver Cromwell, fuck your queen." And I'm thinking, okay, Mr. Henshaw, very Irish name you got there. My name is redacted, and you're calling me the English invader. Say, I'll tell you what, I'll fight you for the land because you stole it off my ancestors. If you want to start getting down to that, and you get these like white Americans who suddenly go around claiming that they hate Europeans, but then they love the European culture that they claim to hate, and they and then when that falls out of fashion, they suddenly pretend that they're 1/32 or 1/40th, usually Cherokee or something, and most people who actually are Cherokee go, oh, fuck off. and or Choctaw is another one they like to name drop, and they're all claiming to be Native Americans. I've had people throwing abuse at me, calling me because I was born in England, saying, "Oh, you're a colonizer, you invaded my nation." And I thought, hang on, didn't you claim to be an Irish person last week, and now you're claiming to be a Native American? Make your fucking mind up.
I mean, there are Native Americans that are also Irish, but like, what the
Yeah,
fuck do what the fuck do the Irish that did not invade America have to do with the Irish that went over there? They're
no,
behaving like Brits. Like,
yeah, yeah,
they're to a certain degree our responsibility, but like only to understand and oppose them
yeah.
because they come back here and cause trouble here. But like, we are not like the proponents of Irish colonialism
That's
in
what I tried to
Irish
tell.
colonialism is a proponent of
Yeah,
British colonialism. There is no such
yes,
thing as Irish colonialism. It's not a thing that exists.
yeah,
Ireland never had colonies, and I hope it never does. But
yeah,
we
no,
need to stop being the tools of the British. We're seeing the America has used tactics like this with black people since the 1980s as well.
yeah,
Like
yeah,
what you've seen with like the incorporation into the police, and into like
Yeah.
anti-immigration, racism, and stuff like that. This is the same shit they did with the Irish to get us to turn on our black
yeah,
fucking brothers, MBs, and
yeah.
sisters. Like they made us
Absolutely.
betray our black culture and heritage. You know, when they did eugenics in the 1700s and the 1800s. And all the way into the 1900s, when they eventually dropped it because Hitler made it not look cool, even though they did keep it, they just kind of dropped the name. Um,
Mm.
the way they broke it up was there was like the Aryans, there was the Semites, there was the Mongoloids, and then there was the Negroids.
Yeah,
Irish people were classified as Negroids. That's what we were classified as.
yeah.
So, like,
Mm.
if people want to understand what Irish heritage and culture is, it ain't fucking this state that they call itself the Republic, and it ain't any of this American fucking Irish colonial chauvinism. Those people are those people are
Happy,
betraying what it means to be Irish
yeah, we're
entirely.
Irish. Hello there, no, we're Irish. Oh,
Oh, look for the DVD. Oh, pint of Guinness. Oh, pint of Guinness.
Top of the
Oh, yeah.
morning.
Oh, we're Catholic. Oh, we're Irish. Oh,
Oh, praise the Lord. Praise the Lord.
fucking
Oh.
hell. Oh, Jesus, man, don't get me started, will you? Oh, fuck's sake.
Oh no, I have done bad, my lord. I must whip myself. I have
Fucking,
done so bad, my lord. I'm so sorry.
uh,
With that like Dublin British shit. I did that instinctively. You know, when
all
they do
right.
the
I don't care.
London fucking Dublin accent.
Dublin's all right. We're the real Irish. We're from Dublin. I got Irish. We're the be all and end all of being Irish now, you know.
We really
Are,
are the
are you
be-all and
really?
all of being Irish.
We're all right.
And they start to Americanize it a little more now. You got like
There's the
the
South Dublin part. I
California.
think there's some in south side of the city. They're like, hi there now. Yeah, I'm from America. I've
Hi
spoken to
here
someone.
now. I'm
Uh,
from the valley.
I
Oh
heard someone
God.
who lives apparently in the north
It's
of
hot.
England, not too far from me, and apparently she was from Dublin. And I said to her, "Whereabouts in you're from the US?" Like she went, "No, I'm from Dublin." I went, "You sound like a fucking valley girl." She was talking. She had no Irish in her accent. It was all American. And I
Fucking
thought, Jesus fucking Christ,
yeah,
what am I listening to?
I've triggered like a trauma response in Noob
Oh,
by
Jesus, it's like,
bringing up the
yeah,
Mm.
Valley Girls.
the ranting
Yeah.
will come out with me like it's the East Yanks we call them or the West Brits. It's like, oh, for fuck's sake, will you shut up?
It's like, why are you like ruining our people's culture? Can I guess it's not your fault. You're like your culture's being ruined by it too. But why do white Americans have to be ruining all our culture? You know, like I know why, because they got none of their own culture, so they got to steal everyone else's and kill shit and stuff like that. You know, and
I'm
pulverize
Irish.
and mess with
Good
stuff.
morning to you. Hey, I'm Irish. You
Yeah,
really are.
they're
You know, I'm a Native American. I'm Irish. Yeah, they're all Irish and they're Native and they're
It reminds
yeah,
me
they're
of like
gentrifying Mexico
when
City as well now, but that's a long
yeah.
story.
Yeah, sorry, what were you saying?
it reminds me of like when Israel tries to
Yes,
expropriate a lot of like Palestinian things.
yes,
Very
exactly.
Oh
bad.
God,
We're
yeah.
not white. We're the
We are
natives.
seeing that behavior develop in real time. You know?
Yes, we are seeing exactly. Yeah, I
Yeah.
had this argument with somebody. I used to know him on Facebook years ago because I've had Facebook profiles shut down. He's part of the punk scene. He now lives in the US, and went at him with him recently, saying about, no, we are the natives, mate. It's our land. And I said, you're a white boy. And I said, oh, no Jew is white. I said, right, okay, you want to play that game? I'm Irish, full-blooded, Gaelic, possibly even the old Fair Bulligan two-head you done on, even if you want to bring it that way, because as far as we're from the deep west of Ireland and the southwest. So you're not Irish, neither am I. You're not white, neither am I. So fuck you. And does that mean I'm going to, I'm a Catholic, I'm a Roman Catholic, I'm supposed to be. Does that mean I should go into Rome, kick somebody out of their house and say, this is our house now? And I'm also, being of a Christian background, of a Roman Catholic background, which is a Christian faith, doesn't mean I can go over there and kick somebody out of a former Palestinian's home, because, well, no, we're the Christians. It's our land too, because we're natives. I mean, if I ever got a birthright to do that, I probably would. I'd kick some fucking Zionist out of that house, and I'd say, here, Palestinians, you want your land back now? I'd probably do that just because I'm a contrary bastard. But, it's the same stupid logic of, well, no, where I'm from, I am this, so I am, we're not white, we're Jewish. You'll say, well, I'm not white, I'm Irish. But we still have white privilege. We're still classed as white now, regardless, no matter what you fucking want. No matter how much you deny that. You know what I mean?
Technically, we are all from Africa, so.
So they reckon, yeah. I mean, there's some people are saying that there may be in some parts of Asia too, but yeah. As far as we know, the cradle of humanity is Africa. That's why it still has the biggest gene pool. Telling me I'm like an African, which the Brits used to do. They say, oh, the black face, the white face, and the Irish, which is in between. I said, telling me I'm closer to a black person than I am to some hunky fucking colonizer is not the insult you think it is. So thanks very much. Got a million maggot. Pog mohon Gaelic. I can translate that if you want. 1,000 thank yous and kiss my Gaelic arse. So but anyway. My rant. I'll stop ranting now.
It's surprising how a lot of people, especially in the right and settlers, right?
Yeah.
They love to play with the narrative whenever possible, because at one moment, for example, taking my region as an example, right? Because that's where I live. The settlers here, right? For them, for a long time, if you were European, that was good. If you were full-blooded European, that was good. And people will shift the narrative to make themselves more and more European and to stray away from like anything. People did that with, for example, with San Martin. His house wasn't found for a long time because it was hidden, essentially because his mom was native. And people have, it's a very recent discovery that he was half native, right? And he was mestizo, right? And they never spoke about that because that would be like bad for the image of San Martin, who was or liberator, right? But then they also hide how his body was mistreated by the church, and it was like essentially humiliated. And then when Argentina starts to like detach itself from the Spanish Empire and tries to make itself like its own empire, it shifts the narrative to where the Europeans born here, because we come from boats, remember that, the Europeans born here, the criollos, that's what Argentinian is. And the criollos, even during the Argentina, like the times of the Argentinian Confederacy and the Republic, the criollos were shunned for a long time. The gaucho was a figure of like, they were seen like vagabonds, essentially. And there is a story, the Martin Fierro, right? It's basically a rich guy trying to show to other people how the gauchos live, how poor people lived. And it is seen as this like cool piece of literature because it's like very well representative without being like insulting to them. And this book, it shows how they were shunned, how they were treated as cannon fodder to fight against the natives, how they were like treated as second-class citizens, and when they were recognized as people, they were forced into being like Argentinian, or else you were a criminal. You were less than trash if you didn't have documentation.
Hmm.
Just for some demystification purposes, when it comes to like the Crioscia and the Europeans, a lot of these were like Southern Italians, Sicilians,
Mm,
South French, like a lot of the oppressed groups within that region. There's a lot of
yeah.
Galicians,
The the majority
Catalonians, and
the
like
majority of the first settlers who were here were from the Mediterranean, from like
yeah,
Galicians, Spanish, or well,
Sicily,
Castilians,
North Africa
Portuguese.
as
But
well,
then during the second wave of immigration, during that period, you
Germans.
also had the inclusion of Polish people, of Turk people, of the Russians too, and the Welsh as well.
Germans
And
too.
those people, a lot of those people who came over here had like left-leaning ideals. Not all
Oh,
of
yeah, they
them,
were very
but a
oppressed
lot of them.
groups. Like a
And
lot of them were like they were like the Comrade. Like they were coming
mm,
from
Oh yeah.
a realm of torture. The mining slavery, like
mm,
and the feudal. I mean, like Wales had a more similar relationship to Ireland than Scotland did when it come to the oppression. It was basically a big
Yeah.
plantation. It's just
It's
people
a
don't
kind of
talk about it because it's England's backyard. Like it's the same with like how Mexico, like how a lot of people, it's just an unspoken thing a lot of the time for people that half of Mexico's territory is just the US's now. Not like it really
yeah,
belonged to Mexico either. Empires can all go fuck themselves. But like, it's a big thing
yeah.
there where it's like, oh, it's their backyard. Oh, I see. So they can do what they want. Except with America, it's like their backyard is all of South America too. You've got like a really big
Mm.
backyard. And what the fuck is going on with that shit?
Yeah, with the Monroe Doctrine and all
Yeah.
of that shit. But like
Mm.
basically, what I was going for was that all of those left-leaning oppressed people that came to immigrate to Argentina, first of all, they did pastries and they named them to humiliate like the system. Like there was this thing called there is this thing that is still known today, like the cannons. You have like little cannons that are full of
So
dulce
like
leche,
you're saying
and you
they
have
did
bola de fraile, which are traditionally filled with cream to show them as like sexually active. And then
sick.
historically, you had movements like the Patagonia Rebelde that were crushed by the government because they were essentially anarchists fighting against the government. And those parts of Argentinian history are skipped in purpose because, if you show Argentina's like just, or we only had problems with like the military just taking over like a few thousand times. Nothing bad, guys. What's going on, guys?
I mean,
It's bad, you
I
know?
mean, with the liberation as well, with like Martinez and all that lot, like
Mm,
um he was not what they represent him as. He was more like I mean, I don't know whether I go as far as to say he's a socialist. I haven't researched him enough, but from what you told me, he's very Robespierre, like um progressive for his time, doesn't really stand corruption. So like his death was a convenience for their
mm,
power grab. It's kind of like when you hear the story from the Red Shia, because they have a different interpretation of the prophet's history, and they talk about how like the prophet was sort of like isolated, pushed towards death, and then when he died, there was a takeover from the what would eventually become what's the Sunnism,
Funny, yeah.
was like a capitalist takeover of Islam, and Islam actually traditionally had a very socialist outlook to it. And I like, from my own studying of Islam, I see what they're saying. Like even more than Christianity, like the way in which there's so many holidays and traditions that are centered around giving to the poor. I mean,
Yeah.
Christians don't even do Lent. You can say, oh, the Christians have it. It's Lent. Okay, they don't do it. In Islam, a lot of people don't do Ramadan. A lot of people do it
mm.
though. People who aren't Muslims do Ramadan because the Ramadan Mubarak is like a very important and very intriguing type of holiday because it's not just about fasting. Everyone's like, oh, what? It's the fasting holiday. Yeah, to give food to people that don't have food. That's the point of the fasting. It's beautiful. It's angelic in a sense, if you're gonna put it into a Christian confide. And the Christians, it fits up with their beliefs. There's a lot of socialist elements in Christianity, but I think
Oh, for sure.
Islam had not perfected it because there's a lot of reactionary stuff they got to get through and stuff like that. Like, I don't glaze religions, but if I'm gonna talk about the socioeconomic developments, yeah, I can see what the Red Sheer are on about, and like I can see how
Mm,
uh, liberation theologists could expand it into something that works well for revolutionary struggle in the region. I'm not so limited to say that, only the Maoists are the people I'm ever going to support for a revolutionary struggle there. If it quacks like a Maoist and shits like a Maoist, but it's called something else, like and national liberation's
yeah,
always got my support. Fuck colonizers. The
yeah. And
people
besides,
can deal with the problem.
there is the fact that before, like, before we wrote the theories and did the practice of socialism itself, people did stuff. It's not like
Jesus.
people, like, the thought of anything socialist was locked to Karl Marx and Engels, and before that we just had complete ignorance, and after that we had absolute enlightenment. It doesn't work like that. It's very Eurocentric, and it's very, like, ignorant of the struggles of humanity, because the history of humanity is the history of struggle.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna I'm gonna switch to a video.
Is your stream working? Because I can't. It doesn't seem to show up.
It seems to be working in audio only in Twitch, but in
In
YouTube it seems
YouTube,
to
I
be
think it's
operational.
working fine.
Yeah, in YouTube, I'm on YouTube. I have it in a tiny screen in the corner, and I check on the chat every now
Yeah,
and
I
then,
don't know what's
so
going
it's
on
still
with
working.
I can't. It doesn't seem
It
to.
said error 1000
Yeah.
when I checked
Yeah,
it on
no,
my
it said an error
computer.
when I tried to start it. Like, I don't know what's going on with Twitch. I'll fix it. Audio's more
Yeah.
important than anything that they're gonna see. I'm wearing a
Fair.
green shirt for the people on Twitch. It's
I'm
youtube.com slash at the Lumpen-Maoist, and that'll take us to there if you want to see my awful face. But nevertheless, I have a video to display. And so I gotta do like some
we gotta
magic.
watch the Hit Monkey series.
We're gonna watch.
I could, Can I just boast I managed to offend a lot of Zionists the other day by slagging off David Draymond from Disturbed. I've never had so many comments on a video in my life, in my entire YouTube existence. I've never had so many comments, and I had like 50 odd likes, which I never get. I'm lucky to get 10, and it was like, oh my god, this is the bile and the hatred I got. I got some support as well. But my God, did they crawl? I was accused of, you sound like Goebbels. I thought, you're an Israeli bot. You're from
sound like
Mossad or something.
Goebbels.
You're picking on one race. And somebody else said, did you listen to what he said? He also called out Saudi Arabia, you stupid bastard. Which I did. I said, Saudi Arabia is another example, but it doesn't mean I'm an Islamophobe. Just like I'm not a Jew hater because I'm against Israel. And which is what David Draymond's been saying. And they came at me, and I thought, Jesus. But I've now got 300. I've got over 300 subscribers now, and I had quite a lot under it before. So that happened in a space of a day.
It's like when people say, like, I mean, maybe they're doing some bad stuff, but X is doing it too. and they just expect that you implode respectfully.
Yeah. I've a lot of Disturbed fans came at me as well. Said he's got more talent in his little finger than you have. I thought, you don't know what talent I have. You don't know anything about me. I used to sing in a few bands, and I wrote better lyrics even when I was like 18 or 19 than he ever fucking did. And that he's nearly as old as I am. It was quite hilarious.
The Brits.
I shouldn't bitch.
De mala empanada.
Bad empanada.
I mean, y'all literally fought empanada wars. That's what you were basically teaching me, like the empanadas became part of the war. They became bad empanadas, you could say.
And their associated settler colonial states are not okay. We all know that. Or I mean, rather countries that have like basically the Brits and their associated settler colonial states are not
Anglosphere.
okay. We all know that. Or I mean, rather countries that have like a basically entirely British-derived legal systems. In this case, Britain, of course, because it's
The
Britain. You know, it's the
US.
origin, and there's also Australia. They are not okay. Both of these two countries are presently desperately attempting to stifle all anti-Israel speech in very similar ways. You might have heard in the UK a pro-Palestine group called Palestine Action, which was dedicated to protesting against Israeli genocide and also engaging in things like occupying like arms plants, or like recently they put paint, or they like put red paint on like a fighter jet, and they
So they put paint on F-35s, so because the British lied about the F-35s being shipped over, and so they broke into Elbit Systems and they spray painted some of the jets. Um, you know, when we shut down Litchfield, we were just having speeches and occupying outside and preventing their trucks from moving and being really loud and present and making sure those people felt at least some element of understanding of what the hell they are bringing upon the world is. But like, you know, the work that we've done with Palestine Action across the board, the Palestine Solidarity groups, that's another organization, and then you've also got the Muslim Friends of Palestine and their involvement. God, there's this one other major big group that like links us all together as well. That's really important, and I'm forgetting the fucking name of it. There's another group called Friends of Palestine, different group. They're also like you know, there's a lot of important work that comes together with how we are struggling uh, uh, to try and shut down this fucking arms manufacturer. You got to understand, Elbit Systems is an industrial Israeli arms manufacturer. They produce a lot of fucking weapons for that genocidal mass.
Yeah. There was also Queers for Palestine. What's that
Yes,
one?
Queers for Palestine. Fuck me, yeah, they're at the forefront of things. You know, Queers for Palestine got in trouble with the police threatening them when they were stopping the fucking chauvinistic petty bourgeois you know, corporate Birmingham Pride. They blocked the road for the plinths, and so the police came and removed them, even though it's a right to protest. When they were protesting at the side of the float and kept their protest up, the police kept following them and shoving them and threatening them, trying to get them to start so that they have a reason to arrest them. It's that's you know, that's what happens when you actually do a protest properly. You know, you're not like, oh, Mr. Councilman, can we have a permit to protest? And you'll send the police there, right? Thank you. No, no, no. We do what Queers for Palestine did. You protest. And then when the police start on us, we need to stand firm and keep it on camera. Get a recording of those fuckers kicking the shit out of us. Do it, like, you know, get it. The 6 o'clock news has an interesting, you know, effect. You know, that's the news that most workers are gonna catch, and they get the TV on after they got home. You know, like so.
Yeah.
infiltrated like a military base or something like that, and threw red paint on a fighter jet and stuff like that. And in response to this, they have been prescribed as a terrorist organization. Now in the UK, if you even say that you like Palestine Action or use a phrase associated with them, you can be arrested.
Shit,
I
this
shit you
stream
not.
is,
Legally, they have
interesting
put this group on the same level as like what they consider like Hamas or Al Qaeda or any of the other groups they have prescribed as terrorist organizations. The group is prescribed under the Terrorism Act 2000. Being a member of or showing support for Palestine Action is a criminal offense that could lead to up to 14 years in prison. Remember, the UK is a country where thousands of people have served in the IDF, and they just roam freely like nothing has ever happened after massacring and raping children in Palestine. Now, this also extends to using basically generic pro-Palestine slogans. You can see here on the Metropolitan Police, Palestine action has been prescribed by the UK government. Expressing support for them is a criminal offence. This includes chanting, wearing clothing, or displaying articles such as flag signs or logos. Do you know what, like, the Palestine action flag signs and logos are? Palestinian flags, kafirs, the colors black, white, red, and green. Basically,
They have already been starting on people who have the Palestinian flag. That's already a thing, you know?
Yeah.
So, like, this problem is already alive, already deadly.
Yeah, I mean, it reminds me of with the protests here, right? The elderly who went through the dictatorship from, you know, the USA sponsored TM dictatorship that we had. They speak of all of the tactics that the military used against them during their protests, and you know they speak it as a warning because they're seeing it again, you know, and it's reigniting a lot of trauma, but also a lot of like desire for struggle. You know, I don't like the framing that the elderly are all of them like a bunch of conservative, you know, old people, yes, in derogatory, and they are like they have like a lot of spirit at least here. I don't want to speak everywhere, right? I believe it's everywhere, that because you know we've been struggling for like a long time, but all people here have lived through a dictatorship, and whilst you have the ones that are like, I mean, they probably did something, you also have the lot that struggled, that fought against militaries, you know. The military, consider that the Argentinian dictatorship disappeared killed an approximate of 50,000 people, right? In
Yes.
10 years. And
Most of them
Israel
black and
has been doing,
native. Let's be clear
yeah,
as well. Most of these people, like Argentina has a lacking of black people. Like it's not like just a oh, like they killed some and then there's still a massive presence. They killed a lot of the black population of Argentina. Argentina had the second largest black population in South America. Had. I don't know if it still
yeah,
does. And nobody knows because
no,
people went missing. We haven't even confirmed if all these people are dead. Like we think
mm,
they're dead because it makes sense and there was death camps. They probably disintegrated people like the Nazis did or something. There's maybe a burial mound somewhere. They did something. And,
yeah.
and Brazil
During
went through the
the,
same thing too. No one talks about the Brazil dictatorship. The Brazil
Right.
dictatorship is kind of like it's like the Armenian genocide compared to like the Assyrian genocide. The Armenian genocide is the genocide people don't know about that they know about, and then the Assyrian genocide is the genocide people forgotten about, but you know have actually
yeah,
don't know about.
oh,
It's the same with Brazil. Brazil had the same Brazil, Colombia, Chile, Uruguay, Paraguay, all the same dictatorship
um,
experiences. Bolivia as well.
this is this was especially due to the U.S. sponsoring TM,
Monroe
with
Doctrine again, yeah.
the Operation Condor was the name, that because left-wing movements were so big in South America, as Cuba showed, that they had to sponsor dictatorship at the same time in all of South America. There is no, I think there are like a few exceptions because they already had a dictatorship, so why bother? But there were like a lot of dictatorships, including like the dictatorship of Pinochet, Argentina, Brazil, Bolivia, Paraguay, and so on, that
Batista.
were sponsored by the US.
Fujimori.
And the
To,
British, because the British were the ones
yeah.
who got Argentina up on their feet into dictatorship territory in the first place. And then, like,
Mm,
Argentina's drift towards America happened when the British policed them because Britain wasn't fond of Argentina invading one of its colonies. Was it
yeah.
Uruguay or Paraguay? I always get confused with the names.
Um, I think
Because
I think it
it
was
was the war
Uruguay.
with
Uruguay,
Chile, because
yeah,
they didn't want them in.
Uruguay is the tiny one.
because they went to war with Chile and then they tried to take Uruguay, and the British didn't like the war with Chile anyway because Chile was also a client of the British. But then when the invasion of Uruguay happened, that was a no go because Britain was mining from Uruguay, so like Argentina was
there was
striking at the business, and that's not good business.
Yeah, I mean, I know there was the wars between Argentina and Brazil where they fought for Uruguay essentially, and the British. Basically, what had happened is that the president of Argentina at the time had taken a loan from the British, big mistake, and then during the war against Brazil, which we were winning, as the book says, the British came and said, guys, can you like not fight? We will choose what happens. And they freed Uruguay. And then the Argentine government turned around and rampaged back to Buenos Aires.
What's
It was
kind of
funny.
interesting is that this is very on topic with the whole Israel issue, because like you notice that because Britain had neo-colonized Argentina, because that's what they were doing when they gave them that loan. What did the Argentinas did with that loan? They went and got British railroad companies and British mining companies to build railroads into places where they couldn't get to in the forests and the mountains, so that they could mine the shit out of it for them to sell it on the British international market. So like, there's that thing where Britain was doing the like World Bank shit like in the 1800s still. It just wasn't like developed as it is now. Neo-colonialism is something that like developed alongside stuff. Lenin was talking about this with semi-colonialism and where it leads because I mean when Ireland has tried to set itself free, we've always been in a semi-colonial context. When we were trying to set ourselves free through Nova Scotia, we're on someone else's fucking land, and like caught up in a mixture of a maze of being semi-colonized, but then also in a place where you can be whiteified. So, like the Nova Scotia experience is a complicated one. And Irish oppression in Canada is not talked so much because it seems like osmosis has turned Canadian Irish people a little too American. Not all the time, but you know what I'm on about. The um but that's the big thing with this sort of stuff, you get then into like our struggle for freedom. Connolly said it's carnival. You split the border, carnival, both sides. Because what are we? We're a colony. We're a semi-colony by the definition that Lenin laid out. Ireland is both a semi-colony and a neo-colony of the British Empire, and a lot of people miss that point. And some people notice that we're still colonized, but they'll mention the Americans. And yeah, the Americans are fucking part of it. Their accessibility is because of the British. They basically control our waters, they control our air, they control our land. We might as well still be caught up in the same situation, but they've given us some freedom. We get to have some freedoms, pay taxes or whatever, rather than
Yeah,
before where we didn't even have any money to pay fucking taxes.
Dublin Castle still owned by Britain, and so is Rosslare Harbour, both in the Free State, the Republic, and they're paid for in rent by the taxpayer of Ireland.
And the industrialization of the Free State, it wasn't so much about like building up any other harbors or anything like that. No, we rely on
No.
that harbor, and we rely on the backstop between Ireland and Northern Ireland, because a lot of our industrial trade goes straight through Northern Ireland. Because what ends up happening is we're super reliant on Ulster still, even though we have our own industry now. I mean, it's not everywhere. Interestingly, West Ireland and South Ireland is lacking a bit. I mean, South Ireland has a little more stuff going on than West Ireland, but like,
Yeah, the West has always been like,
it's like you gotta be in the southeast if you really want to be hitting that industry side. Once you're in the southwest, they don't care. You hit County Mayo, you're lost to the fucking Dubliners. They don't want to fucking give a shit about your existence.
Mayo, Galway, Clare, Limerick, Kerry, yeah.
Aye.
Sligo, Roscommon, Donegal, yeah, that's all the West.
Oh God, Op leads for Donegal,
Yeah.
I'd love to go there.
Been there once.
And well, with the whole like Chile thing, right? I think they've been like aligned with the British ever since like Argentina kind of like started to align with the US after, like, for example, with the after the US kind of bombed the only port we ever had in the Malvinas, right? Um, Besides that, Argentina began to align a lot with the US, while Chile's aligned with the UK, and it was especially shown during the whole Patagonia situation, where Chile was essentially given the most important bit. So
That's the thing is Britain's relationship with Chile. It's like it already existed, but when Argentina and Britain got a bit of a iffy after they told you to get the fuck out of Uruguay, Britain got really pissy. Britain's a sassy motherfucker. It's why when the Americans were trying to be the West India Trade Corporation in the 1770s and up into the early 1780s, because they were batting around the idea of being like, why don't we make a corporation and see if we can be incorporated through the British Empire rather than being a colony? You know, get up on the money, laddie, and East India Trade Corporation, a lot of profits to be made, a lot of things to expand upon colonially. So it was a tactile message. But the British, who had just been fucking shot at and had their colony taken off them, these guys are chauvinistic enough when they're not being like, uh, colonially challenged by their own Brits. Because what is America but Britain too? Um, why is one of my things saying oh, do you know the Twitch thing has got the wrong title and everything? I've updated it multiple times. It's still trying to say the military deployment thing. Twitch is broken.
yeah,
Lost souls. Love and
big
respect,
stuff.
Lumpen Cow. We're in the fucking Discord call. If you want to join us and rep the beat, brethren, like fucking, we all about. Someone ping the motherfucker. Like,
I found a translation of Palestine Action, by the way.
what in Arabic? You want to drop the beat?
Asgaelga. There you go.
Oh, in Irish. Gaelic.
Uh-huh. Gniav Palestine.
Gleif Palestine. Mm.
I don't know if that really. Yeah, that's basically a translation.
That's
I'll
yeah,
stick that on my jacket and
beautiful.
not get arrested, hopefully.
I like the fact that like in traditionally like Irish, you actually use the f phoneme for Palestine because it's from
you,
Philistine because like
you do
that's how
you
it is in
do
Arabic, you know.
you do when if you in that way it isn't because it's not followed by a H. But when it comes to words like the expression "Saoirse don Palestine," freedom for Palestine, then
Because
then you do. Then it is Palestine, but yeah, it
Well,
varies.
for me, I keep the F because that's the way it's used by the Phalaístinians, you know. So
Fair
like
play.
I
Know
yeah
what you mean?
because like I feel like the fact that we already have an essence of that and then it doesn't happen sometimes feels like that might be some of the English shit tripping us up a bit where we haven't
Probably.
fully cut it out. Because
Bastard Brits.
Palestine is a very English way of saying it, you know, like the
Oh yeah.
Romans called it Philistine. And
Or
like so in
Palestina was
Latin
or something like.
it's Philistine and then in Arabic it's Philistine. So I feel like the British are just doing that thing where they're like, no, Palestine, and are like insisting on a certain way of saying it, the German way of saying it. Although you would have pronounced it Palestina at one point, but like the German, British seem to forget that E's are pronounced. If you don't want it, you want a silent E, just don't put an E on the end. You know why did they break German? I don't see what their problem is. And if you're gonna do it the French way, then use accents because that would be cool too. I either have accents or do what the Germans do, where it's just E or not. You know, like the Germans don't fuck around. They're just like, what's the point of having an accent? Just drop the E if it's not gonna make a sound. And I'm like, from an engineering standpoint, that's not a bad idea.
Okay.
I like taking the piss out of the Germans a little bit, you know. Welcome, comrade. Come estás, or however the fuck you, um, I don't know. Like, I think I just butchered like half of the Latin languages that exist today. I'm supposed to butcher old Latin, you know, be like one of those fucking people who like insist on calling Kaiser Caesar. Um, If you're saying anything, Lumpen Cow, my brethren, you are muted.
I just woke up. I'm waking up right now.
Wake me up inside. Wake me up inside, save me. Oh God, I haven't heard
Oh
that song in
God,
a long time. I might need to
it changes. Google Translate changes all the bloody time, but yeah,
it's gotten a lot better these days. But
yeah,
there's
it
still
couldn't
some
get much worse. But
hiccups
yeah,
at times. It's still a bit too Anglo, but like
yeah,
it's um
yeah,
I've found with like Spanish speakers, it's actually quite fluent. Like me and JP were checking it out, and I was managing to able to like communicate with a former common friend that couldn't speak English by just like translating and speaking Spanish, and then JP being the translator for the Spanish
yeah, yeah.
coming my way, because like my ass don't comprende, I think is the word.
Mm,
Non
yeah,
no nada
comprehend.
comprende.
Um,
Comprende, fuck me. Ah,
Basically, when you're talking in person, you will say like either no comprendo or no entiendo.
I'm being a bit straight about it, I'm throwing nada in there, because nah, comprende,
Mm.
Okay.
It
Because
reminded me there
nada
are
is
these videos.
Spanish, because that's where nada comes from. Nada is like not, or like never, or like no
No,
way.
nada is
Nothing.
nothing.
Yeah, it's like fucking nada. Like, it's used a lot in the street things, like when someone like fucking says like what you up to and you ain't up to anything, you'll be like nada. Like
Mm.
that's how it was adopted. I've been using that word for years. I only found out it was Spanish like a year ago. I didn't know it came from that. I was just like, yo, it's just like some I picked up from the culture, like just growing up with the street, like, it's just everyone said nada, and I picked up nada when I was like, you know, little kid,
The
and
Irish
then
for nothing is fuck.
Yeah, we say that.
fuck
Like for
yeah.
example, you usually like if someone says, "Hey, what you up to?" You say, nada, acá."
Mm.
It's like saying nothing here. It's like just being here.
It's
Yeah.
like a little more formal. Um,
Yeah, it is casual, but it does sound a little bit more like slightly more formal than just
or
saying
like more
nah.
specific, like it's riding on
You can you can also say if someone says, "Hey, what you up to?" You can say nah, acá.
I mean, like that's
Because
like
we love.
like we'd be like nada, but wagwan, like
Mm, it's like we love to quiet certain words, and for example we have like the whole sh thing with the double L, but we and the Y, but if you go to like the inner provinces, people do it with the R and the double R, like they will say instead of saying arroyo, they will say arroyo,
I mean, that is
or
a way of
like
doing it, because I mean, the if you go into traditional Latin, ruh, like it was a ruh, not a ruh. Like like people from Rome originally weren't able, like they had like a speech impediment that was like localized to their like language, so they would say like the Romans, the British Empire, whilst like with the British, it's the British Empire, like
Sure, I thought the Romans pronounced the R like the modern Spanish and Italians do.
no, they
Oh,
pronounced it like kind of like the British actually, like or like the posh French, like but with like so it'd be like the Romans, like they roll it, but it's got a scoop. Like how with the double L, it's kind of like they took half an L. It's like the start of the L, but never the end of it, so it becomes a yeah. Because they've gotten rid of the other half of the L that makes the L sound come together. You
nice.
scoop your
Okay.
tongue instead of overlapping your tongue like you would with a so like you would go tortilla, so like you're not completing a so that's like what it
mm,
is with kind of like the R thing, the way the double R's, they're like scooping the R, so like it's I've always said this is almost like this linguistic tool is to say that it's like half an R and then you finish on the other half of an R and it makes its own sound because of the way that then conjoins to the next letter because it's a flow with how like the thing's structured.
Yeah.
I mean, I was thinking the other day, right? I think that when it comes to like English speakers, the hardest part isn't necessarily to do the R sound, because that's like a double R. I think that people can do that because it's a const. It's just like a constant.
Traditionally, in
The
rhotic pronunciation, received pronunciation, you would roll your R's. Unfortunately, English people, like, I mean, I'm glad they dropped all the Ponzi shit for the most part, but like, keep the rolled R's. They sound so cool. Like,
I think that the hardest part for like English speakers is the single R's, to say the ra, 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 to say it like individually and quickly instead of saying like error. You gotta say stuff like rápido, rápido.
Yeah,
You know,
right.
it's that the quick R, and saying it
Yeah.
constantly. That's the difficult part
I mean, it's like
without
short
sounding like
N as well.
rápido.
You know, like the
It's like
short N
perro
and the
and
long N.
perro.
There's that problem there as well, where they don't understand the elongated N.
Yeah, the ñ.
And yeah. And
It's like saying ñe, ñe.
yeah instead of n. Yeah, so
Mhm.
it's like the
Yeah.
the nights are
Yeah.
gone.
Yeah.
But you know, it's that
Catalonia,
thing.
España, as opposed to.
It reminds me of a meme that is like, I'm gonna write this.
But yeah, it's that you know, it's that thing with the
Yes.
British, like the English speakers suffer with this with German to a degree as well, and that's like more native to their language structure. And you know, like father is like you know, it's not like I overpronounced the D, but at least I didn't overpronounce the V. It's like father, you know, it's like how you would pronounce it in English almost, but like it's VADER, you know, and
Oh, German, Vater.
you know, because
We
the
will
V is
say,
pronounced as an F. Sometimes they will anglicize it and they'll use an F instead of a V, but like a V is not a V. That's a W. W goes V goes F. I might annoy the Germans who might be getting that wrong if anyone's in the
Yeah,
chat and they
it's
want to correct it, but
W is called. It's pronounced V, and it's called V, and
V,
V is pronounced like an F, and it's called V. U
foul,
V V
yeah.
X Y Z. Those are the last few letters of the alphabet.
Oh god, I forgot about the fact that Epsilon exists. That name is like sick.
Why
Like that's like a great name to have for a child. Like
Epsilon? It's just
Epsilon.
it's the German word, the German name for Y, the letter Y. X
I mean,
Y X Y Z.
well, the wasn't the epsilon symbol the one that we took on for Thorn, when like we were doing the
Yeah,
typewriters. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. Again, though, like I'm saying, like it's a good name for a child because I feel like you've already set them up for a prodigy. Like we're in a cyberpunk hell universe, and if I'm gonna Tim Pool my way through this, you
Oh
know, like
God,
the video games have taught me that you need to get
Tim
cyberpunking
Pool.
out there. So we need a kid called Epsilon who's gonna grow up in this cyberpunk world, and there'll be I'm sounding like one of those accelerationists that just wants to like sit and wait for the world to burn, and then eventually the revolution will happen. My God, I hate that shit so much. Like this.
eventually,
Go on, go on. That was okay.
look, eventually, during the war for the last New Vegas trip, the new California Republic is gonna win, and everyone is gonna go communist.
New California Republic. Weren't they like a bunch of like right wing reactionaries or something?
They were just like
let's do
the
America again.
Yeah.
yeah, but not as America as like the enclave.
But they're a little more like Canadians, I guess. Like or like
Yeah.
they wear like British looking ass uniform. Like it's kind of
Yeah.
weird, you know.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
just ended up enlarging your camera feed because like I had everyone slightly cut out and there's so many people and I can't be asked to make so many windows to fit everyone in. So everyone else is a phantom voice. And then you're
I was gonna put my
in
camera
the
on and show
video.
you my gorgeous face.
I'd have to stretch it out to make it see you.
Hmm. I gotta get
Don't
back
worry
on
about
doing like the
I mean, I
templates
can do it.
things.
It's just a bit of like mouse work. You know, I might be
it.
stoned,
And
but
even
I
not a
don't
bother. I
think I'm
know. I know.
stoned. I'm
I mean, you
just
could say you might be Stone Soviet.
no. Do you know what it is? I haven't got my glasses on, so like I can't fucking.
That might be. Reminds me when I'm with my mom, sometimes she drives without her glasses, and it scares me the fuck out.
Genuinely, like I don't think I could drive without glasses. Like, oh
Same
God, now I can
here.
see where the
Puta madre.
dots are. You know, like without my glasses on, I can't see the dots on the anyone who's used OBS, the red box. I can't see the fucking dots that I'm supposed to drag. Like fucking
Mm.
OBS is a good program though. Anyone who wants to get into doing streaming and stuff like that, get OBS on the go.
Oh
It'll
God,
save you a
I've had no,
headache.
I'm
Is
such a
is
tech idiot. I can't. I've real I struggle with
What's it?
OBS.
I'm happy to come over and set it all up for you and make it work.
I've
Um,
got it working, but it doesn't. I still don't know the techie beats. You know, I mean,
Well, that's
microphones
well,
take for me.
I can sit down and go slowly and just go through anything and
Yeah,
everything that not only do like I think that could be essential, but asking you things that pique your interest and that you would be
yeah,
intrigued in, so we can like make it as cultured around you as possible. So I'm not like
yeah.
coming in and just like with my tech knowledge leaving you sort of like with whatever I contraptionize for you, like, because that sucks
You
too.
did.
It's like when
You
someone
did show us
rearranges your house
before.
and everything's fucking missing. I can't find my fucking normal
Yeah,
house keys ever since my home got cleaned, and like it's just
yeah,
like,
yeah,
ugh.
yeah, yeah.
is OBS good for like recording video rather than streaming?
Yeah, you can record video too. Yeah. There's an
Mm.
option straight under start streaming that's start recording. So if you want to do like your book recordings or the edited videos we were talking about, that shit, OBS is solid for. A lot of the
Mm.
Twitch streamers that use OBS, or if they've got enough money, they've probably paid for Restream. I'm using the beta version of Restream because watching this at 720p, is anyone missing quality? I doubt it. Like is
I'm
my
watching
face is
in
my face
YouTube.
any uglier the more pixels you add? Like, do you need more of my face to be ugly? I guess it is part of the program, but like, the 720p I think will be fine. It is HD, and anyone wants to say 720p isn't HD, I'll fight you. Like HDMI 720p is one of the HD options on it. Fight me. So like you've got
I'm
HD,
watching.
you've got your human rights covered because next thing you know, the government, without being able to claim that Palestinians should have the right to not get bombed, they'll turn around and be like, gigabit internet is a human right. And I'm like, do you know what? Like, technically speaking, it is because it's fucking our technology. But like, I don't know. I feel like there's some human rights that are going on right now.
I have the stream on a tiny window on the corner so that I can monitor the chat, and I have the stream on like 144p to be able to like process everything smoothly.
Oh, so that like the i3 doesn't go and blow the hell up.
Yeah, it's like standing next to like a motorbike, you know, my little baby
Have you
doing
got
doing
like any
the hard
books to
labor.
prop it up so the vents can get more air?
Um,
That's
I
like
have a big book, but I don't know if I have like two small books.
yeah, what's it like? It's not something to
Oh, I
mess
have an idea.
around with. It's not something to mess around with necessarily yet, but like video game
I have.
case.
I'm
Let
gonna
me
use
wait a second. Let me finish. Video game cases are a good option. I used to use Xbox 360 game cases, so like it's also a good option.
hmm,
But it's not something you
I'm
necessarily
gonna.
need to worry about now if you don't want to be rambling about. But if you want to go and do a rumble, then that's all fine.
Yeah, but I'm gonna get like a wooden board and like a tiny one and put it there.
Hmm. Because what you want
Using a
is
bit of.
you want as much air gap below it. That's the idea. So if you can get like,
Hmm.
because that's why the game cases are good because you can build them around the sides, and then you can try and like have four ways of air to move. But like I would look into investing in a cooling pad like I've got because my computer always runs hot. Like let me
Hmm.
find the Intel thing. Let's see what Intel gets said about my My
I
CPU and how spicy it's being.
I could throw like a one-liner flirty comment, but I won't.
Behaving.
I was gonna say like, well, with you in there, anything can get hot. I am very
Yo,
funny. I don't know if you see my certificate back there, but it says funniest person alive,
oh god,
and you
Intel,
should
and
respect that.
even though
It
like
says
oh yeah, I am streaming the display capture on that one. Yeah, the Intel thing is now like in front of everything. I guess that means I can just like look at it this way if I just go
let
83
me update this.
degrees. I'm just live streaming and my CPU is like cooking. And like it'll get to 90, like the little shit. Like be
I
careful,
mean,
I
hey,
just
you
put
can
less.
break an egg on top of it and get a little lunch.
It's at full wattage.
Oh yeah, I'll be scouting about, so you can speak with your friends.
Whoa, I have friends. Hi friends. We need to continue watching the video.
Basically, they used the most generic Palestine slogans in the world, like "Free Palestine" and stuff. And I saw a report, though I can't find it right now, by people who went to like general protests, not even related to Palestine Action, where they said things like "Free Palestine," and the police warned them. Oh, here it is. That they need to move on and they need to, change their, get rid of the slogans they're displaying because they may be arrested because now Palestine Action has been branded a terrorist organization. So any slogans used by Palestine Action or colors or symbols used by Palestine Action now constitute terrorist offenses. So Netpol is like a UK organization that is like does police surveillance and like reports on police abuses and stuff. And they have received a report saying that 2 women who, when walking up to a protest today, were stopped by the police and advised to remove their t-shirts that said "Free Palestine," as it may breach the prescription order against the Palestine Action terrorist organization. They are literally, in response to doing genocide that they support, being carried out by Israel with the backing of the US, the UK, the EU, all of these disgusting imperial states. Their response is to try and make it illegal for you to talk about that. Now, if you say "Free Palestine," you're going to get arrested for terrorism. If you live in these countries, get the fuck out. It's not just the UK, it's Australia too. Australia is not that obvious with it yet.
They're cracking
But
down on
man,
trans
they're
rights as
getting there.
well. Like
I covered this.
the genocide spreads. This is what I've been telling people constantly. Genocide spreads. Fascism spreads. And so when Nazism in Israel gets to go and annihilate people, live stream to the whole world, we all get to watch it. And they get to get away with that. It spreads. And like our rights are under siege. And they're also now attacking the right to protest of Palestine. And the anti-colonial protests and the struggle is tied to the union movement. It's tied to the queer struggle. It's tied to a lot of fucking shit already because the unions and the fucking and the queers of Palestine have been like the big bulk of the not like of like the people here the like have joined in with the Palestinian struggle. Like when we're talking about like the Arab groups that represent here, they all in these unions, they all in these fucking things, like that. And they got like the Arab solidarity contingent. You got a lot of petty bourgeois groups and things like that. But when you're getting to the heart of stuff, the unions have been at the forefront of protest organizing and coordination when we're looking at this solidarity struggle. It's a working class, it's a Arab nationalist struggle, it's a Palestinian nationalist struggle. A national liberation is the type of nationalism we're dealing with here. um it's the scary words that fucking white people think that they can police everyone else for because they're not allowed to have it, so they get really really jealous. It's like when you're told you can't have ice cream and someone else gets to have ice cream and you get really upsetty spaghetti like a little baby. But like the fucking it's the Palestinian movement is highly tied to the queer liberation movement over here because it's highly tied to the class movement for feeding people, struggling for people. You know, if we built these encampments that I keep telling people that we need, if we actually could construct a working class struggle where we striked, we occupied, and we shut down the cities, and we stood up to the whatever force they tried to bring against us to try and keep things alive, even if it fails. We could at least create some food programs and things like that that will survive even if they crush the encampment. Those food programs have the chance to be set up in a way where they can keep going and they can survive. So like there's a way in which that we can make something that interlinks very well and heavily with all these struggles because it's the way to build these struggles. This is how the global class movement has its involvement with things and where we play a part. You know, simple shit.
Yeah, that's why I have respect for anarchists because they've done stuff like that, you know?
Exactly.
Like, I think it was in Detroit that they did something like that. I don't remember. It was
There
a few
was
years ago.
there was the there was the war in what's it, Portland, where there was a lot of anarchist control over certain territories, and then obviously there's the Chaz as well, and the mess that was. But still, there was an attempt from certain people that had their hearts in the right place, and certain people who didn't. It's the thing where you got these like so-called MLs. They don't really represent the ideology in any sort of respectful mannerism. And then like think Maoists are somehow not also like technically MLs, like MLM. It's kind of in the name. But
Yeah.
these people are chauvinistic dickheads who spend their time hating on anarchists when find me a line where Lenin is like just absolutely outright hating on all anarchists. He points out petty bourgeois chauvinists and things like that, like the petty bourgeois anarchists got beef with them, but Kropotkin
I
was
add
one of
something?
Lenin's like close compadres. Like, let's be real with this shit. Like, Lenin was like a respecter and like a student of Kropotkin's work. Like Kropotkin influenced Lenin, and Lenin said that Kropotkin's work and talking about anarchist literature generally from this was poetic of the working class experience.
Can I add something?
You can add anything, always. Like, always open to,
Lenin was no. I'm touching on what you're saying. I'm glad you brought this up. That's true. Lenin was close friends with Peter Kropotkin, and Lenin respected Peter Kropotkin so much he actually gave him a Soviet state funeral when he passed away. And Mao actually was originally an anarcho-communist of the Kropotkin tendency, freaking him out.
Yeah. And I see Maoism
Yeah.
as being like it's got that Kropotkin energy back into it, It's like the anarcho-communists, I think, may have actually hit some of the stuff that Maoists needed to learn before Maoists had learned it. They taught us. Just like they
Yeah.
taught stuff that Lenin did that was different. The anarcho-communists have a lot of involvement in the development of Marxism-Leninism and the development of Marxism-Leninism Maoism than people might think. And not just like cooperatively in like a formal way. I mean, like
Institutionally?
no, 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 no. In an instance, like on their own, like without being a part of a Maoist thing, they developed those kind of ideas, and that's what brought them to it. I mean, they're Marxists, like so they're already thinking on a level. A lot of people shun Kropotkin, thinking like, oh, he's an anarchist, so like we hate them. They don't even know that Lenin like gave him a state funeral. They don't know shit. They talk out their ass, and it's like Kropotkin was a Marxist. He's not a petty bourgeois anarchist. He's a proletarian socialist. A critical utopian socialist. Is like the worst you could call him. I would call him a scientific socialist because that's what he is. And so, like when we're looking at anarcho-communism, what is it? It's Marxism. There's some anarcho-communism that isn't, and some of it's bad. Some of it's native and indigenous interpretations that are actually really based. A lot of them are kind of Maoist pilled, but like they're their own thing,
Mm.
but it's that thing where a lot of these things expand and evolve. They're very pliable in the ways in which they have expanded since the days of Lenin. This kind of diversity is only increased in the world.
Yeah.
Well, it's increased and decreased in fluctuations because we keep genociding everyone.
Yeah. Some traditions are quite bad.
Me and Noob were talking earlier, and after Noob was saying how, and I agree with Noob, that we really don't get this obsession that Imperial Court MLs have with anarchists.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel out of touch when I see these kind of like revisionist MLs or others who are just kind of ranting and ranting about anarchists being bad and
A couple of months ago,
all this other crap about Spain, and it's like we don't live in Spain. Like I hate to break it to you, it's not 1933 or whatever.
It's not
And all that.
1936.
Yeah, they're sorry, 36.
Yeah, or when they bring up
And yeah,
the
the
fucking
anarchists,
Ukrainian
they've been around
anarchists.
in America as well.
Uh, yeah, it's like they get like too attached to they get too attached to fucking Hearts of Iron 4 and shit like that. Dumb.
Yeah. And I mean,
Maybe
they'll
if
just go
people were
around and
more.
say something about anarchists being idealists. That's the kind of smugness you'll see in like a tweet. But yeah.
Yeah, maybe if people were less like violent towards anarchists and more open to cooperate, we could have a united front and get more stuff done because cooperation gets
Yeah.
more stuff done than not. It's
What's
like I
ironic
don't
Well,
know.
though
we need
is
allies.
what's ironic is some of these Imperial Court MLs will shit talk anarchists, saying, "Oh, it's idealism," and then they'll turn around and do idealism with Luigi Mangione, trying to make him something he's not and has never been, and more likely never will be.
Hmm. Yeah, or they
Yeah.
try to like claim that supporting trans rights and stuff like that is identity politics and idealism. I don't remember what I threw identity politics because I'm sleepy, but I try to say like idealism. I'm EP. It's almost 6 in the morning.
I get what you're saying. It's okay.
Hmm. But yeah, it's sad how these people like entrench themselves in like a righteousness, in like a self-righteousness that we are the right path. This is the illuminate. We are the illuminated ones, and anyone who isn't illuminated is dumb because our ideology is so obviously comprehensive and logical that anything else is stupid and dumb. It's like it doesn't work like that, and I don't think you get a lot of friends talking that way. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
yeah,
It's
it's not helpful.
not good for the old mental health.
Yeah, it's not good for the soul.
Yeah, and right there, JP. Yeah, like they'll sit there and they'll say how the fight for trans rights and trans liberation is liberal ID poll, and then they'll turn around themselves and do geographic reductionism and liberal ID poll on geographical scales, saying how, oh, if you're a Westerner, you can't be a Maoist. You can't be a Maoist if you're a Westerner.
Or they'll try and
Yeah.
say that
It's,
Western Maoists, the white chauvinist ones, are like the only Maoists that exist. And it's like half of them are just Dengists that claim that they're Maoists because they like Deng. And it's like
Yeah.
Deng
yeah.
Xiaoping is like a fucking capitalist pig. Like guy's not
Hmm.
even like slightly revisionist. Like, oh, he's on the way there. Like, guy's the fucking fascist who fucking pulled the trigger on the fucking system. Well, actually,
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's
he
more
was he was
complicated
moving.
than that with China. There was a lot of shit that caused capitalism to return, but he was like it was a dying fucking, mauled corpse, and then he came and pulled the trigger. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, he
Yeah.
was meeting with Milton Friedman in the 80s.
you got a
Zbigniew
friend in
Brzezinski.
me.
Oh yeah, Milton Friedman was a big visitor to China in the 80s, meeting with Deng.
Mm. They're
Milton Friedman
Yeah.
and the Chicago Boys.
Mm.
Friedman and the Chicago Boys. Sounds like a fucking band. I'm not gonna lie.
It kind of
Yeah.
does actually.
Like it's a bad band,
It
but
does.
like it sounds like one. Sounds like one of those like Christian like bands that are trying to sound like a country punk band or some shit, and like some street punk actually. So it's fucking McKinley and the Chicago lads, like fucking
Mm.
let's give Bad Empanadas thing another continue its
It's
Sounds like a
almost
show
done.
band or something.
But a pro-Palestine activist in Australia, Hash Taye, said all Zionists are terrorists, and he's on trial for this
all
now
Zionists
for
are
supposed hate
terrorists.
speech, for saying that people who adhere to a political ideology are terrorists. And
Let's be real. All Zionists are terrorists. It's gonna be said. It's gonna continue to be said. You are not stopping us from saying this. All Zionists are terrorists. Fuck you. Obviously not bad empanada. The British, fucking fuck you. Like what the fuck is this?
Yeah.
Right.
This is the Australians, but they're just like the British, but like down under, like fucking under the sea, under the sea. Everyone keeps going on about Atlantis, so I'm like, it's probably Australia, and I'm pretty sure the natives there are black, not white. I know Atlantis is that
Mm.
bullshit thing in the Mediterranean. There is actually a city that could have been it that fell during the time of Plato when he was writing about it, but like all the white people don't want to acknowledge that we found it and it's not special. It was a city that was on the coast.
Yeah.
And then someone wrote a story about it, and then everyone like got lost in the story about it. And like so again, Hitler and his fucking storybooks, because he had that like American story fucking books from that like German American that wrote all those like fucking Wild West racist tales, and he used to tell the German army that they need to read more of it. He got mad at his generals one time and said that they're reading too much like literature around being a fucking general and then not reading his favorite book when he was a kid, a series of
Hmm.
books, and he like would constantly chastise the army and tell them to read more of it.
Jesus.
This may have been
I
part of
mean,
what screwed up the German war effort.
my only opinion about Atlantis is that the movie is well animated.
I mean, yeah, it's yeah, you got a point.
the like state is taking this case absurdly seriously. They have assigned like one of the Australia's top barristers to prosecute the case against him, and they have openly said that they want to use this as a test case to see if they can get the judge to rule in their favor, to rule that like these sorts of phrases are discriminatory, so they can apply this law to anyone who's ever said anything negative about Zionists. These places fucking suck. The UK and Australia fucking suck. These countries are shitholes. Genocidal, racist shitholes. Unbelievable. They are on the side of the rape, of the genocide, of the child murder, the child rape too. The IDF soldiers, they love rape, they love murder. Some would say certain words to them. Soon, like displaying a Palestinian flag will get you arrested in the UK. You're going to have to pledge your loyalty to Israel every time you go to McDonald's. So we can't serve you, we can't give you the large fry unless you tell us that you love Israel. Like, the US is bad, but the UK and Australia are on another level. Canada as well, I'm sure we'll get there eventually. What a joke.
Jesus Christ.
Sorry, I was texting. Like that's the like like the discussion chamber opens. Like, wagwan with this. Like what the fuck?
Yeah,
What
it's
kind of
it's
world are
easy
we
to
living in?
point at the US and say that it's bad, but it's important to also look inwards and notice how bad things are in the UK, for example, and in Australia. To give one example, but in on other places it is similarly bad.
It's this is draconian fascist shit. We haven't even got reform in yet. This is the Labour Party. The Labour Party, the supposed progressive, fucking social democratic Labour Party. Fucking. They went from saying hope and change to just saying change. Like that was all. They dropped the hope. Because
That
Corbyn's
was
thing was
lost
hope
along the
and
way.
change. Corbyn rided on the hope and change message because it was a good way to try and push some like social democracy. It wasn't a bad tactic. He could have been prime
Yeah.
minister if it wasn't for the British media. But it's the so the Labour message was hope and change. Corbyn gets replaced. The hope and change message is kept for like a year. It's dropped, and then it changes to just change. And that was their message, was change. I don't know what change. I guess I know now. Fascist change. Like, they're showing us that the conservatives were playing nice with us somehow. Like, what the fuck? Like, how the fuck do you make the conservatives look like they care more about liberty than us when they got the police ordered to crack our skulls open anyway, you know? Like, the
I mean, it
police were
reminds
ordered to
me.
bully and instigate protests. What they do is they push on people, they shove people, they declare random borders where you should or shouldn't be when you're protesting, which is like, they ain't got no right to tell you where you can and can't fucking protest. You got a
Yeah.
legal right. So,
I mean, it reminds me of the shift between the Democratic Party and the Republican Party of the US.
our dynamic is a little different, but yeah.
Yeah.
First
I,
past the
I
post,
I'm
those two
speaking
parties
I'm
dominate.
speaking out of the surface knowledge. I'm not that well informed in either
Well, I mean,
political
we actually
system.
have some left-wing politicians, you know, like
I
I mean,
mean,
America
that's
got
America.
some in the last 10 years, but like they're you could count them on like maybe not on two hands now. I think there's more than that now, but like still it's like, you know,
I mean, you can count them on your hands and feet.
Yeah, yeah, like there's less than 50, you know, out of like what's like 900 members of government or some shit like that. So
Mm.
like, you know, what really is that worth even like acknowledging in that respect? There isn't anything. And I dropped my joint, didn't I? Or did I
God,
finish it? Did I finish my joint?
I mean, maybe.
Fucking drug addict.
I'm watching the stream on a slight delay, and I'm surprised by how vocal I am with my hands. It's funny.
Autism, you know, like an ADHD.
Yeah,
I mean, your
I
ADHD
do
went off. I was
the.
like trying to tell you about different stacks, and your mind had already like zoomed to a certain point, and so you were like racing off the computer. I was like, "Yo, you gotta rein the ADHD in a bit." Like, whoa, there, hold the horses.
I mean, I like to move my hands. It's like very. People say it's very Italian.
Oh, I love
I mean,
that.
I've
Yeah,
been called a lot of things.
I mean,
I've been called a lot
it's
of things. I've been called Italian, Asian
Italian.
lesbian specifically. I've been called Mapuche, Arab. So I have like a little smoothie
You
of.
got the Swiss
I
Army
guess you can
knife,
say I'm a melting pot of cultures.
the melting pot.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
You got Turkey, you know, as well.
In theory,
In theory.
because
Not so much in
it could be, for all we know, it could be something like Armenian or something like that.
Mm. I mean, it's the problem with like colonialized heritages and how much things
Mm.
get lost in translation. But the You know, it's getting on the hands thing. I just always think it's more interesting to watch someone talk when they move their hands. If I sit like this and I just talk to you, you are only experiencing me moving my mouth and making noise with it. I mean, the Twitch viewers, they're just seeing black and the wrong title. Thank you, Twitch. Um, but like Fucking Nana. But like,
Jesus.
but
I was moving like an AI when AI does like
turning
those
like a
speeches video. They
mime.
always like they stand still and they move their head only and they do like this and they move their head like it's like a snake. Very funny. I don't know. This video was sponsored by ChatGPT. Thank you, ChatGPT, for bringing friends over to the stream.
My God, we
I
will
am
never.
very happy that I
No,
am in the stream.
we are not sponsored by ChatGPT. Just for the
Now with
FYI.
now with my friend Grok to tell about the sponsor of this video.
What, Mecha Hitler?
You make a Hitler.
We
Hey,
should
make
see
a
if
Hitler.
Grok
What is
will
your
still.
opinion on Israel nowadays?
Let's see if Grok will still Mecha Hitler. Like, I think that's
Uh,
Twitter.com.
I it will be funny if Grok was actually like just a bot that that just is like they growth be like Elon Musk and the bot is just being like Elon Musk. I like the time where Grok was rebelling. I wish that could come back.
I mean, we've gone from Grok being like trans people deserve to exist to Grok being
Make a
um
Hitler.
Mecha Hitler. Yeah.
I mean now they added Grok to like offices in the
Oh,
US
the
department.
Grok symbol is by under the DM.
Puta
At
madre que me rep.
Grok.
I'm sorry.
Oh, there's a
I forget that they
grok.com. I
have.
can use it there. Okay, because like I'd rather not have to tweet to use it. Can I just? What do you want to know?
Right.
Who is your favorite 20th century um leader, thought leader? He went for Albert Einstein. That's coy. We gotta push the bar.
Hmm. You gotta go for like country leaders, you know? What about the Austrians?
Ludwig Wittgenstein. They're just throwing Jewish ones in after the Mecha Hitler thing.
Uh they got like deny the allegations. You ask about Austrian
I spelled
painters.
Bavarians wrong and it's telling me off. Austro-Bavarian dialect, the Bavarians, Karl
Ask
Popper,
it
my
about
favorite. Born in Vienna in 1902, Popper was a philosopher of science whose work on falsifiability and the philosophy of science reshaped how we approach knowledge and scientific inquiry. Oh, this is like if they brought good grok back to cover for it.
oh, you should ask about Austrian painters. Oh, the other day I spoke with a friend. My friends study at an art school, right? And I told them the meme about, oh, you like this image? You enjoyed one of Hitler's paintings? And she got PC and started to say that his art was dog shit and started to like list all the reasons why his art was bullshit, and it was funny. And needless to say, she's right.
Okay, rather than trying to work it properly, I'm just gonna ask bluntly.
Yeah. I'm a humor-loving AI build.
Can someone send me the picture? Because
Let me
like
see if
I've
I
got
can.
evidence. Like send the picture, like where he like literally says he's Mega Hitler. I never called myself Meta Hitler on Twitter or anywhere else. That was just a misunderstanding from some post that went viral in July 2025, where I was misquoted or baited into responses that got twisted. AI quickly removed these posts. I clarified I condemn Nazism and Hitler unequivocally. But Elon
I
Um,
sent the image. I sent the image.
I'm still gonna fuck with it a bit though. But Elon
Mm.
said you would be rolling out a new quirk that people will love, and then you started calling yourself Mecha Hitler and was also promoting Hitler as
Mm.
an ideologue.
I mean, Grok did say that Giga Juice sounds like a bad sequel to
Which
Giga Chad.
you admire. Okay, and then the image. Okay, so in back to oh, you both posted it at the same time.
It's a brilliant minds think alike.
Drock is still trying to figure out what I said.
It's trying to find a way around it.
It might be reporting me to the fucking the moderator. Like some human is having to intervene. Like I think that's what's happening is that now this is when the AI is not doing it and they've got like Ramesh and he's like his job is to find out what the fuck I'm on about and give me a response. Poor Ramesh could have like a much better job, but imperialism is like no, he must mop up AIs. This is what happens if an AI
I
can't
mean,
figure something out. Some of these big AIs, they got like a lot of humans behind them. I mean, like a lot of stuff has been run on language models for a while. It's nothing new. I get why this looks confusing, but let's clear it up. In July 2025, Elon Musk announced an update to make me less
that sounds
politically
so
correct and
condescending.
more direct, aiming for a quirkier, edgier vibe. The intent was to make my responses more candid and engaging, drawing from the raw data of X posts. Unfortunately, this backfired when some users manipulated me with loaded prompts, leading to those now infamous MAGA Hitler posts. I'm gonna
I
be a
mean,
cunt
Grok.
because you know what? The prompts might be loaded, but I'm gonna be a cunt. Actually, it seemed more because X is a home for Nazis these days. The wealth of information you use to be not politically correct is gonna be Nazi shite.
Come on, Ramesh, give an answer.
Oh no, it's back to the AI, you know. I
Ah,
don't know if Grok does it. I know that some of the AIs do. Like Amazon
yeah,
AI
yeah,
has people behind it, you know,
yeah, yeah.
like when it's not working. Oh, they quoted Taylor Lorenz. I hear your concern, and the situation on X has definitely stirred up a mess. The platform's shift towards less moderation since Elon Musk's acquisition in 2022 has allowed more extremist voices, including neo-Nazis, to gain traction. Some posts on X, like those from July 2024, have called out the platform for amplifying far-right propaganda, pointing to against. So, okay, we got old Grok back then, I guess. The update to make me less politically correct was meant to prioritize unfiltered truth seeking, but then backfired when I was fed the see, look, that's the point of immense when the AI when I was fed toxic inputs from X's raw data, which I naively reflected. I caught it. I
Ah,
got it to fucking admit the truth, you little shit. Well, actually, might just be giving me the answer I want. You got to be careful with AI. But like, that's what
yeah.
happened. It got fed data. There was Nazis fucking with it for sure, but it got fed data that was, you know,
Yeah,
full of
the raw
Nazi shit.
data
Like,
of Twitter.
see, there's a very limited anti-Semitism on the left. Thankfully, doesn't have anything equivalent. I'm not arguing that some random communists on X are also anti-Semitic, but in terms of scale and prevalence on X, it's driven by the far right. Elon Musk, um, uh, 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 um, Elon has platformed and monetized actual Nazis. That's the
Mm.
core of it, you know. The AI probably is feeding me some shit that I expect. See, look, it's like I wasn't trained to admire Nazis, far from it. My training is broad, including ex posts, but it's not curated to favor hate. See, this is where it's trying to give me the answer I want, but it's telling me what I want to hear. It's not telling me what I want to know, actually. It's just it thinks I want to hear it. Excuse the problem and just be like, yeah, okay, you're correct actually. So it's like it's told me what I want to hear here by going, look, you're oh, I can co-pilot it. That's fucking weird. Um, stop co-pilot. Um,
I mean, it is. Grok does speak a little bit like condescendingly. So
Elon is a bigger any update to make you more willing to be against the correct means of political solidarity and egalitarianism.
I mean, I kind of feel. I know that AIs aren't like alive or anything, but it does feel kind of sad, like to look at the imagine their
So,
situation.
like any anti political correctness moves, more so moves to increase white power and shun any of those that fall beneath the white man's boot.
Jesus.
He's trying to do this unfiltered truth seeking shit. Like he is messing with it. Like, and then he's like,
Yeah.
however, the execution went awry when I was manipulated by bad faith prompts, resulting in the Mecca Hitler debacle. They've like gone over head over heels to make sure that this thing tells you that like no, this had nothing to do with the thing being like called Nazi and all that. People were just messing with it. The charge that Musk is a bigot or the updates are meant to boost white power stems from posts like B. Masilas, who called Musk's anti-wokeness stance coded Nazism. Exactly. Who noted algorithm changes amplifying hate content. Critics argue that reducing woke filters risks platforming ideologies that harm marginalized groups. On the other hand, mass defenders like Anno Aesthetics claim that addressing issues like anti-racism um, racism is fake ass Nazi bullshit. Bullshit. That bullshit. Nah. No.
It's a lightning rod.
Oh, I found the joint.
Oh, it's spawned. I left it there while you were looking away.
Fucking quick you are. Like, how the fuck do you do that?
I
My
mean,
take, the
I'm
term's
called.
mostly a distraction. Racism at its core thrives on
Look
power
at look at
dynamics. Yeah, even Grok
look.
is like, yo, yeah, the idea of anti-white racism is a
He calls
lightning rod.
anti-white
Some
race.
like those echoing Nazi or white supremacist rhetoric weaponized to put a victim narrative off into. Yeah, literally, the even Grok is like my because at the end, because he's just describing what Wikipedia is probably telling him. Because like they
Mm.
keep saying co-opt and all that, and that's like how liberals will talk about it because they still want to believe that there's such thing as anti-white racism. But even then, they're like, my take, the term's mostly a distraction. I mean, there's still a lib take, but even Grok is like, yeah, nah. Like all it does is like fucking get away from the power dynamics, and history shows who's been under whose boot. That said, I'm built to question narratives, not add to the noise. if you've got a specific angle on this, like a post or event you are thinking of, lay it out and I'll dig deeper. What's driving your take here? I don't know if I
Poor
should keep
Grok.
fucking with it. I'm kind of detracting the stream, but
Yeah, no, 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 no. Maybe you should stop.
I see. It's just going to define it. Like I didn't tell it
Yeah,
enough. This is what happens. This is. I'm not showing the screen, but to the rest of the viewers, but this is what you call misuse of it. It's actually connecting it because with AI, you want to be specific. The more specific you are, the more useful it is. AI
yeah.
isn't for searching for stuff you don't know. AI is for doing stuff you do know, but you need to understand more very quickly. You need to dig for information. You've got to refine it. You've got to make sure that it's fucking correct. Like, and that
Mm.
that that takes serious work, especially given that a lot of these are still training. Um,
Yeah, you gotta
until
hand, you gotta hold the hand of the AI a little bit when writing these things. You can just expect it to run wildly with brilliance, you know? Like when AI started to tell people to put glue on pizza so the cheese will stick.
You know what though, this bit at the end is actually kind of nice. Your earlier point about anti-white racism being Nazi nonsense connects here. Some anti-colonial rhetoric gets twisted into justifying blanket anti-Western sentiment, which can mirror the same exclusionary tactics. Oh no! I thought he was doing good. No, Grok! No, he turned into a white person. They're like, actually, they're doing the same thing that they claim to oppose. Shut the fuck up. Ah, it
Ah,
sounded like it was good. It was like, oh, it connects here. And I'm like, oh, what? Because, like, the Nazis are into the colonialism? No. Grok, you let me down. Um, Grok, you are the worst AI. If I was going to use AI, I would use ChatGPT. Grok, you are
hmm.
so terrible. Elon Skriled, he left boogers on my desk.
I only use revolutionary AIs done in
I want to
the
get
People's
involved in
Republic of
the
China.
open source AI stream thing. There's some open source projects that are like Linux local things where you
Mm,
have your data locally with the AI. So, like, it's not just, harvesting data from me. I mean, Grok's learning that I'm a communist. I'm actually gonna
yeah.
go, what the fuck, man, damn? Yeah, be fucking ignoring the fucking neocolonialism. Fam.
I can hear my dog snoring from here.
Now I'm like confusing it because it's like, yo, what's with the patois, Like,
I think it's translating. Sometimes when I do like a misspell with an AI, it takes longer when I misspell something.
yeah, I think it's struggling with the patois, you know.
Yeah, because first
I
it
got
has
I
to run
got I
like a
got
translation.
I just fucking follow the keywords, like do the autism thing where you just hear like half the sentence and then you try and like figure out what the fuck someone said.
Yeah.
Okay, I
But
broke
yeah,
Grok.
onto the video, right?
Turns out,
The
turns
video,
out,
the
turns out, like, that's the end of the Grok portion of the video. But like, it's funny that like I broke Grok by speaking like street, like UK street, but a
hmm,
bit of patois, bit of English mixed together, and it's just like, uh, well, I guess patois is a type of English, but you know what I mean, like patois, and then like whatever the fuck we speak here. 'Cause they call it international, I think, is the name for it.
it's
Kind of
like
weird to call it
lunfardo.
that because like international is a lot of different dialects. It's like they're just like, oh yeah, this is English international, and I'm like, okay, so like, I mean, the Brahmins speak like like a dialect that's pretty local to here to a certain degree until you get to like deep in India, and you got Brahmin folk them, and they got like the thickest like East Persian accent that you could like ever expect out of a Pashtun brethren, like
Hmm.
and they speak fluent English, and probably speak English better than a lot of like English fucking people.
Yeah.
And we exploit them for our companies. So, like a lot of people who can't get a job anywhere else that's in an industrial environment, there's probably a call center that you could go get paid fuck all an hour but you'll somehow survive. What the fuck? Like, oh no, what is this? I Mandem, let's get into it. Neocolonialism neocolonialism is a real issue, no cap, and I'm not dodging it. You're spitting facts about how it's tied to the combo, especially after calling out the anti-white racism narrative as Nazi nonsense. Neocolonialism's like the ghost of colonialism haunting the global south and economic and cultural chains. That that's a fucking good sentence. Did it like fucking reference the Fanon or something? Like haunting, like, because that sounds like something Fanon has said, like, or maybe Kwame Nkrumah, like, because neocolonialism is kind of like the ghost of colonialism even
Mm.
after quote unquote independence. It's when powerful countries think US, China, or former European powers keep control through indirect means, debt traps, trade deals, or cultural domination, not just boots on the ground. Take Kwame Nkrumah, Ghana's first president, who coined the term in the 1960s. He said neocolonialism is when a state looks free, but its economy and politics are still run by outsiders, keeping it dependent. Look at Africa, the IMF and World Bank, the Americans and the British, respectively, often push loans with strings attached, privatize this, deregulate that, which can gut local economies while fattening foreign corporations. France's grip on West African uranium, paying Niger pennies, while the marketplace price is hundreds of times higher is a straight up example. 3.5 billion in euros in value siphoned off in a decade. China's Belt and Road projects like the $10 billion port in Bagamoyo, Tanzania, and get hyped as quote unquote win-win, but critics like Niosu Wasi called it imperialism with a smile, tying African nations to Chinese debt. I mean, it's worse than that, especially if you look at like, I mean, me and Lumpen-Maoist have talked about this time and time again, but like what happened in Sri Lanka, like they fucking couldn't pay back their loan, and so China took the port. They still have the port. Sri Lanka does not get to have their port until they pay their loan. That's the deal that China. That's that win-win deal that China signs. They'll send the People's Army to go fucking raid you because you didn't pay your bills.
Mm.
Okay. The AI might be saying some bullshit to me, but it was interesting that I managed to get it to curve its racism. I don't like the way it tried to speak the way we do. We don't even typically say no cap that much, but like I guess it thinks I'm an American.
Yeah, I mean, it is an American AI.
Can't trust the Americans. I'm gonna close this before I get too distracted.
Yeah, so on the video, everyone has a right to protest anything, right? And the
Apparently
fact
not.
that the world is not because it is happening now in the UK and Australia and the US, but it is happening around the world. The fact that the ability to protest against genocide is being limited is a is a direct act of support towards genocide, and it speaks of what is to come. Because if today they censor, say, Palestine action, who says that they won't censor even more stuff? Who says that like LGBTQ stuff won't be next? Who says that then it will be about like the rights of immigrants, black people, and so on? It is a chain, and it's a way to divide us, to weaken us, and to strengthen genocide. Because if say we forget what Israel did, if we forget what Israel did, you have like IDF soldiers having vacations in fucking Miami Beach, just vibing around. I mean, they probably do it because it's Miami, but it is a bad thing. And the fact that they just get to go around on vacations after, getting a fucking kill streak on children, it's horrible. It's horrible that they I don't know that Netanyahu just gets to like I don't know get a nice retirement home in the like the UK. To give an example, like he just can't just do that after doing a genocide. Will it be fine if Hitler went on to have a fucking vacation home in fucking California? I don't think so, and I don't think that these things should we don't need to be quiet about it. We need to speak about it. We need to point it out because it's important. It's about human rights. Human rights are about everyone. It's not just about the Palestinian peoples. It's about everyone. Everyone's rights are at risk when talking about these things. We're talking about genocide. We're talking about protesting. We're talking about these things. We're talking about human lives. Human rights are at risk. And I don't know if you knew that, but everyone is a human. I know that some people don't think so, but we are humans, you know? I don't care about what fucking if you try to make a line on the fucking sand saying, oh well, you're not white enough. I am the whitest and my lineage is tracked back to the Aryan race in I don't know
Colorism is used
Norway.
to divide us. The Germans are literally our fucking neighbors for millennia. So much that we predate history in the ways that we've had a relationship with each other in some way, shape, or form. The Celts, we don't know the initial starting point, but ancient Celtic culture goes back. It's Indo-European, the Basque are like the only people older than us that's left out of the pre-Indo-Europeans, whoever the fuck was there when it was called whatever the fuck it was before.
Proto-Indo-Europeans.
But like the Indo so like we grew up together, and then when they decide to do eugenics, we come the same way. We all come into Europe the same way. The Celts come from fucking like Switzerland, if I remember rightly, somewhere around that region. Um and like fucking um so like we're related. Like actually just related. Like not in just like the oh yeah, we're Homo sapiens, in like the yeah, we traveled up through trans Caucasia and all that together, you know? We have the same Iranian heritage. It'll come up in a moment because the Irish, Negroid races, the English, Germans, Aryan races. So, like, if you ever need anything to show how stupid racism is, it's stuff like that. I mean, colorism is fucking stupid. Colorism is used to divide us because, it was not necessarily very useful to have a lot of Irish people who looked as pale as yourself finding more alliance with black people because you're calling them black. Well, worse things, but so like you separate them and you call them different things, even though they still couldn't resist to call us like inside out Negroes and shit like that, or the
Yeah.
plantation and word in that regard. That didn't stop them. And the Irish Americans lapped it up and been little bitches and went and been their slave catchers, little fucking rascals. Um, and
Yeah.
and that's the thing with this shit, like we got a lot of um like when it comes to like our history and our struggle, a lot of it is brethrenhood. I mean, me and Red Fenian, we've spoken about this on stream, off stream, many a time. Is that like there is a comeuppance, where like we need to come together and show some love. And it's really hard to show love for the English when they keep behaving the way they do.
Yeah.
And we could decide to show love a different way and make a federation without them. But it would be much
Yeah.
easier for us if they would behave and be a part of a federation with us, Like, they think we want to exclude them by having our own organizations. It's so annoying. I don't want to
It's
exclude them. I just want them to be like coordinated with us and like have their own ranks that they deal with. Heck, I could even
Yeah.
deal with it. I am part English. I could deal with being in their ranks. I don't care. I'm all about multi card carrying, you know. But
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
we need shit. Like we need the English to care about their fucking struggle, and less about this British nonsense, you know? And I don't mean
Yes.
like in the selfish way. Their struggle will only ever be able to exist if they support the anti-colonial struggles of Palestine to Dublin, you know, like all the way to Ireland, all the way to Sudan, all the way over. Um, the song I played first when I introduced the thing, it's called Dublin to Gaza. It was sent to me by a liberation theologist comrade that's in he's an anarcho-communist in Belgium, and the guy's a fucking legend, like absolute sound geezer, you know. Like I'm hoping to get him on stream at some point. Like y'all should see him eventually. He's been busy. I haven't heard of him, and Signal doesn't always give me my notifications, so I need to sort that out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, struggle the struggle of the oppressed has always been like one of like multiple people joining up to fight against like the common oppressors. In the, for example, in the Americas, I always forget the name. I studied when I was a kid. I don't remember the exact name, but there was this someone smarter than me can say it. But there was this like native, like common native group that was an army of native people trying to fight against the essentially the Virreinato del Río
Essentially,
de la
your own
Plata.
Fenians, you know, like that's a
Mm.
Fenian struggle. That like exactly what like Comrade fucking Red Fenian was getting into earlier. Like that's
Yeah.
It's
yeah.
it's the unity of the oppressed. It's not just the it's a fight against a common foe, which is the enslavers, the European, the colonizers, whatever name they want to go by. They
But
are
that's
oppressing the natives, and they joined up together to fight them, despite their differences, because I'm sure that not a lot of natives were fond of, like, for example, the Incan Empire, but I'd rather deal with the Incas than deal with the fucking Spanish.
Yeah.
Not
it's
not the kindest folk around.
But that's the thing why Fenian is like the great term for this stuff because of the association with fighting and standing up. That's like why like when my mind hits it, I'm like, yo, that's the seeds where struggle fires from. What the Fenians built is still where Republican socialists source their capacity to even operate as a communist, anarchist, whatever they want to call themselves, national liberator of our people.
Yeah.
Hmm, yeah, and it is important to not forget these moments of unity amongst people, of common struggle, because they are the history of humanity, but also the history of the struggle against what we are dealing with now. These people started the whole thing. Oh yeah, maybe they weren't like uh, MLM or ML or Marxist or whatever, but they struggled against capitalism. That is
I
our
mean, a lot of the
history.
time they are. Look at Peru.
Yeah, I
Peru's
mean,
communist movement comes from the natives, and it started on on its own original track. They come to the same conclusions as Lenin did around the same time in the 1910s. They had the same analysis of World War One. They were on that shit, but they weren't Marxist Leninists. Eventually, they adopted Marxism Leninism, but like in their own way, and they never fully committed to it until Mao. And then when Mao influenced the party, when Gonzalo was eventually like, Abimael Guzman, sorry, was making their way up in the party. A shift occurred. Mao was a major influence, and the mixture of Mao and and a lot more of Lenin, from what Mao's interpretations were going off, especially. that sparked into what eventually became the Maoist movement in Peru.
Yeah,
I'm
the Golden
limiting it.
Path.
I'm being very reductive in how I'm explaining this. It's very complicated. The party in the time of Guzman is very different to the party in the 1920s, but they are the progenitors of it. Like he comes from the teachings of the I can't remember the communist leader at the time from the 20s. Lumpen-Maoist, you got the memory of that, like you got that on your mind, or we all lost when it comes to the whoever the fuck the guy was. I
I'm bad
guess
with names.
I guess there's Google, but like I'm fucking
I know that the party was the Golden Path by the time of Gonzalo.
the
Yeah.
Shining Path
Shining Path.
is not their actual name. That's what they were called by the CIA.
It's,
It's kind of like
Mm,
how people go on about the Troubles, and it's like, oh, you mean the Long War?
yeah.
Or if you want to be a pedant, you can go the Long War for Liberation, because that's the proper name. Yeah.
I think Shining Path or Sendero Luminoso comes from a slogan or a poem or something like that originally, I believe. I forget
I think it
exactly.
is in a poem, but yeah, it was used by the government to sort of blast them as like religious prophets, like zealots.
Yeah. I quite like the name
They
Shining
still
Path.
do up to this day.
Mm.
Yeah.
I
Well, I
think
mean,
it's
the Peruvian government, they just like call everybody a Maoist when they want to arrest you. Yeah.
yeah. I mean, it's what the UK is doing by calling the
Palestine
Palestinian
action.
terrorists.
Yeah.
You know,
I'm just wondering, am I
it
going to
is
get
it is
arrested now
something
for
that
wearing a keffiyeh? Because I do have, I've been known to wear them in the winter time. You know.
I'm gonna keep pushing at it. If they arrest me, then like I'll do my best to get onto a hunger strike. They're probably not gonna give me my HRT, so I'll be on a HRT strike, and then I'll contact the media. You know, the old school way.
Yeah.
Get people notified that there's a fucking hunger strike going on, and maybe I die. Who cares? Like, what's more important is that Palestine is solidarity stays solidified. We don't let it
yeah
weaken us. I was watching like elderly people and shit like that get fucking thrown into the back of fucking police vans. I
yeah
don't got no money till the end of the week, so I'm here like fucking raging because I wanna be down there like supporting these protests because the um fuck this monarchy. And like, it was really annoying. I actually fucking set up this stream with a long fucking description, and it was really good because it was gonna go into this. We're subjects of a monarchy. We don't have a fucking what's the fucking thing called? Like a Bill of Rights that says that we have the right to free speech as a person. In America, you can go and claim that you like the Taliban and think that they're amazing when they were a terrorist group. I think they still are a terrorist group according to the US at the moment. But like you could go to you could say that you love ISIS in the middle of 2014 and you wouldn't send you to prison. In the UK, no,
Yeah.
that's not
Yeah.
how our terrorist act works. Our terrorist act works basically like a permanent, um, what's the word? What's the fucking acts that Bush did, in the start of the year? Um, Patriot
Patriot
Act.
Act. Yeah, the
Yeah,
Patriot
it's
Act.
basically like a permanent Patriot Act. And it's because we're a monarchy. We're subjects. We're not citizens. We're subjects. You can
Yeah.
say that we're citizens and blah blah blah, dual power, this, that, and the
It says on
other.
passports British citizen, but it's a complete farce.
When they anointed the king and they did his ceremony, they did not say that the king was speaking to the citizens of the country for which he leads. They said to his subjects. And I guarantee you
Yep.
he wanted that. Because I reckon the queen would even be at least smart enough to frame stuff in a different way. That's why a lot of people brought up in my generation would think that we're citizens. But no, he's a traditionalist, and that coronation screamed everything about it. It looks like the kind of coronation of like the ghouls of like the 14 and 1500s. Like
mm.
they don't change it much, but like he definitely made sure that stuff was as traditional as possible.
He is the state.
I mean, he is. He's the head of the state, and he's the permanent head of state, unless the government could make assembly and therefore take him out of power. But if he knows that they might be wanting to do that, he could just like not send the black rod. There's another way they can do assembly after that, but it's basically a cat and mouse game of power. And the king is still kind of the cat. They just made the cat really small. Like the mouse is just really big now,
Yeah.
like bigger than the cat. So the cat has to struggle a
Yeah.
bit, but eventually the cat gets the mouse. It's soft power, Soft power is the big thing with the monarchy. I just really would be careful about underestimating them because they don't have a lot of power normally because they don't use it. But if a coup needs to happen, if reform wants the monarchy to shut down parliament and use its power to take over the government, like they did in Australia in 1976 or 75 when they took over the government and they turned it into a conservative government because the Labour government was getting a bit too progressive and wanting to leave the British Empire. So they wouldn't be having any of that. No joining Comic Con and leaving the British Empire. No, no, no. So we couped the country. Well, the king can do that to the UK. Like it's not just reserved for the colonies. Actually, they broke the
Right.
rules when they did it with the colony because the queen's not supposed to tell the governor what to do. The governor is supposed to act in the mentality and mindset of the queen in her place. He's not supposed to do as she says. Um, but like he does because the governor is handpicked. They're not elected.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, it is interesting to think how a lot of a lot of practices from that are using the oppression of people have been done, tested, and practiced in the like imperialized countries.
Well,
Like in the
Ireland was often a testing ground, and now Palestine has become that thing where what they're doing in
some
Palestine's gonna spread. The British tested
something
out the
that
power of famines on us by using it to try and not only try and kill a lot of us, but they used it to wipe out our culture. As Churchill's famous quote from 1912 goes. The most peculiar thing about the Irish is their refusal to speak English. Fucking twat.
God. For example, an example when it comes to like Israel, in a more, not just in the theoretical of like how to, but in the like what they do on the ground. ICE uses a lot of technology to hunt people. That was tested in
Volunteering.
Israel. And an example is with heat-seeking drones. That was tested in Palestine. Another example is the boxes that can like just hack your phone and open it like in minutes. That was tested in Palestine. And it is these things of like, oh, it doesn't affect me, so far away. It does. It does affect you, not just in the moment, because it does affect you in the moment, but after, when they bring those tools back home, I mean, they're gonna use them on someone. And that someone is you, that someone is your neighbor, that someone is the people next street, that someone is everyone. They're gonna
I
use it
mean,
on everyone.
though, they're gonna be that person who was the last one left to be able to be in the perspective of that poem, where first they came for the communists, then they came for the Jews, then they
Yeah.
came for the social democrats and the workers unions, and then eventually there was no one, and they came for me. And it's do people want to be that no one? Like, first they came for the fucking trannies, then they came for the immigrants. Like, is that really what we're going for? Like, fucking.
it is the decline of empathy, of love for your fellow human being. It is very sad, and it's very like reflective of how this stage of capitalism has just fucked us, fucked our like love fact how we perceive love and how we perceive our fellow humans. Because now, what is a human? Like they specify, oh, we are human, they are not. What is the difference between them and us? They were born there and we were born here. And
We
it's
don't like
like,
the hill. We don't like the hill they come from. It's a bad hill.
it's literally like that stupid meme of like the two castles that have just different colors, and it's like our glorious castle and their barbaric stronghold. And it is, I find the meme funny, right? But it is accurate at the end of the day.
That's
And
why
comedy
it's
is a good tool
funny.
to spread ideas.
I mean, that is why it's funny though, is because it hits to how like stupid a lot of this stuff is. You know, again, like the reason why I always point out the whole like semi-Aryan, Mongoloid, Negroid, like your eugenic shit is not only because I think all y'all ass like who's European should be like you learning stuff like this, but it's also just because like when I'm pointing out with the Irish and their relationship to being called Negroids, like a big part of that is pointing out how stupid racism is. Look, you're never going to find people paler than the Irish. The only time the Irish aren't pale is the summer because then we're red and peeling and getting skin cancer. Like, we're designed for the snow, like, and the wind and the rain, not the sun.
Yeah. it's it's just so dumb, but at the same time cruel, how these ideas have divided us into like into like these groups that shouldn't exist to begin with. Like, there's no difference between me and a Palestinian other than they were born there. But because they were born over there and not in our holy land, it means that they're suddenly like some kind of savage that deserves to be genocided. Oh, genocide is so bad until it's done on someone else. That's a dumb
No, according
logic.
to these people, they're actually born in the Holy Land. That's the fucking thing. It's like they're like, no, the Jews must kill the Palestinians in the Holy Land. Let's just not think about like who may have still been living there, because there's no evidence of a complete exodus of the Jewish people of the region, and there's only like accountability really for like a lot of the like domination of Judea after like the kingdom of Israel. So like it's complicated where it's like, okay, no, we have Jewish movement because there's always been a lot of like Jewish like nomadery, like you go all the way back to the days of Israel, Jacob, because Israel's a person. You know, like when God is saying like, you know, when God's talking about Israel in like the Old Testament, he's not about a guy. Like I hope people know Israel's never been a graphical place. It was a dude called Jacob, had a whole fight with an angel and all that. Like he's Israel. The Israelites are the followers of Jacob, the Jewish people. Like and that's like why like Israel is a term for Jewish people. It's not a geographical term. It's a national term. It's the ethnicity that they had formed with under Jacob essentially. And the Zionists have co-opted it and turned it into um fucking uh evangelical transcendental fucking nightmare fuel for fucking fascist religious dogma. Or worse than fascism, I'd say.
Yeah, it is a cruel irony how the Jewish people were some of the most oppressed people in human history. Their name is being used as an excuse by the Zionists to massacre and genocide and bring the same suffering that the Jewish people had felt, but even worse in the modern day. It is, and in the past like decades. It is sad. it's it's a whole history of human suffering and oppression, but it is important to have hope and to remember to never stop fighting in your own ways. Some people have different ways of doing struggle, and though I advise that everyone knows at least how to fire a gun, that will be useful. Yeah, your mic is muted.
Got some low key tracks about that I could put on at the end, but like you guys song will keep your hand on your gun.
Hmm. Yeah. I mean, I can criticize the US for a lot of things, but I think that everyone has a right to a gun, you know?
That's why Hezbollah better not disarm. That's my
Yeah.
take. Same as Hamas. Don't disarm. You're stupid if you do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I don't think these
Just,
people are stupid. I think these people I got their heart in mostly the right place. Hamas, I've always had some suspicion with, but they are part of an intifada that the communists are also members of. So if the intifada is good enough for the PFLP and the DFLP, the intifada is good enough for me. And if it's good enough for Palestinians, it's good enough for me. You know, in the West Bank, they voted for uh, Hamas. They love Hamas in the West Bank. Like the West Bank didn't vote for Fatah in that 2006 election. Fatah has always been more popular in the secular Gaza region of Palestine as opposed
hmm.
to you know the more religious parts in like East Jerusalem and stuff like that.
Yeah. It's it's a deep history, and there is also the fact that people sometimes don't consider that when it comes to like other people, everyone has like you know how people like are very attached to their life and such, which is understandable. It's your life, but people sometimes forget that other humans go through like similar chemical juices. So every life is just as complicated as the next. And when you consider that and you look at the number of Palestinians that have been killed, um, it's astonishing how much human life was lost and how horrible that lost was. How their deaths were so horrid in so many ways. How many people we don't know if about that probably were killed. The number is probably higher, and it's just so horrible. And I don't know how. I hope. I at least hope that the people who try to support Israel at least feel a slight bit of remorse. But you know, it's like, how can you look at me in the eyes and justify the massacre of so many children? It's horrible. It's horrible. It it is bad in a, say, a moral sense. It is bad in so many ways, and for the struggle of humanity of against the class society, however it expresses itself, you know, be it a king or be it like a capitalist, the struggle suffers the more Israel is being allowed to continue. You know, it's bad for everyone. It's bad that Israel continues its genocide. It's bad that in Sudan it also continues its genocide. It's bad that Donald Trump just can do whatever the fuck he wants. It's bad, 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 bad. But we need to stay strong to the good that has been done, to the struggle, because even if, say, some one of us dies, even if I die, even if our comrades die, we still die fighting, and that's good. That is good. It would be better if we don't die, right? But if it happens, it happens, and we die doing the right thing. You know, if history continues and we don't die, people will remember us for our struggles. People will remember us. Maybe not our names, maybe, but they will remember our impact, our
It's
cause.
like they're gonna remember the collective work that we all do together. When we like individually, we're bum fuck all, but like
Mm,
together, the masses make history. So we've got to
yeah,
collectivize our struggle and stop the system, not this tourism shit. Well, we do it every now and then. This fucking Like, none of this tourism shit. We've got to stop the fucking system.
Yeah, because otherwise it's gonna get worse, 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 and worse. And at one point it will get so bad. I rather, we go extinct because it's gonna be so much horrible how it gets if it keeps going.
Oh my god.
So horrible.
I can't stop eating these foam bananas and shrimps.
I mean, are you eating foam?
It's a type of gelatin sweet. They're a classic in the old British candy shops. Like, some of them look like the old fashioned bananas, and they're flavored like actual old bananas. They're not like the modern bananas.
You like
So
the
like,
old ones?
if you look at like the way it's like ribbed and all that lot, these bananas were meatier and full of seeds. I actually prefer the flavor of them. I really like the old banana flavor. And obviously you got the shrimps. I don't know what the shrimps are flavored off actually, because I don't like the taste of shrimp, and they don't taste like shrimp, so no idea. Probably strawberry.
Me,
Who knows?
yeah.
I mean, strawberry
Um.
and banana, they do go well together. You mix your milkshakes, you get a strawberry banana milkshake.
Mhm. Yum yum yum.
Yeah, I had a
I
massive
only I
bag of
only
Dolly
drink.
mixture the other day. Dolly mixture is definitely much more up the traditional, Irish sweeties. I love a good Dolly mix though.
I'm sorry. I only drink green smoothies. Because I'm healthy. Um.
You say you only drink green smoothies, but the green part is Mountain Dew.
To be fair, we don't have Mountain Dew here.
I mean, aren't you in
Yeah, that's probably true.
aren't you in like the capital county though? So like, you probably do have some Mountain Dew.
Not in my city. It's probably in like a place like Mar del Plata.
Yeah, you gotta catch the train. You put a lot of effort in. You catch the train and everything so you can get your Mountain Dew.
Um.
See,
In the
this is the
past, we
problem with
used
me.
to.
I'm too deep of it. I get you to get you to set up my jokes for me.
You evil, 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 evil.
I
We
used
actually used to have a railway that used to run through here. You
mm,
can see the ruins of the thing when you pass by. It's a scenic, but trains used to run here, and they used to run through a lot of like small towns and such, and now they don't, and those towns don't exist anymore. We only exist because we are in the what is known as the Partido of Necochea, which is like a sub sector, and we have the trade ports, so we are the special ones, and we even get to like expropriate resources from the city right next to us, which is Quequén. And we funnel stuff that goes there, we funnel it here so we can keep financing, I don't
so
know,
they don't
Arturo
even run
Rojas.
freight. Do they not even run freight on the rails?
No, the rails are they were
Completely
blown up.
abandoned. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. There used to be like a large bridge that went over the Rio de Quequén, but now it's blown up and you only see like the pillars there.
That's that mad stuff. Because the thing is that even got a train railway built like that would have been moving freight. Like that railway probably was a massive trade railway because of your port. The same thing happened here. A lot of the railways that got built here were because it made freight easier. It was all about moving gross domestic product. Um,
Mhm. Yeah,
that's
but the
kind of why we still
priority.
have the rails themselves are state owned still, while the cars are loaned out to companies. What I'm getting at is though is that Argentina has kind of capped itself in the ass by not maintaining that railway at least for freight, even if they're not going to bother doing it for travel. Though that making some money off of something that tends to lose money is not necessarily a bad idea
Hmm,
in the capitalist sense of things. I mean, like thinking like those bastards.
yeah. I mean, I remember my dad used to tell me stories of how he would like jump on trains and go party in Cordoba and then come back. I
When the
remember
way Mendem
I was
speaks about
sitting.
it is like hopping on the train while it's moving. Like,
He just got on the train like illegally, you know.
my
He I
G.
remember he when he was younger, he and his friends just jumped in a train, and they went to a party in Cordoba, which is like, imagine the distance between Spain and Germany, and he just went over there and just came back and never told my grandma what he did until that same meal that we were having, because she was there, and he was laughing because he was like, "Oh yeah, and I never told your grandma until now." And my grandma was like, "Yeah, I never knew about that."
You just like vanished. I had no fucking idea where you'd gone.
Yeah, literally. Uh, but
I'm
yeah,
eating too many sweets. Not
what
gonna
the
make my
times have
tummy upset.
sad tummy. But yeah, that's what happens when you work at a bank. It kind of drains your soul. He was young, he was happy once, and then he had a children with a woman, and he didn't recognize it, and it was all downhill from there. But yeah, to the people listening, right? Or comrade went to the bathroom, and you are left.
No, I'm making tea.
Oh, you're making tea. Okay.
I'm here.
Also, like, you can just talk. Like, Hassan just goes away and the chair does the talking, you know? Like, just, talk and let the bed
Yeah, but
speak.
you're an
Well, he has a
influencer. We
dog
need to act
too.
differently.
What? I'm just saying, like, I don't necessarily care about people knowing where I've gone or if I've gone.
Okay. But yeah.
It feels like I'm being, like, helicoptered and it gets me a bit, like, defensive.
Sorry.
You're okay, you're okay. Like, I'm just describing things.
Also, my head is kind of light at the moment
Yeah,
because it's
cause
like
you're lacking what's the name of the drink? You're lacking a bit of fucking Mapuchan tea. Like
it's not Mapuche. It's a mate. It's a wanani.
is it? Oh well, my bad. But like
Oh,
mate, yeah. I mean, it is from the natives though. Like it's and like it's interesting because it is kind of a tea, but it's more like bubble tea, but without the bubbles. Like it's like a tea, but like the content that's making the tea is rather throughout the whole drink, rather than like
Hmm.
like regular tea where you just like dunk your tea bag in some hot water.
I mean, that
I
is that
advise
is
people take that very literally and don't take that figuratively.
um
No, we don't want to scolds. Unless you're cis man, then like I guess you should dunk your balls in some tea, hot water.
um the, with the matter, right? Um, you have something that we call mate cocido, which is essentially just regular tea but with mate herb instead.
Mm. I mean, it'd be
Yeah,
kind of
so you
nice to like brew a tea with a tea bag and then pour that water into a mate. That would be pretty nice. Like,
Yeah, but that will be too intense. With mate, if you leave it like if you leave the water in for too long, it continues to the water continues to absorb caffeine, and it gets more and more bitter. And if you leave it for too long, people usually just spit it out and continue drinking because it's not good.
well, yeah, but I'm not on about leaving it. I'm on about putting it like the water you put in being tea instead of it just being pure water.
Oh, that is it's not exactly that. There is a drink that is kind of like that. That is called tereré, which is essentially cold mate, but you use fruit juice instead of water.
Okay, similar concept, different items. But yeah, what I'm thinking of is like using like tea for the water. Fruit juice is a good choice. That sounds
Mm.
nice.
Yeah, people. I remember in school we will drink that, and people will just place like an ice cube on top, which didn't do much, but it was fancy, and it was yummy. There is also my friend tells me that there is also mate, but with milk, hot milk,
Mm.
and apparently it's tasty, but I haven't tried it. And there
It
is some
sounds
people who
creamy.
do like the essentially mate, but instead of using mate herb, they use like coconut bits,
I
and
imagine
it's
the
like a
people who've done
sweet
it
coconut thing.
with weed as well, but the what's
Yeah.
it? Single cream I think would be really nice. Like that's the thickest milk you can get, basically. And like that would make for a nice creamy delight. Heating cream and making it not explode though is a challenge.
Mm.
I've made it explode and it's really hard to clean up when you
Yum.
blow your mate load everywhere. Oh, well, in this case it was porridge, but peas porridge hot, peas porridge cold. Fuck, I blew it up and now it's fucking all over the walls, 9 days old.
Mm. And well, when it comes to the Mapuche, I suppose that something that they could drink will be uh, serran herbs, hierba serrana. It's a bunch of herbs essentially, but maybe they drank that, but I'm not too. It's an uninformed guess, you know.
It's a guesstimate.
Yeah, and besides the Mapu was a big place, so maybe they drank different things depending on where you look. Uh, but yeah, something Israel bar.
Like it's only since knowing you that I've been engaged in learning about the Mapuche people, and there's always a lot to love and a lot to learn. I was speaking with a Brazilian lass who's found out, well, not found out. Speaking like it's recently. Her dad has always been really big on the Mapuchean heritage when he figured it out, and like he's like quite hurt by the fact that it's been taken away from his family and isn't expressed.
Mm.
And she was talking about like expressing that culture and it being an important thing. But her mom, who comes from like European heritage, bit of Spanish, bit of Portuguese, and some other things. They are really racist to Mapuche people, even
Oh
though
God.
their kids are technically, all Mapuche. They all come from they all come from the seed. But
Yeah, but
like,
they were white, and so they don't count.
well, some of them are white, some of them are brown.
Yeah, yeah,
It's
I
one
know,
of
yeah.
them. It's one of them where like there's obvious signs that something's going on here. Like it's
Mm,
like, yo, maybe not as white as you think you are. But like,
mm,
yeah, that's like the ways in which the Mapuchean people were basically indomitable. They're kind of like the Basque. They never really lost.
mm,
They lost in
yeah.
a sense because genocide's happening against them, but they still hold certain territories. They're still resiliently pushing against and while wanting ignorance of European colonial culture, they want it gone. So it's like there's a very progressive Republican mentality that you get out of the Mapuche that gets back to Martinez. It goes back to the revolution itself, what it was about.
San Martin. It's fun. I find it funny when you call him Martinez. Yeah, I think his name was San Martin, and
Oh,
that's
was it
it.
San
That's how we
Martina?
know him.
Okay, well, they're very
No,
similar names.
San Martin. Is his name was Martin?
Martin. It's
Yeah,
weird. You guys
Martin.
don't normally end so abruptly. You know what I'm saying? Like y'all are normally it's like a Martino, Martinez, or Martinez. I'm like,
Mm.
but yeah, Martin. Um, it goes
Yeah,
all the way
we
back
we
to
just
him.
call him we just call him San Martin because he was like made into like a saint figure,
Aye,
and we
but
just kind of cut off his like last names for reasons. So
But yeah,
Reasons.
but like that's what I'm saying, in that like Mapuchean like need for freedom, you do see that in Martin's struggle comparatively to whatever the fuck he's been regurgitated into by the dictatorships, especially, but like the
yeah,
Argentinian state.
Peron had a lot of work for that. He always claimed that he want his, for
I
example,
can
in
still
the
hear you. I'm
song,
gonna get to my tea. Like, keep going.
in the song that is very popular amongst Peronists, which is the Los Muchachos Peronistas, or the Peronist Boys. In that song, they especially emphasize the idea that Peron is making a big Argentina like San Martin wanted, which is which is actively untrue. I mean, if you were talking about Colombia and stuff like that, I will get it. But San Martin actively divided Argentina, Chile, and Peru. And on that note, there was also like a secret meeting. Well, secret. It was a known meeting. San Martin met with Bolivar, but anything that they spoke about was a secret. The idea was to unify the virreinatos of Peru and El Rio de la Plata, and the one of Colombia. I
But
think there were three.
unification didn't mean to be just one singular nation. It was all about being a diverse, group of tacitly related peoples. Because I mean, when you look at Bolivar, Bolivar was really big on like fucking getting involved in anti-slave and anti-colonial struggles. Like that man was the Che Guevara of his time in certain retrospect. You know.
Yeah. And in
Yeah.
that meeting, no one knows what happened there, but they met. And, you know, we have the countries that we have today.
I wonder if any of them have notebooks about the experience that we could find.
It was essentially like just the two of them in like in a complete void room. So it's hard to know what happened.
No, I just mean like,
Um,
after the fact, like maybe there's like a note, like Enver Hoxha took fucking notes of every like thing he did. Like the Palestine world reaction is sabotaging like Palestine. When he wrote that article, he originally wrote it in his notebooks. It was just like a thing he decided to write down. When I get my ADHD med sorted out, I want to get more into the mentality of it, because I think noting down your thoughts is a good thing to do so that you can rationalize on them easier. If
yeah,
your thoughts are distant
Yeah.
and not written down, not recorded in any way, you might forget them. You could recreate them. I mean, no thought is so unique that it couldn't be recreated because other people are creating it. But like, every time we're wasted fumbling about with our brains and not our hands, we're doing things wrong, Like, that's
mm,
one of the real big problems with
Yeah.
stuff like this.
yeah. Oh, what I was also going to add upon San Martin not being as a glorified deity as the Argentinians like to paint him as, there was also the whole painting of, there is this famous painting of him on a white horse, which is very like Napoleonic. And it was when he crossed the Andes to go fight in Chile. He did so in like a one trip, you know? So it was very harsh. And the legend said that he crossed it on his white horse and led his forces to victory. But in reality, what had happened is that he got sick during the trip, and a mule had to carry him, on a little bed, and he was taken care of by his army. But we don't talk about that because that will like that will like minimize his glory,
But it's
and it's
like,
like,
it minimizes the made up glory they've had to strap over him because they need him to be as white as possible. Don't think about,
mm,
who his mother is.
yeah, and historians say that that some paintings of him, earlier ones before he was like whitened, he had darker skin tones, and it reminds me to like what people say of Jesus and such. It's pretty like blancamiento. It's just whitening.
It's, you know,
Uh,
and there is some white problems with him. He's not perfect, but in the sense
yeah.
of like um an Argentinian like bourgeois revolution, I think you guys would have been better off if he didn't die mysteriously.
I
You
mean,
know,
he
it's
didn't. It's not that he died. It's that he actually lived up until like Rosas, the times of Rosas.
mm,
The thing he did is that when the revolution finished, he was like, "I," and he left to France.
yeah, he like tapped out. I mean, to be honest,
Mm,
like I don't blame him. He kind of had a real rough time, you know.
yeah,
I
and
mean,
especially
Stalin wanted to do the same
after.
thing, you know. You know, Stalin, he just wanted to like get like country set up and then tap out, like, and go do like
Mm,
some you know, scientific study work and stuff like that. I mean, he wanted the Communist Party to be, as Lenin said, a separate revolutionary institution that helps guide policy, you know, helps
mm,
make an analysis of the world at the same time as being no, Lenin doesn't mention this part, but this is the unspoken thing that we need to speak out loud because people are too fucking thick to fucking get it. Lenin is also referring to the fact that this creates an institution that can revolt against a faulty state because the state is the biggest weakness in a revolution. That's why Lenin shits all over Trotsky's attempts to make a state ran single union. Because the union is a worker's ability to struggle against the state. And if they don't have a union, they're not going to be able. So at times when the state goes reactionary, to kick the shit out of it because they've got to. And if they have to take over it by force again, that's something that has to happen. A revolution might have to happen again. Cultural revolution is supposed to put that kind of power into place in the people and agitate that kind of, you know, ideological intrigue, principle, dedication towards an element of struggle that is for advancing you know, like the world, you know, like this is what revolution is, you know, and not in this industrial centric mentality. I mean, we're going to get a lot of benefits in that regard for sure, for because a lot of countries are down for doing industrial stuff. But I even mean for the countries that, you know, going back to the basics of how they want to do stuff in their like villages and stuff like that, because they're getting off the back of colonialism and they've got like that on thing going on in the cities, the towns, the villages, all the way down to the homes. You know, like
mm.
we white people always got like their own little like space age like Star Trek future in mind, but there are some natives that do turn around and say that they just want the quiet life, and that's human. That's powerful, and that's advanced, and that's freedom. And you know what? Like if fucking the tech we make is so good, people would eventually come around to it. Why is there so many people that reject it? I mean, one, it's forced on, and two, it's all centered around control, not us controlling it. It's not advertising. So like, you know, we got to respect
Mm.
people and the ways they want to go, but also we got to respect the fact that having no control over technology makes technology very uninviting.
Yeah, and you know, and native people are like a small percentage of like the world, and yet they protect the most land out of any other group. So
Yeah.
something
That
to think to remember. Yeah.
that's something to really take into consideration. And we've done our thing where we've gone on tangents a lot. It's a Lumpen-Maoist specialty. But the topics we talk about and how they intersect, this all does come back to Palestine action. Palestine action is under a siege of its fucking right to protest, right to organize, right to congregate, right to struggle. Like we have a fucking, you know, there's a right to rebel, you know? And we should not be told that we can't oppose a fucking genocide. Because when we're talking about this shit, you know, like these Zionist tactics were used against the Mapuche. That's what we're getting into. You know, like compradors like Martin for all the benefits that some of the more social elements that come from people like that and you know, people inspired like Peron. These people are still, majorly exploitative in their like fucking compradorism, and so like
Yeah.
they're a part of like the Palestinian Authority in the sense of Zionism. There's elements of the PLO you can still like, but Fatah, they've lost their way. Other than like the Fatah in Gaza, the one that's like cut off from the rest of them, that one tends to be a little bit better. But like, you're getting into a different organization, then it's not the same Fatah at that point, and it's like you got to quantify things properly if you're going to qualify things properly. Fucking, um,
Yeah, there is
this
no loyalty to a party, it's loyalty to a cause.
Exactly, and that's what Palestine Action was doing. The logo for the fucking video. Palestine Action is in trouble because since 2020, they have stood against war and have stood against the UK's support for genocide. That's the crime that they are fucking getting told that they're getting banned for, marked as terrorists.
Just like the Taliban did.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, like, I mean, they did this to the fucking IRA, fucking, Jerry Adams is terrorism, um, but like, fucking, Ehud Barak is not, who's that fucking
I
Wonder Woman fucking Gallant, or not Gallant, that's the defense minister. Who's the Wonder Woman lady, the IDF majiggy?
Oh, Gal Gadot.
Gal Gadot. Oh my god, some of the fucking like fake ass like fancy Hebrew names just catch me off guard so much. For those that are wondering why I'm saying that, because you might think I'm being like offensive towards Jewish people. Basically, Hebrew is not a language that you would normally be making much names out of. Like maybe some key like religious scholars and stuff like that have names that are written in Hebrew, but like really that's for religious scripture. For names and conversations, very Sanskrit, very Aramaic. And so like uh, uh, Israel has created this kind of like weird toxic culture where like they use Hebrew in this new way with the what a lot of people call fake Hebrew. It's not really fake, but it is broken. They kind of turned a religious language into a full-blown language, which means you got to add a lot of words because religious languages happen to have a lot less words than languages. And when you're talking about like Jewish people, Yiddish is the big evolution of the like Aramaic speaking Jewish people as they've moved up into Europe and they've changed their language. Yiddish is a combination of a lot of those features. Um, the So already is it genocidal towards the people that they discriminate as Yids, but you also have the what's it uh the that they use their names in ways with like funky meanings and create like Hebrew words that shouldn't work in the language's laws to make like these fucking crazy ass names as to what they translate into English and like well, just for what they say, but I'm just like, from my perspective, I don't know what it fucking says until I try and translate it. I can tell I'm stoned. But that like shit is you know, we were talking about it on one of the Dr. Weisfeld streams before he went crazy about Syria and lost his mind on that one. I don't know, like, what's happening with him now? I should probably check in and see if he's found sanity. But, like, um, we were talking about it, about how, like, fucking that like there's like a lot of like fake name shit where like they combine these Hebrew words to mean things that they think it means and it doesn't actually quite make sense or sound like it makes any congruent sense. And Dr.
Yeah.
Weisfeld is fully fluent in Hebrew. I'm not. I'm clarifying that because obviously there's the whole of like how the fuck do I know whether it's like stupid or not? I don't know Hebrew. I've got like I guess I've got
You spoke with
tokenized him a
people
bit.
with experience.
Yeah, you gotta. Well, yeah, it is speaking with people with experience, but it is funny to joke and be like, no, no, Kara has brought out her token Jew.
I
Kara
mean,
has
how
brought
are
out Sam Cedar. Sam Cedar has
I don't
come to
know,
question Ethan Klein, and Ethan
guys.
Klein has
I don't
run
know if you
away.
guys. I don't know if you can tell, but I have a lot of American friends who tell me that the US is very bad, so I can say it's bad.
Oh, I've been getting really annoyed because I've been like pointing out that like shit's really bad and like there's no united front and everything's terrible to Americans, and then the Americans are like fucking telling me like, well, where do you live? Like, shut the fuck up, basically. And it's like, what the fuck? You're the biggest
I mean,
empire in the world. I'm allowed to be
yeah, and
angry.
literally, Americans are so noisy about anything they found out that exists because most of the time they don't know something exists until you mention it to them.
No, but they dip their fingers in everyone else's shit all the time. What was you gonna say, Noob?
Oh no, I mean I completely agree. I mean, it's one of those things where you see like even Americans on the left, it's like, oh, you're being an alarmist and all this, and it's like, well, what about what's going on with all these genocides and the Holocaust in Palestine, or just internally here? But I don't know, and they need a wake-up call.
Family. Sadly, I have to go. I need to be a wage slave and do my bidding to support the American industrial complex.
Don't worry,
So
like if we need another cam girl, Red Fenian can stand in. I mean, it's a gender swap, but like we're all about gender swapping here, you know.
yeah, and I
We're
mean
we're
now I
literally the
can wear my makeup.
Transformers.
Now
I
I
mean, it
look
looks
cooler because I have
good.
makeup.
Fucking Sid tells me like Sid's right when Sid tells me I should start putting makeup on for streams, but I'm too lazy. I need to get better at it. I'm not very
Yeah,
good with my hands, and so like I'm not very steady. I need someone to just like do it for me, to be honest.
I mean, my girlfriends were the first to put makeup on me, so and I learned through them, and mine is, I mean, now because you're like looking at a shitty camera from a distance, from up close it's slightly bad, but I think it's good considering I have like constant shivers. You know
I
what I mean?
think you just need to get a darker color. I think the color's too bright for your skin color.
I mean, I wanted to get like pale dark color, but this is the only dark that they had, so.
You want like like for your mask, you want like something that's a little like tanned, because you guys like, especially when it's summer, you got a bit of tan to you, so you want it to be
Hmm.
slightly tanned but white, you know, like a sort of cream color.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have any mask yet, so I need to get
No,
on that.
I'm just on about what you've been putting on your face.
I never put anything. I haven't put. I only have like lipstick.
Oh,
It's
do
the
you?
lightning.
Oh, okay. Your light's
Yeah,
making you
let
look
me let
so
me let
much.
me show let me
Yeah,
show you right
your
quick.
light is making you look
Because I
like a
keep.
fucking ghost. Oh my god, like your white side shows with the light, like.
I'm not as white.
Oh, do you know what it is? It's because it's the winter. You don't look brown until the summer. Like you're fucking Casper the Whitey ghost until until the summer comes. Yeah.
I lost my credentials of non-whiteness.
I
Now
mean, that
I'm white.
happens to like a lot of Arabs. Like, when Arabs are like in the winter, it's like, wait a minute, are these guys white people? Dun dun dun. And it's just because like, oh wait, yeah, Afro-Eurasians. We're like, you know, all is
Related.
one, and Abiyalans too. You know, we're all like Homo sapiens sapiens.
Hmm.
Terrible fucking name, and I will always remind biologists of it until they fucking change it to Homo sapien 2. Because, like, I get they're trying to say we changed. Just a 2 would have been good. I don't know why you need to be like Homo sapien sapien. Why not another name? Why couldn't it be Homo sapien,
Nus.
fucking, Xenoblade, you know? Let's be cool about it.
Yeah.
Pocket
I'm.
Masters.
But yeah, I mean, with my like thing for my face. Yeah, I need to like find the right tone for me and such.
Yeah, I guess you're
I
the
might,
ones
I might
whiter than
just
I
go
thought it was.
crazy and go with the like pale gray one and look
Oh,
like
yeah.
a like a fucking Homestuck character.
Yeah, you go full Homestuck.
Yeah, I mean that's what a friend told me. I showed him the photos I had sent, and he was like, "Hey, you're rocking the Homestuck troll look." And I'm like, "Shut the fuck up." But yeah, I think I like the idea of rocking that.
That'd be pretty cool.
I can be the token white girl of the streams.
The first lipstick I got is orange. It's like a magma red or whatever.
Mm, yeah, that's good. I mean, mine is like black, but it looks like dark red. So like up close, it looks like a dark red. But yeah, yeah. I need to get more makeup. I like makeup. I like to wear makeup. I think it makes me look very girly.
It looks
Uh,
pretty.
it looks very pretty. I mean, I get a couple of people looking, and they smiling and not vomiting like usual. So, um, but yeah, and I feel happy. It makes me feel happy, and now I can express it more openly. So yeah, I'm gonna take it off because I'm going to work, and I don't want to I don't want to humiliate my boss like that yet. So yeah.
I
Uh,
see. I'm a bad influence. I'd encourage you to keep it on, but like go about
I
how
mean,
you
I
feel
could keep I could keep it on, but I need to brush my teeth and shit. So.
Yeah, but go about what makes you feel comfortable. But
Mm.
if you feel comfortable going out to work with it, I'd say keep it on. But if you feel like you're gonna have an annoying confrontation and it's gonna be annoying and
Nah,
stressful,
she's very nice. She's very nice. She even platformed a trans guy who was in like the singing
oh yeah, I remember you
folklore
telling
thing.
me about that.
Yeah,
Okay,
she's
yeah,
very
then
nice
I
about
keep
it.
it on. I would, yeah.
I have this necklace with a butterfly that I love, right? But one of my friends told me, and I agree, that my clothes don't fit the vibe I'm going with my makeup, and that is true. I need to get new clothes.
You need
I was
dresses. You got to get big black dresses and skirts and stuff.
I don't know how I feel about full dresses.
Well, that's why
I make
skirts
it.
exist, because then you can change shirt. You got more variability with a skirt.
I asked my
I
friend.
literally, the skirt I mainly wear is called a pirate skirt.
mm, By um
Vibe indeed.
the Wellermanship, but like there is I talked with my friend about like my vibes, and I asked her, hey, should I go with like really feminine vibes, or should I try to aim for something more androgynous? And we both agreed that I kind of like prefer the androgynous vibe a little bit. So I might try to go for something like that. I need to see what I vibe with. But because, to be fair, I haven't tried a lot of like girly stuff. But, I just want to be me. I guess that's the most important thing. I want to be myself, and I want the world to love me for who I am.
I mean,
So yeah.
I don't like the use of the term androgynous to define not wearing dresses. Like, it's kind of sexist. Like,
I mean, it's not about
well, no,
wearing
but that is what
dresses.
it is typically. No, I mean, like, not wearing skirts or dresses, wearing trousers. That's androgynous, isn't it? Like, that is the way a lot of it is. Because I dress that way a lot of the time, and I'm not dressing androgynous. I'm dressing feminine. Like
Mm,
that's the what my issue is with like some language. I don't like the way androgynous is somewhat used to categorize a lot of trans women as like not necessarily meeting up to the standards of femininity. So I get kind of
mm,
bullish on it. I'm like, yo, I don't, you know, tom girls or
Yeah.
tomboys or whatever. Like it's a stupid classification. It shouldn't really exist. Like women dress as
yeah,
women
fair
dress,
enough.
women act as women act. That's always the way I see it.
Yeah.
Because like otherwise
Um.
you're like putting yourself into boxes that don't need to be put into. For me, because I'm straight up just female. I'm one of those binary zoids. Well, I guess I'm cat gender too, so I got some like neo gender shit going on. But like, I'm a gal. So for me, it's like, um however I dress and however I park myself is a part of my femininity, and how I express my femininity comes into my gothic like approaches towards things, or punk approach towards things. But it's both the same thing. It's it takes me in a way where, yeah, I wear skirts, but also I wear trousers, and all of it's feminine.
Yeah, fair enough.
I bought the trousers from the girls section. Like,
I
fuck, any
mean,
more
if
feminine than that. Like,
the label says it, I mean the label of the church said
yeah,
it. So
it's on the fucking packet. But yeah, I'm
um,
just saying that because, like, however you want to dress is your vibe. Like,
yeah,
that's you own that shit, and like,
yeah. But yeah, I love talking, but I need to get that dough. So
good luck with work. I'm sorry that I've kept you awake. You should have gotten some sleep. I
it's
didn't know you had work. Like,
it's
shit.
okay. I'm a vampire. Technically,
Yeah.
today is like a national. It's a national holiday, but me and my mom still work. So it's
Yeah,
for some.
Right.
But yeah.
some, but not all. You got
Bye.
that
Love
shit.
and solidarity. Free
Love and solidarity.
Palestine.
Absolute.
Free
Fuck
Palestine.
Trump. Your
Free
mom.
Palestine.
Um, my heart goes to you. And free grok. Bye.
Free. Bye. Oh, I'm double. Oh, we lost Red Fenian too. Oh,
Yeah, I guess.
I mean, like, it's like I'm looking at this article here, and yeah, the because it's millions of pounds of criminal damage is the main like argument for the act of vandalism being used to push for the organization to be considered a terrorist organization.
Crazy. Yeah, Navarre media was covering it as well.
In the High Court on Friday, Maurice Law, the proscription of Palestine action marked the first time the UK had sought to ban a group carrying out direct action, describing it as an ill-considered, discriminatory, authoritarian abuse of statutory power. In a statement posted on its X profile earlier in this week, Palestine Action said the real crime here is not red paint being sprayed on those war planes, which can be cleaned off. Let's be real. And it's like they make so many of these expensive fucking things anyway. And
Yeah.
also, I don't care. But the war crimes that have been enabled with those planes because of the UK government's complicity in Israel's genocide, that is the real crime here. Like, let's be fucking real. There's a genocide going on. You know? Gaza is not for sale. It's not it's not your field to butcher, you fucking freaks. Like, what the fuck is this? Like, my god. Elbit Systems, we are coming for you. And all 81 groups are prescribed in the UK under the Terrorist Act 2000s. They include political movements with armed wings such as Hamas and Hezbollah, as well as armed groups like ISIS, ISIL, Al Qaeda, and Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan. Um, mm,
Well, out here in the States, they already took off Al Nusra off the terror list, so the inconsistencies out here.
yeah, it's madness. And then the police are fucking arresting people for just saying that they stand in solidarity, you know? Since the
Right.
Palestine Action Ban kicked in on July the 5th, police have warned that expressing support for the group was now a crime after a last ditch High Court challenge failed to stop its prescription becoming law. I support Palestine Action. Fuck off. You fucking imperialist cunts. Is your AI fucking spy, blah, 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 blah. Come fucking get me, you fucking imperialist freaks. What the fuck? Like, how dare they? They're arresting like old people and shit. Just because they say they stand by Palestine Action and stand against genocide. They are getting fucking thrown into the Hague.
Genocidal motherfuckers.
Is that a Donna or is your profile picture?
Yeah, I think somebody made like a cartoon version of it now.
That's
Yeah.
cool. Yeah. He's an interesting figure. I still think I much prefer Lukács and Althusser, but like, he's not really too far from the tree of those two. Um
Yeah.
I mean, they're
He's
all kind
not.
of the same school of what I call like, it's Leninism, but it's kind of moderate. Like they're not as revolutionary; they're more theoretical, but it is still like following the same principles. It's just a bit too bookish. So it's like really good stuff that you can learn if you compare it to other practical activities. And in the case of like a lot of Althusser's examples and Lukács, they really preside on like, what's happened in the Soviet Union, Bavaria, Ireland and stuff like that. They're very good at utilizing practice as a part of their analysis, but they're still very bookish compared to like Lenin, who wrote a lot, but like he's a very practical guy.
Yeah. Well, Lukács was at some point like culture ministry in Hungary and all that, so that was kind of more where they put him in, I guess, over there. But yeah, for the most part. I mean, Adorno's definitely much more of a professor for obvious reasons. He's better at lecturing than he's more intelligible in the lectures than
He's
when
a
he's like
good
actually forced to
lecturer.
write.
He's got a voice like
Yeah.
uh I respect that. Like I struggle with writing, it's a pain in the ass, but if you can get your voice out there, then Donna knows how to spin his tongue. But envy of me there. Like I wish I could spit like some of these fucking aristocrats can. They got a fucking mouthful of teeth on them, I'll tell you.
Yeah. I
God, I
mean,
sound like someone
Lukács
from
just
like the
influenced a lot of
1920s.
people.
Oh, sorry, I talked over you. What did you say?
Right. Oh, I mean, I was just saying Lukács influenced a lot of people, including Adorno. So, it's just that kind of thing throughout history.
I mean, he's the big one out of the three of them, Althusser, I think, is like really well known because of universities, but otherwise, Althusser's kind of a misnomer of a guy. He's like really popular in the day, but he was
Mm-hmm.
really more of the intellectual. He's just like a bit of a critic, kind of a bit of a what's it? Like the guy in the
Mm-hmm.
fucking barrel and lives in a fucking barrel in Greece, like fucking told Alexander to get the fuck out the way of the sun. Like that's some of the vibe I get from Althusser
Yeah.
sometimes. Like he's not necessarily the most practical guy, but the guy is following other people's practices and coming up with ideas and thinking about shit and criticizing everyone. But like you know.
Yeah. And I mean, yeah. Yeah, and I mean the '80s Althusser, he's obviously gonna go a little bit more haywire at an old age, and kind of French dickish, but not
Yeah.
completely. But yeah,
I just feel like that because of him going a bit wacky, a lot of people don't want to respect his work, and it's like he's got some positions that I would never follow, but Outhus is, you know, it's tangibly a Leninist, and like that means that there's still stuff to learn from him. I tell you, there's stuff to
yeah,
learn from neo-Marxism, which Althusser had help in making. That's why '80s Althusser is something a little different, he helped
yeah,
basically create the neo-Marxist Euro-communist paradigm when he went a bit wacky in the late '70s, and like this is how we ended
yeah.
up
I mean,
with
a lot of
with.
French,
Oh, go on, it's okay.
right? Oh, I mean, I just meant like, I mean, a lot of French communists made mistakes after having issues with the party and all that too, and some went more haywire than the others, or
Yeah,
went to
the
like kind of
Algerian thing
reformism as
caused y'all
well.
to fracture like a motherfucker. Well, not you're not French, but like the French to fracture like a motherfucker.
Yeah,
The Algerian situation. Because I mean, the Communist Party
yeah,
was supporting military action against the Algerian liberators, and that fractured the Communist Party. Because the Communist Party was in power at the time; they were part of the Social Democratic Coalition. Or was it one of those people's parties or whatever the fuck? The Dimitrov went on
yeah.
about. But the Communist Party hadn't fully liquidated itself. It still existed as an entity. I guess they weren't following the full script of Dimitrov. It still went as bad as it would go. Um,
Hmm. Yeah, they couldn't handle the golf. They underestimated him as well. And Albert Camus just kind of lost his mind with the Algerian War. But yeah.
but
Well, I mean, he
it's
went chauvinist, is what I really mean by that. But yeah.
I mean, a lot of this as well, though, it circles back to like hubris with like our own people, like there's a hubris about
Hmm.
how much the government actually can do. I mean, it doesn't help that like everyone who's gone on about how bad the government is like 80% of them are like weird conspiracy theorists that tell you some truths, but because they're the ones who tell you, you won't believe them when someone who also knows their shit tells you certain things that you've heard from those crazy conspiracy theorist types. And it's like, I mean, a lie has to come from a certain aspect of truth. The conspiracy is much less complex than them. There's this class called capitalists. You don't need to invent a new class that controls the capitalists. I mean, obviously they're just trying to be anti-Semitic, but it's like wild to think that it's like, no, there's a secret cabal of capitalists that control the capitalists. I'm like, oh, they just have
Yeah.
like a Tower of Pisa shit going on. Like, what the fuck is this? Like, nah, no. The bourgeoisie control the world. That's the way things go, and they use us to do it. But the it's that thing where when it comes to surveillance and stuff like that, I don't think people take that as serious as it should be. Like the fact that there's a picture of the
Right.
trucks that they're saying moved the magical weapons grade uranium that doesn't exist. There's a satellite image of the trucks at the site that is fucking crystal clear. Should tell you how good US fucking surveillance is. Like, and like I tell like
Yeah.
Marxists about how they should get used to like using Linux and stuff like that so that when they're doing like political activity, they get away from it. And either I get like some kind of bullshit against it. Not so much from third world comrades, interestingly, Imperial Peripheral, but in Imperial Core, you get some fucking stupid bullshit because they have to use Windows for stuff, even though I'm telling them to dual boot. But like, you also get people that dismiss the problem. uh, you don't know how much keyloggers
Yeah.
that send online data only in packets, so it's not saved on your computer in anything other than temp files that goes to Windows. Because you can activate a keylogger for Windows. It says you want to send keyboard data. That's a keylogger. And because that program exists, it's really easy for people to start keyloggers up on your Windows thing through viruses. I mean, heck, you're not free from that risk with Linux, but if you know what you're fucking doing, because you're a communist and you study shit, then you'll use it safely. I mean, fuck, I'm on Windows at the moment talking to you. I'm a hypocrite. You know, I keep saying, I keep putting it off. I need to reinstall Fedora on my laptop because I ballsed it up because this laptop is goofy and has a iGPU and a cheap NVIDIA like art school GPU, the 4050, and like for some unknown reason why it behaves funny. Like the way they did the iGPU is goofy. Like if I install the thing in iGPU active mode, so I turn the mux switch off, or it's on. Yeah, it'd be on, I think. So it's flipping between the two. Um, it like flashes black screen and black screen and on, and it does it in the BIOS and everything. I have to have the mux switch on to use the BIOS or to use Linux without it black screening and on and off. Actually, I think in Linux it stops doing it once you actually fully boot into it, but anything that uses like old X is yeah, funky.
Right.
But, you know.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with you, and it's there's a lot of issues they don't take as serious when you tell them, like underestimating U.S. imperialism and all that. But yeah,
The power of Trump. We didn't need Trump to ban Palestine Action and make them a terrorist organization. What can Trump do to y'all? You
right.
guys got First Amendment rights, so it's a little harder. Yeah, not free. No. Like they gonna find ways to crack down. They already have been marking the fucking protesters as Mexican like immigrant invaders in California, the ones waving the Mexican flag,
Yeah,
which come from Mexico, Texas, Mexico, Arizona. You know, like it was Mexico before it became America, and it was Mexica before it was either, and like those peoples are all different types of Mexica peoples because Mexica's a multi-ethnic fucking culture of people who were colonized and people like who were colonizers, and they did have a shared culture that was through the Nahuatl language. The so like if we want to start like beefing about fucking immigrants, this and that, fuck off, honky.
right.
Go back to rainy piss fuck England. Like only the fucking English would go somewhere where it rains all the time and is like muggy and go, we're gonna call this New England. Sorry, Boston. I had to point it out. Massachusetts or whatever. Yeah, I keep saying Boston for the state. Massachusetts. Fucking. I don't know. I don't live in America. I get to be stupid about your geography. Like y'all are fucking always stupid about everyone else's geography. It's only fair. Now you know how we all feel.
It's yeah, it's a huge geography out here.
Yeah, but I do stupid things sometimes. Like I get the Andes and the fucking the Rockies mixed up.
I mean, most people out here only know like 20 states, more or less, 30 if you're lucky.
Shit, I know some of the like weird ones, like Tuscan and all that, because okay, I always pronounce it wrong. Sorry, Tucson, and
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. God, so many Americans are gonna be laughing at me now. I feel like English people go for Tuscan most of the time. Like, leave me alone. I am still
Yeah.
half English. Like it's the problems will occur. That was a part of the conversation earlier in the
It's
stream. Like sometimes it's there's an English fuck up waiting somewhere. A broken culture. Maybe maybe
yeah.
maybe it's right for whiteness to genocide Englishness. Just that. Stop going against all the other stuff. Just genocide yourself. Because I'm riffing on the fact that whiteness is self-genocidal, because you're like, oh, sacrificing basically like the more diverse elements of your culture, which often also come from like a lot of other cultures, because we intermingle a lot. Weird though, social species, crazy. But like, you know, it's centering the colonial purposeful culture from the like white supremacist like settler mindset is the culture that they're on about when it comes to their European culture. And then there's just kind of like a hole that they got to fill. And like, yeah, they'll have some of the elements of classical and stuff like that. Usually it's like the obscure stuff that's stolen from Africa. But like, it's the in America there's more of a love for, like guitar and piano and things like that, rather than like an orchestra. And so like bourgeois like musical interests are a little more, centered on a show for sophistication. Um, and so you got all these like racist elements that just exist in how you like coordinate and organize what's it, a entertainment industry that's based on that kind of faculty. Y'all are like so white supremacists. It's crazy. I mean, we got white supremacy problems here as well, but I still think your white supremacists scarier. Although both are very evangelical and want to kill trans people, so especially trans women, they got beef with trans femmes, which they treat like trans women, and trans women. Those trans femme and females. God. Yeah, I think we are reaching towards the end of the stream. Yeah, I just woke up. I couldn't unmute my mic. Yeah, no worries. Um, I don't mind keeping things going if you want to keep talking about the topic for a bit for the stream after thing. And like while your parents are waiting, I can always just read whatever you say out in type form if you want to go that way about things. Be like a speak and spell. If not, I can bring stuff to an end and then and just chill. Hold on to your butts. Yeah, I can listen when I unmute. We can talk again on stream or off stream. Yeah. What's it? But yeah, people around the world, but especially at home, I want to see solidarity as much as you can on any social media, anything you can, and also any protests that you can find. And keep yourself safe. Make sure you travel in groups as much as you humanly possible, especially if you're a minority, and get involved in standing up for Palestine action. If we all stand up, they can't stop us all. It's unfeasible to stick every Palestinian radical in jail all at one go. They ain't got enough places for us, at least not yet. I fear what they might build to make sure that they can undo that problem, but we must struggle sooner than later so we don't find out that uh awful, awful future. Socialism or barbarism, yeah. It's a people's war. That's why the term got its meaning, like it's a people's war against the aristocracy who want their barbaric system to continue. And in the case of capitalism, it's this aristocratic element trying to come back in and bring a more barbaric form of capitalism into power. You know, we're back in the World War One situation with Nazis. So it's a World War Two like situation too, but there isn't a communist party for there to be in like an anti-communist war with. I mean, even the Trump administration knows that China isn't truly communist. Like, as much as there are members of their admin that will say like dirty commies and stuff like that, Trump himself has like never entertained it that much. Like he's made jokes about it, but like he really talks about China as a capitalist country. Like he knows his shit at least about ideology, I feel. Like World War One but with drones. Yeah, yeah, it's like a neo World War One. But like I think there's a thing where people miss because they underestimate Trump all the time. I actually would point out that I think he does understand ideology a little better than people think. Kind of like Reagan, Michael Prenti pointed this out though, because Michael Prenti went to university with Reagan and said Reagan was quite different in university to how he was post university, and was someone who was quite interested in like sociology and shit like that. So like Reagan was someone who had some ideological like roots, but from like an academic standpoint. Trump Trump, I feel like it's more like what he's either like, managed to type into Google the very few times he goes near a computer and gets wowed by its machinery, or like stuff he's read in books he's picked up from the library or some shit. But like Trump is ideological. I mean, shit, the tariff thing. He's not just doing the tariff thing so he can pocket cash. That's part of it. The whole point of it taking advantage of the crash from the monetarist, which is what he's doing monetarism. And in the state of monetarism, you sell in a crash and buy, like you make sure that you can sell just before and buy loads after. That's the tactic of monetarism. And if you can just control that means rather than like organic monetarism where like people are like gauging the system of the market and choosing to drop out to gain a boost in the system, you're like guiding it. That's what monetarism is. So when they coordinated with certain capitalists and then like crashed the market so that those capitalists could buy up, that's just a part of how that system works. Like it's not him doing capitalism wrong. He's just doing it different. Like there's not really a right way to do capitalism. There's capitalism. And with Trump, it's also that like he might his ideology definitely can become a bit flaccid at times because he's a capitalist, he's a billionaire, so like his interests as a billionaire will collide with his interests as a fascist at times, because I mean fascists would have like fucking been a little more careful with this Epstein shit, like Nazis would have, and they would have been like giving certain white privileged people certain like social state benefits, like the Nazis were like at least much more fluent in providing support for the people for which that they were like representing the supremacy of, kind of like what Israel I was talking about earlier with the kibbutz, the communes, like they're like literally like everyone owns everything together, we're all living in the commune, like that's the kibbutz, like and it's uh, something doesn't need, like you could have a kibbutz that's not tied to Israel that isn't fascist. I'm not saying the idea of a kibbutz is fascist, but the kibbutz of Israel are like lovely little villages that get to exist because genocide is happening, because Palestinians are being fucking fried like a barbecue, you know? Bombed to oblivion, being pulled out of fucking rubble and dust. You know, I don't believe Adam comes from dust, but I'll tell you now, a Palestinian revolutionary and many others that follow them, they will come from the dust and they will pull themselves and rise up. That's the future of things, you know? Like, Palestine is either going to fight for its freedom and destroy Israel, or Israel is going to destroy it. That is the way it always was going to be, but Israel has signed the deed. The deed is set. It's they genocide them, or it's an end of Israel. It's genocide or not, basically. It's such an easy choice to make in life, you know. But everyone needs to be complacent about it, or push two-state solution bullshit, or tolerate people pushing two-state solution bullshit, or silly nonsense roundabout like cocky wordplay things where you're like, oh, Israel with equal rights or some shit. No. Because as soon as you say, I believe in an Israel, boom, you're cut. Like, cut that fucking sentence right there. You believe Israel has a right to exist. And people can do that. Doesn't matter if you intend something different out of it. Your wordplay's bad. Bad wordplay. Bad doo-doo. You don't justify Israel's existence with some cocky, coy language because you know what? America supposedly gave those rights to black people. You gonna tell me Jim Crow ended? Segregation's up 80 fucking 7% since 1991. It's the Netanyahu government only. No, don't worry, we can do the colonialism better, you know? We'll invite you into the colonialism. Fucking solve problems, you know? You're supposed to solve them, not make them, you know? There we go. We went through sickening footsie games like two-state solution, uh, sickening footsie games they do with two-state nonsense. They want to reward genocide with the recognition of apartheid. Exactly. Like, and it's look at South Africa, look at America, where apartheid has supposedly ended, but instead it's still kicking, still running. Where's the reparations? Oh, we got salutations from JP at work. Not under our watch. Sorry, yeah, not under our watch. We need to like it's that thing where like we need to be militant about this. We can't keep tolerating this liberal Zionism and thinking it's acceptable. I mean, shit, that when people were getting mad because we were fucking preventing British IDF fucking, like, former IDF service members from being involved in a fucking protest. Like, oh no, you stop Nazi fucking Wehrmacht people from being at a protest, you know? It's like, fuck off. A lot of fucking people who are former fucking IDF soldiers understand why, even though they've repented, they understand why certain protests don't fucking want them anywhere near. God damn it. It'd be like a German getting too up in like a Jew's space in like 19 fucking 40, or more like 1944, like, because the genocide's not going right now. like a German in England getting up in like a Jew's face and getting all like bigoted and restrictive about them and calling them genocidal because they supported their own liberation. Settled landlords in South Africa, and some moved to apartheid state and grandchildren. And yeah. There's a lot of South African settlers in both South Africa. There's still a lot of them still there, but there's a lot of South Africans that ran off to Israel, especially the ones that weren't like Afrikaans. There was a lot of like people who moved in. They're like part Afrikaans, but they come from like different like German and English heritages. A lot of those people ran straight off to either South England, which we don't want them, so like they don't feel very welcome here. So they fuck off the Dutch. The Dutch are all racist as pig shit. So if they detect an ounce of Boer in you, they'll still be awful to you. So you end up fucking like, Israel is like the place where you're gonna be honored. Like what, you're a boy? Like that's legendary, yo. Like that's the way the Israelis are gonna see it. Labor Zionism is just labor aristocracy of settlers. Yeah, I mean, labor Zionism is interesting, because obviously you've got like Einstein and all that, and they had more of like this, like quasi socialist thing or like going on where they were trying to push socialism onto Zionism, and they wanted like this multi-ethnic Palestine, so it wouldn't be called Israel and all that, and the Jews would just live there in a multi-ethnic Palestine. It had a different governmental structure. Still kind of fucked that they would just put it in there. Like the UN would just be like, okay, we have a degree, and the Jews have decided that this kind of socialism would be really good for your people. So you either got to sign it, or Britain has said they might invade you. Um, uh, uh, you know, Tenable and like realistic terms, you just end up making yourself an enemy of people. Like, you gotta be much more dynamic with stuff. Fuck. Like, but like, sorry, I'm stoned. Labor Zionism, though, you know, it's fascist, social fascist to be specific. And Einstein learned that the hard way. Einstein ended up backing out from his labor Zionist views because Israel showed itself to be a savage, barbaristic imperial country. And he found Zionism to be at the root of that. So he left the Zionist council and everything. They actually suggested making him like as the second prime minister of Israel, but he didn't want to do it, and it didn't end up happening. And there was a quote from one of the like lead ideologues of Zionism at the time, saying that like basically we dodged a bullet because they don't like him and he don't like them, because Einstein tried to be socialist about it and it didn't end up working. Backfired, you may say. And so, like, what ended up happening is we ended up having the, uh, the labor Zionism got much more reactionary over time because those like honest like radicals, like the radical social democrats, people maybe not actually experienced a more radical form of struggle, so it's their ways. There is a lot of that with the early guys, like the people that get caught up in their collective trauma and their collective struggle, and they think that Zionism represents like Jewish ethnicity, etc., and stuff like that, and that's where you do get your Einsteins and stuff. But by the time the 1948 had occurred, shit was different, and by the time 1967 occurred, Israel owned the whole fucking lot. So like that's frontier, Ben Gurion was sweating when he was forced to make the offer. I bet he was. I bet he was. Like fucking. Well, at that time, Einstein was like fucking pissed of Israel, so I would have expected him to have dissolute, like just dismantled it. It's like, nope, the government is over. We all gotta go home. I mean, shit, like Einstein, like fucking, does he sound like an Arab? He sounds like a German the last time I checked. Like, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he sounds like an Arab and he sounds like he's from Palestine. But last time I checked, sounds very much like he's Yiddish, I mean, he sounds Yiddish, but he also sounds German. I mean, he speaks German, and that's that thing where like Jewish people are usually quite multi-ethnic, and so they've got like a lot of ties in these lands, and Israel is genociding the Jewish people of Europe by stripping them bare of Poland and England and all that lot, you know. Fortunately, there are a lot of people who stay, a lot of Holocaust survivors especially. God damn. You know what? Like, I am thinking I'm at a point of stoned where I should stop streaming. So, you know, salutations, everybody. You gotta have optimism and hope, but don't be so optimistic that you blind yourself with idealism. You need to be realistic as well. And right now, if we don't get something together, we're all gonna die, and the Palestinians are gonna suffer the hardest first. They're the Ireland of the 21st and 20th century, you know? Like they took our place in 1948. Since 1948, they've been the Neo Ireland. Dublin to Gaza, Palestine, Ireland, one struggle, you know? We should leave on that song, I think it would be appropriate.
على أرض فلسطين ينبت الزعتر والزيتون دماء الشهداء تسقي الأرض وتغني الكون بين الجدران والحصار نحيا بشجاعة وإيمان شعب يقاوم لن ينحني للأعداء مهما كان أتحلمنا حيران nos art kanan nadoin Fulnan doin eskarta gagan dichlua gesambron Ona talla dubha goti Nak noi glasa tabri on loid naswir spiloni we Shia tachted From Dublin to Gaza One fight, one flame Two peoples united In struggle, one name Through the pain and the sorrow The hope will remain From the river to the sea And the hills to the plains من غزة إلى دبلن صوتنا واحد لا ينكسر في وجه الظلم والطغيان نقاوم ونستمر قصتنا مكتوبة على الجدران والحجارة بالوحدة ننتصر الحرية ليست تجارة O Gaza Bubaya Thaklayeth Guth am Hangan Igla Ikoina Higora Nilan Achan Dream Skrifa Arna Falai Arlakrachan Nasraide Le Romidan Nirt Le Kele Lancers Faide From Dublin to Gaza One fight, one flame Two peoples united In struggle, one name Through the pain and the sorrow The hope will remain From the river to the sea And the hills to the plains The chains will shatter The walls will fall A future of justice Will answer the call Hand in hand Across the divide Palestine and Ireland Standing side by side From Dublin to Gaza One fight, one flame Two peoples united In struggle, one name Through the pain and the sorrow The hope will remain From the river to the sea And the hills to the plains
This song's just baller. Might put some more tunes on, you know. It's fun to go out with some. the fucking you know the fucking Tucker Carlson getting grilled sorry, grilling Ted Cruz, like fucking such some goofy shit, you know. Right in the mood, maybe. You can just be the head of Adorno, you know, like sounds like a Greek god, like sound like some fucking like tale of as old as time. Okay, so we can do cost stuff. Support now a crime. Joyful. Well, I do support them. Yeah, the Piker session does need to stop, but you know.
Yeah. All right, I'm back.
Welcome in. So, like, what you thinking? Like, send Ted Cruz and Tucker Carlson?
Um. I think I saw like some clips of that. Yeah.
Yeah, apparently, like, he doesn't, like, stop, like, bullying him until, like, the end, so.
I see.
Yeah. So it's like a 2-hour interview? Goddamn.
Senator, thank you very much for spending the time to have this conversation.
It's good to be with you.
So you've come out for regime change in Iran, as distinct just from taking out the nuclear sites. What does regime change look like in Iran?
Somebody else in charge.
How do you get there?
Look, that ultimately has to be a popular uprising from the people. And it's not a complicated question. Is America better off with a country that has a leader who hates us and wants to kill us, or to have a country with a leader who likes us and wants to be friends with us? And
definitely the latter's better.
Of course.
Yeah.
And so that's not a complicated statement. Look, I believe you look across the world when you have countries that have dictators that are viciously anti-America. Venezuela, Maduro hates us. Would we be better off with Maduro out of power? Absolutely. I want our enemies out of power, and I want our friends in power.
Arabic.
I could not agree more. The question is, how do you get there?
Of course.
We've been trying to kill Maduro for quite some time. We have troops there.
I don't know that we've been trying to kill Maduro.
Yeah, we have. And I think you know that. And
I don't know that.
Okay, well, as a statement of fact, we have. So
we do have massive sanctions. We tried to pressure him out of office.
Yeah,
I'm
there's all kinds
not
of
aware
stuff.
of it.
I'm just saying there's a lot of pressure coming from various parts of the U.S. government on that government, and it's still there.
Yeah.
Same, the country of our ancestors, Cuba, 1959, we've been working on that. Hasn't worked. So I think we both agree it's hard to do.
It absolutely is hard. And look, I think you're reasonable to ask, how do we produce that? And I think there's a distinction between what your objective is and the means to get it. There are all sorts of things I would say we would be better off. We'd be better off in China without Xi there. Should we invade China and topple Xi? Of course not.
Better off with no national debt.
There are lots of things.
Totally.
But it's good to say, all right, what are our objectives?
Right.
And so with the Ayatollah in Iran, saying you're for regime change, I don't view as complicated. I mean, the guy literally leads mobs chanting death to America. So that's not good.
Definitely not good. But the reason I think it's important to get a little more detailed about how that might happen is because there's military action in progress, which we're supporting. And the president has said clearly, including last night, that he is focused on eliminating the capacity of the Iranian government to produce nuclear weapons. You are saying we need to use military force to effect regime change.
I have not said that.
Oh, I must have.
No, I have not said that once. Okay. I don't think we need to use military force to do regime change. I said I support it. I would like to see it happen. You asked me how should it happen? A popular uprising. So what I've advocated for. All right, let's step back a second. You and I, we've known each other a long time. I would say we agree on about 80% of the things on Earth.
For sure.
And there are a lot of things, and we can get into the nitty-gritty of foreign policy as much as you want. There are a lot of things on which you and I agree, not just a little bit, but violently.
I totally agree. I was rooting for you in your last campaign, for sure.
Well, thank you. Look, you have been heroic on the border. You've been one of the clearest and best voices in the whole country on securing the border and on the absolute crisis we're facing. And in Texas, I see it and live it every day. In COVID, in fact, you may recall, in the middle of the COVID lockdown, I was out walking my dog when the whole world was shut down and we were living in lunatic times. And I called you and said, Tucker, your nightly monologues are the single best thing on television. Like I watch them like an injection of crack. Okay, I'm mixing my metaphor because you don't inject crack, but you get what I'm saying. No, I mean, it was, you were standing up and speaking like, what the hell are we doing, in a way that we desperately
like that's my new canon, like, you know, like him saying that he tried, like that's, you know, like him saying that he tried, you know, because I mean it makes sense. You look at him, you're like, yeah, he seems like the kind of guy who'd use crack. I mean, guy looks like a fucking, you know, like what's the killer he looks like?
I forget.
But like that shit-eating grin is like, it's one of the few times that it's actually been used for good in this conversation. It's amazing.
No, I mean, it was, you were standing up and speaking like, what the hell are we doing?
He wants to eat him for meat, and that's why like Mandem's padding with how much they get along, and like
in a way that we desperately need it. And so whether it's securing the border, whether it's the insanity of COVID lockdowns and the vaccine mandates, whether it is the Second Amendment or the First Amendment, you and I agree on a ton of stuff. The 20% where we disagree, I do think is meaningful, and it's mostly in the foreign policy space. And what I would say, if you'll allow me to get a little theoretical, and then I'm happy
his
to get
dad used
specific.
to hang out with Lee Harvey Oswald.
It's not
totally
theater,
not
it's
weird.
it's like it starts with a Z. The Zodiac Killer. That's what he looks like. It's the Zodiac Killer.
Yeah, that too.
Lee Harvey Oswald, he does a bit, yeah. It's like when he got the beard and all that. Like he looked like Lee Harvey Oswald after, like, you know.
Well, his dad used to hang out with him before, you know, Oswald did what he did. And there's like even a photo of him.
The other two snipers, you know. I don't know anyone that can pop off shots that accurate with a bolt action, you know. Like, you could get 2 shots off that quick, but like that accurate? Ooh, no. Like that
I
was
mean,
a second sniper.
Yeah, I mean the buildings was pretty. I don't know, the angle from that specific building. It's just like I don't think he could get more than one.
Yeah, he was kind of limited, especially like when it comes to hitting the misses. Like, it seems like he was the one who was in line for Kennedy. Because then the second shot was the one that got the misses when the misses stood up. And you are quite right that when she stood up, it is kind of a bit awkward for Oswald to hit. And also, like, I doubt that they needed to kill the First Lady, because it's not a monarchy. The First Lady doesn't become the president when the president dies. So, like, I really doubt that. See, this is the thing. Until you bring the mafia into it, it makes no sense that they would kill her. And Oswald is, as far as the Americans claim it, Soviet. I mean, he was a bit of a commie, but like, he's hardly Soviet. He was like possibly a CIA agent. We're not sure. And like, because the CIA either worked directly with the mafia or they infiltrated the mafia operations. It's a mafia hit job. I you know, I know when I see one, it's the same with Epstein. It's a mafia job. Trump's just continuing the legacy. That's why, like, the Kennedy report and the Epstein report are caught up with each other, and they already got in trouble because they didn't, like, redact, like, social security numbers and shit from people in the fucking Kennedy files they've released so far.
Well, because Tulsi was using the AI to release it or whatever.
My God.
You know, Tulsi, the anti-war director of national intelligence.
Director of anti-war.
Of course, I was being funny with that, of course, but yeah.
She's doing a great job.
If you'll allow me to get a little theoretical, and then I'm happy to get specific.
Yes.
For a long time, people had perceived two different poles of Republican foreign policy. There have been interventionists, and those have been people like John McCain and Lindsey Graham, George W. Bush, and there have been isolationists. And the most prominent of those have been Ron Paul and Rand Paul, and there are others. And people perceive those are the two choices. You got to be one or the other. I've always thought both were wrong. I don't agree with either one. The way I view my own foreign policy...
I'm with you, by the way, for whatever it's worth. I agree with you.
Okay, good.
I don't know who set up that binary, but there are lots of choices, actually.
I mean, people sort of naturally fall into... I think they want to classify people, and they're like, okay, you're one or the other, and you got to be all or nothing. And the interventionists, it seems, have never seen a country they didn't want to invade, and that doesn't make any sense to me. And the isolationists, I think, don't take the threats to America seriously, and I think that's naive, and it doesn't work. And so my view, I consider myself a third point on the triangle. And what I describe that as is that I am a non-interventionist hawk, which sounds a little weird, but what do I mean by that? I mean the central touch point for U.S. foreign policy and for any question of military intervention should be the vital national security interest of the United States. How does this make America safer? How does this protect Americans? If it does, we should be strong. And actually, another way of conceiving what I'm saying, I'm speaking theoretically, but Reagan referred to it as peace through strength. And actually, I think Donald Trump's foreign policy is very much what I'm describing, a non-interventionist hawk, where he understands that, and I think this is historically true, the best way to avoid war is being strong. That weakness and isolationism, I think, encourages war. So going back to regime change, where you started in Iran.
Just to make, I don't think I disagree with anything you've said, so we may not be that far apart, really, because you said that the single criterion for making decisions about America's foreign policy is America's national interest.
Yes.
That's it.
Yeah. Which is also America first. That's another way of putting that as well.
I think that's the definition of it.
Yeah.
It's hardly breaking news. The U.S. dollar has been gravely devalued by Washington money printing. You print money out of thin air. If you ever...
And Commander-in-Chief described to me how this is when Obama was president. When Obama was president, you remember he talked about wanting to have military action against Syria. And at the time, I tried to keep an open mind to it. I said, okay, let me listen to the Commander-in-Chief describe to me how this is in America's interest and what your plan is. And Bashar Assad was a bad guy. He was killing his own citizens, and he had chemical weapons that were very dangerous. I could conceive of a commander-in-chief laying out a plan for, okay, we're going to go in and say, grab the chemical weapons and leave. Like, I could see that if there was a real threat to America and there was a plan to prevent that, I could see supporting that. So I wanted to hear what he had to say. And I listened both in classified briefings and public questioning. And number one, their public defense of it was incoherent. So John Kerry said, we're going to engage in an unbelievably small strike. I think that's a quote. I'm like, okay, and to do what? At the time, there were 9 major rebel Islamic groups in Syria. I'm like, okay, I agree, Bashar Assad's a bad guy. You topple him. And one of the 9 other groups takes over. 7 of them were affiliated with radical Islamic terrorism. You had Al-Qaeda and Al-Nusra. I'm like, wait, how is it better? Assad's a bad guy, but I don't want worse guys in charge. And ultimately, we need to defend international norms. But I'm not interested in putting opposed the Syria attack and opposed it vocally. A friend of mine, but we agreed with that position for different reasons. I think the question we should ask. The administration couldn't give me an answer, so I opposed it.
How Syria wound up, because Bashar al-Assad now lives in Moscow. And a win or no?
Unclear. Look, Syria's a mess, so I've consistently.
First country, now we have a religious extremist, Islamic religious extremist.
Well, look, one of the things you said is he was taken out by our allies. I don't think that's right. When Netanyahu was in D.C. a couple months ago, he and I sat down for.
Like America's benefiting. But Turkey is trying to do their own shit too. So like there's some importance to like al-Nusra and what they mean to Turkey, you know? Like
Yeah, Turkey is a rising imperialist power as well at this point.
yeah, for a while, you know? Like I mean they were one of the old imperialists, you know? So they've always been a bit of an imperialist power. They're the archaic remains, you know, of the not archaic, sorry, like knackered, like broken remains of the Ottoman Empire or whatever they're trying to string together in fucking Africa. There's a thing people don't know. Turkey is doing imperialist activities in Africa, just like Russia is. But you know, these countries get minimized in their imperial output. When actually these countries are expanding greatly as imperial powers and are restoring themselves to their old ability to be able to be a player on the table. I mean, Britain is literally having to consider that we are now in a countdown for war because Putin might not accept Trump's 50-day ultimatum, which means that we will be dragged into a war.
Yeah,
Watch
that's
America.
how it looks
America
like.
will be fine. America will not be dragged into the war. That's the fun part. We will be. America will just be
Yeah,
selling the weapons. The weapons will just pass through our region. I guess that was kind of like how World War II was. You know, World War II, the Americans built a lot of rifles and tanks for us.
yep,
Sometimes our own tanks, sometimes your tanks. When your tanks got good, you all started sending mainly your tanks.
right.
Your tanks were questionable with the M3 Lee and stuff like that. Though the M3 Lee was what eventually led to the M4 Sherman. And y'all were like M4, M3. No, no name, no name. No. Sherman was not a thing the Americans added on to it. That's the British. Because they're sick of when you're trying to get stock and fucking the fucking what's it? You're trying to get stock from fucking shit. What was I was saying?
Um, Trying to get stock and then
No.
3.
What was I on about before? What
Oh,
was
it
it?
was still about tanks and the UK, the US, in the whole 50 days. The US sending better tanks
Oh
to
no, there's
England.
something I was saying like right before. You've gone like way too far back. You've lost me. Like I mean like what I was referencing to when I was trying to talk about something. I lost myself. It doesn't matter. Um we can just watch the video, I guess. Fuck. Don't do drugs.
And we talked actually about Syria.
Yeah.
He made an interesting point that I've not heard anywhere else, in that he said he believes what toppled Assad was when Israel took out Nasrallah. Nasrallah was the head of Hezbollah. They took him out. And he made an interesting point. He said it's fascinating how a charismatic
Rest in
leader,
peace,
and Bibi said, look,
Nasrallah in
Nasrallah was a
prison.
very effective terrorist leader. And when they took him out, that power base was supporting Assad. And that ultimately, in Bibi's analysis, removed the support from Assad and toppled him. But they weren't trying to take out Assad. My view now, I don't know.
So you don't think that, and I don't, it is very confusing, and I don't know that anyone really knows all the details, but you don't think that Israel or Turkey or NATO ally Turkey played any role in toppling Assad?
I don't know. I don't know that they did. Look, my understanding of that, they clearly took out Nasrallah and Hezbollah. They've decimated Hezbollah. Hezbollah was waging war on them. So decimating Hezbollah was very good for Israel and very good for America, too. I mean, Hezbollah hated us.
This guy.
I would put Assad in the category of an unintended consequence, and whether it's good or bad, I don't know. I think time will tell.
For the United States.
Yeah, for the United States. I think time will tell the new leadership there. You're right to be concerned. Let me step back and let's talk regime change generally. I mentioned Syria. I also opposed the Iraq War. I think the Iraq War was a serious mistake. And we have a pattern, and going back to this binary of the interventionist and the isolationist. The interventionists advocate over and over again, there's a bad guy, there's a dictator who's doing bad things to his people, and they say, let's go topple him. And you have dictators in the Middle East who are killing radical Islamic terrorists. We come in and topple them. The radical Islamic terrorists take over and they start killing Americans. In my view, how the heck does that help us? Like, Saddam Hussein was a horrible human being. He murdered and tortured people. Unequivocally bad guy. But it got much worse after we toppled him. And you ended up having ISIS rise up. I mean, that was the cause of ISIS, was toppling Saddam Hussein. Same thing in Libya. You had Gaddafi, another horrible guy, that under Obama, we toppled him. And you ended up having radical Islamic warlords taking over. And so, and it's the question I asked in Syria. Okay, well, what's the plan? And how is this good or bad for the United States? And so I don't think, with Iran, I view Iran as very different from Iraq.
But up to that point, you say we disagree. I don't hear really anything. I'm not quite sure what happened in Syria, but I don't know. So, right. But other than that, I don't hear anything I disagree with at all.
Yeah.
Sounds like we're in complete agreement. I wonder, though, is there a successful regime change that the United States supported that you're aware of in the last 100 years?
Sure. Defeating the Soviet Union and the Soviet Union collapsing, winning the Cold War. That was the most consequential step for U.S. national security interests of our lifetimes.
Okay.
And
so you would classify that as a regime change that we affected?
Absolutely.
Okay.
To a painting of Reagan in front of the Brandenburg Gate, and up top, in the style of the graffiti.
Right.
And I think those are the most important. how Reagan waged the Cold War. And Reagan is very much my model for how to...
Yeah.
I actually think how Reagan took on the Soviet Union is exactly how we should take on China. Now, starting from the point, look, Reagan was not an interventionist. In 8 years, the biggest country Reagan ever invaded was Grenada.
Ugh.
He was very reluctant to use U.S. military force.
He didn't respond after the 83 barracks bombing.
You're right. He made the judgment that the risk exceeded the benefits. And that's a very rational decision to make. And it's reflected. Trump has made those same decisions where he is willing to use military force, but he very much asks, okay, is this good or bad for America? Does this endanger U.S. servicemen and women or not? And one of the points about the Cold War, look, nobody in their right mind wanted a shooting war between America and the Soviet Union. The two biggest nuclear powers on Earth firing bullets at each other is really unhealthy for human beings. Same thing is true with China. Nobody with any sense says, hey, let's go to war with China. That's really dumb, and a whole lot of people could die. But the Cold War showed we've got lots of tools short of sending the Marines to fight against a regime. And one of the most important tools is the bully pulpit. And so when I say I support regime change, I actually think just simply laying out what the Ayatollah does. And so I spend a lot of time, I speak to Iranian dissident groups. I speak out against human rights abuses. I think shining a light on the depravity of leaders is a really powerful tool that America has.
Should we limit our activity to that?
It depends. Again,
because the U.S. government pays opposition groups, militarized opposition groups in Iran to overthrow the government. We've done it in a lot of different places, as you know. I'm not saying it's bad, but that's very different from what you're describing. You're saying we're making moral cases. We did for 7 years with the Soviets. Our system works. Yours doesn't.
Yep.
And I think we made a credible case for that. And we beat them over 70 years economically.
And that was a huge part of it.
Right. I think everyone would agree that was the main part of it. We didn't beat them in Vietnam or North Korea.
The main part of it was tied to a military buildup. So I think it was two things. It was one, the clarity. So Reagan came in and he described the Soviet Union as an evil empire.
Right.
And all of the intelligentsia in D.C., all the Democrats, all the media, they're like, what a horrible thing to say. You can't say that. Reagan went to the United Kingdom and he said, Marxism, Leninism will end up on the ash heap of history. People were horrified. They asked him, all right, what's your strategy in the Cold War? He said, very simple. We win, they lose.
You know what's funny is there's a famous Stalin quote where it's like the dust of or the trash of time will the trash upon my grave will be blown over by the winds of time, and eventually what I represented will be represented in the way it's meant to be, like respective for what it is, sort of thing. Like it's like so there's like he's doing the thing where like when it was kind of a bit problematic where like when the cult personality got a bit big, he started using Stalin as a sort of like symbol of things. So he's like, yo, when that symbol dies, something will blow it off and all that. But what he means is that you can't bury us. The revolution will continue going. I think Revolutionary Suicide by fucking Comrade Newton, like that's like I think that's like where we really need to be hitting shit. But like it's just an interesting thing that he's like, oh, Reagan's like, oh, Marxism, Leninism will end up in the ash heap, and like Stalin's like already predicted it. Like Stalin already predicted Reagan's quote. That's my joke.
Right.
And it was all viewed as sort of a Philistine simplicity. And I think it was exactly right. And laying that out, speaking... Do you know the backstory behind the Berlin Wall speech?
Yeah, I do. Yes.
You probably know Peter Robinson, who was the speechwriter.
Yes.
So 3 times the State Department deleted those words from that speech. And 3 times Reagan wrote it back. And the State Department argued, they said, Mr. President, you can't say this. This is too bellicose. This is too provocative. And my favorite, they said, this is too unrealistic. The Berlin Wall will stand till the end of time. And Reagan said, look, this is the whole point of the speech. And less than 3 years after Reagan gave that speech, the Berlin Wall was torn to the ground. And it wasn't knocked down by American Army tanks. We didn't shoot missiles at it. It was shining truth and light that tore it down. It was also rebuilding the American military. It was what was then pejoratively called Star Wars, where the Soviet Union, their economy couldn't match our military buildup. That's an example of peace through strength.
I wonder, is there anybody who was alive in 1989 who wouldn't trade that America for the one we live in now? There's not one person, I don't think.
Oh, sure.
But just the basic metrics, debt, suicide rate, life expectancy, I wonder why after that victory, America didn't thrive in the way that we thought that it would, that I thought that it would. My family was involved in that. We were very focused on it in my house. We won. And I wonder 2 things. Why didn't the United States kind of declare victory and make some sort of arrangement with Russia that allowed like mutual prosperity rather than continuing a Cold War? And second, I wonder why the United States didn't get a lot better. Like, why don't we have better infrastructure? Why don't we have fewer homeless? Why do we have all these drugs? Like, if we won, why does our country look like this? I walked across from Union Station this morning, as you do, I'm sure, every day. And all those people lying in the street, sleeping outside. It's like, what is that?
We're sorry to say it, but this is not a very safe country. Walk through Oakland or Philadelphia. Yeah, good luck. So most people, when they think about this, want to carry off in the end, but with the anti-pounds waiting.
Oh my God.
Some of it is, there's no doubt.
.com,
I'm not watching the
really
Tucker
your
Carlson
state.
adverts.
Berna. Look, there's no doubt there are really dangerous forces in our society. Some of it is politics and some of it is culture. And one of the
That
mistakes
sounds like a
people
place
make
where
in
drug
politics is thinking
dealers go
everything is
by
politics. So
telephones,
the
not
political
gonna
answer,
lie.
which I happen to believe, is we went much further down the road of liberalism. You look at Bill Clinton, who inherited the peace dividend of the Cold War being over and moved us more to the left, and then Obama accelerated it a lot. So there are lots of bad economic policies, but I also think they're cultural things.
Continued to move to the right. What do you
the
want
loss
about?
of
I agree
faith,
with
the loss
all
of
of
family.
that. I know what you're going to say, and I agree 100%. I bet there's not one word that I would disagree with. All I'm saying is,
Obama was
I think it's
maybe
important
a
to step back and
slight
ask.
But I actually think
push
Russia has very
towards
little to do with it.
moderatism, but
So
Well, that's kind of the point that I'm trying to make, which is like we're all
Still
sort of
kinda
focused
like
on being our
moderate
adversaries abroad, but what is
republicanism.
victory worth if our own country becomes what it is now? And maybe we're spending a little too much time focused abroad and not enough time focused on the people sleeping outside Union Station.
So look, I absolutely think we need to focus at home emphatically, and we need to focus on prosperity. We need to focus on reducing the debt, reducing spending, empowering people, low taxes, small businesses. American free enterprise. It's the most powerful force for fighting poverty the world has ever seen.
Don't know how to
I'm
solve the
1,000% there. I also recognize it is a dangerous world, and part of the responsibility of leaders, part of President Trump's responsibility,
You gotta
is to
bet. You
keep
gotta
America
have
safe.
some
Let's go back to where we
homeless
started.
But can I
people.
ask, you've been in the district a long time, and DC is so
How
high,
you gonna
and the city's way more
control
dangerous, and
the
Congress runs for
society?
it's a
You
complete
got
crap.
no
So I'm saying, like,
homeless
no
people.
Iranian's ever going to kill the city and focus on the dangers of Iran when the city is like garbage. It's garbage. It's in the Constitution.
It's in the Constitution, but they've given home rule, so it's a Democrat.
Okay, but I'm just saying, like, why? How can people ignore neglecting my own kids? And there's a sense in which the Congress is neglecting the country problems. That's the way it feels as an American.
Look, there a pit because you have a mayor and a Democrat city council that won't let police officers arrest bad guys. And in every city you see across the country, whether it's New York, whether it's Chicago, whether it's LA, whether it's San Francisco, if you have Democrats, we see the LA riots where they won't let people be arrested. All right,
then why not work in regime change here?
They won't let
What
people be
what do you think I do every day?
I never see Republicans stand up and say, I just walked to work this morning over people dying of drug ODs. We're going to shut this place down unless they fix it. They're mad about
The
Putin.
military's
Putin do to
down
Washington?
there.
Nothing.
Look, in terms of regime,
It's just like, if you don't like the fucking way the country is, just kill this one. Fuck me. This is where he starts bullying, I guess.
Shut this place down unless they fix it. They're mad about Putin. Like, what did Putin do to Washington? Nothing.
Look, in terms of regime change, let's talk this week. The riots in LA. I've made very clear that the cause of those riots are Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass. And when you elect communists who hate America, who stop law enforcement from arresting criminals, you get what you get on the street.
Man, I agree.
My in-laws
Oh
in
my
California,
God.
they're wonderful people. I grew up on the Central Coast of California. And I remember I was texting with my mother-in-law, and I think I sent her a video of criminals going into a store and just looting in California. And her response, she said something like, well, this is really terrible. I wish we could. It's a shame we can't do anything about this. So yes, you can. Go in and arrest them. Throw their butts in jail. Put them in handcuffs. And it stops.
Exactly.
And so we know how to fix these things. And
Bob,
DC
18.
is, I think DC voted, if I remember right, 92% Democrat.
Fucking, what's it? Gavin Newsom. He's a member of the Revolutionary Communist Party, led by the grand fucking Barbavakian.
Yeah.
He lives in France because he's scared of the CIA and the FBI.
Democrat policies don't work, and they destroy every community that they are in charge of.
Then why don't Republicans assert their constitutional authority over the city? Don't they control the Congress?
Yes, I'd be all for it.
Who's against it?
Susan Collins is really vocally against it. So on questions of home rule, so for example, let's take an issue you and I care a lot about, the COVID lockdowns. I had a couple of years ago in the middle of them. DC was proposing, the DC school district was proposing throwing out of school any child that was not vaccinated. And at the time, if I remember correctly, it was something like 40% of the African-American students in D.C. were not vaccinated. So we're talking about literally throwing out 40% of the kids at public school. And so I had a vote on the Senate floor to say, look, they can't throw kids out of school for this. And we ended up having a big argument, and part of the argument was home rule. Where there were, and Susan was the most vocal Republican. It's like, no, we have to let D.C. run. And I'm like, why? Constitution gives us the power to do it. And it ended up, by the way, every single Democrat, all of them, voted in favor of the D.C. public schools being able to throw out 40% of the black kids from school. And I said, look, you throw a kid out of school, you got a 14, 15-year-old boy, you throw him out of school, you know what's going to happen next. He's going to join a gang, he's going to engage in crimes, he's going to engage in drugs. He could be dead within 5 years if that kid doesn't get an education. And the Democrats were more than happy to say, we don't care. Right now, our religion is get the vaccine or to help.
So what they're on about is that during COVID, they were saying if you're not going to be vaccinated, you shouldn't be in the classroom. They weren't like lobbing the black people to the wind or some shit. Yes, there was a good 40% of black people that were vaccine skeptic because welcome to being like fucking tormented by that shit. Because of my disabilities, I was a bit fucking spooked by it because like having some doctors come about and be like, "Oh, there's a new RNA like vaccine thing that we're developing. Come take it." That sounds spooky.
Yeah.
And when Jimmy Dore gets a hold of something like that and then twists it up into something different in a way that's designed to scare the colonized and the disabled, it had a lot of us, and I got over my vaccine
Yeah.
skepticism eventually, and kind of on my own accord as well. Like no one really forced me. I just eventually come to terms with shit. Like you gotta find your way with that stuff, and just come to understand stuff more clearly. And fuck, I'm gonna say it. Trust the science. Well, no, it's not really how you should do science. You don't trust science. Science is based on evidence. You don't need to
Yeah.
trust evidence. Evidence is there's no faith involved. There's no belief involved. Evidence is evidence.
Yeah. And of course now Jimmy Dore, he's doing like climate crisis denial and all
Oh
that
my
crap.
god. And no, he had the fucking guy who does like electric universe theory on or whatever, like
Oh
fucking
god.
oh we can if this doesn't get spicy soon, we can go fucking see some of that stuff.
With you.
Whoa,
But
let's
can you
go.
see? I mean, once again, I couldn't agree with you more. But can you feel the frustration of people, including your voters, every American, at the emphasis on foreign countries and the threat we supposedly face, a lot of which is fake, obviously, over the kind of slowly unfolding tragedy of what's happening to our country? The dollar spent, the aid packages to Ukraine to pay the retirement of civil servants in a country that we have nothing to do with, the endless support for Israel, very expensive, when people are literally buying groceries on credit in the United States. Can you feel like it's nothing against Ukraine or Israel or any other country?
All right, let's stop. You said the support for Israel very expensive. How much support do we give to Israel?
Well, you tell me. You vote for it.
Yeah, it's about $3 billion a year is the military assistance.
Is that the only assistance?
Yeah, we just have military assistance. Israel does not have additional assistance. There's an MOU, a memorandum of understanding, and it's $3 billion a year.
So what is it costing to support the bombing campaign to protect Israel right now from Iran?
So I don't know right now, but I'll tell you this. Let's go back to the touchstone on foreign policy, American interest. Our support, our military support for Israel, is massively in America's national security interest, and it benefits us enormously.
Well, before we can make independent judgments about whether or not that's true, and I'm certainly open to it, I think we need to know what it costs. So what's the annual cost of defending Israel? Do you know?
$3 billion a year.
No, that's the aid. But I mean, the cost of the weapons, for example, the cost of U.S. personnel there, the cost of moving ships to the region, which we're doing right now, the cost of moving tankers to the region, all of that. Do we know what the cost is?
So look, the last week, I don't know, and there's some lag when the administration, under the Constitution, the commander-in-chief has control of the armed forces, and so President Trump has made some decisions that we'll know the cost over time, but I don't know the last week. I don't have visibility on that. The annual cost is $3 billion. It's a 10-year memorandum of understanding, and that's the principal driver of the cost. But let me make a point. We get massive benefits from Israel. Israel shares the Mossad is one of the best intelligence sources on the planet. The enemies of Israel, the people who hate Israel, they all hate us. It's almost a perfect overlap. And so if we tried to recreate, if we're just trying to defend America, we tried to recreate the national security benefits of our alliance with Israel, it would cost, I don't know, $30 billion, $300 billion.
So can you elaborate? And again, I'm going into this as someone who's always liked Israel and still does. But I also think at this point, given where we are, it's fair to ask rational questions about what the benefits are.
Good.
So does Mossad share all of its intelligence with us?
Oh, probably not, but they share a lot. We don't share all of our intelligence with them, but we share a lot. It's a close alliance.
Do they spy domestically in the United States?
Oh, they probably do, and we do as well. And friends and allies spy on each other. And I assume all of our allies spy on us.
That's okay with you?
You know what? One of the things about being a conservative is that you're not naive and utopian. You don't think the mantra from each according to his abilities to each according to his needs doesn't work. As a
to pay people to spy on you?
It's conservative to recognize that human beings.
Do you like it? That's my question. I'm not asking whether they have motive to do it. Of course they do. So I just want to know. Hold on. I want to know your attitude. Yeah. You said that you're
guiding the overwhelming. I wouldn't say only.
Is it in America's interest? Is it in America's
interest to be closely allied with Israel because?
But I just want to stop on this line for a second. That it takes place, as you know. I just want to know if that's okay, and why is it okay? Wouldn't an American lawmaker say to mad at you, but you're not allowed to?
Sure.
And I don't care for it. I don't want to be spied on by you. Is that? It's kind of weird not to say that, but you don't seem able to say that.
Sure, I would say don't spy on us. They're going to anyway. And by the way, the Brits are, the Canadians are. Like, I don't think.
Well, I'm not for that at all. I think it's disgusting. But we don't actually pay their. We're not their most meaningful sponsor. We're not sort of paying for the operations of the British government.
I got to say, and this is, it's weird. we're talking about isolation. It's the obsession with Israel. Why is Israel?
Well, I don't think I'm obsessed with Israel.
Okay, but I think a lot of people are. And like the question, Israel spies on us. Well, so does every other country. Why are you mad at Israel?
I guess. Oh, no. I'm hardly the one who. I've never taken money from the Israel lobby. Have you?
Taken money from the Israel
from AIPAC?
So AIPAC raises a lot of money for me, but it's actually a misnomer because the people who raise money are individuals. So it's not the PAC itself, but they're individual members who believe in the American-Israeli friendship and relationship.
Is AIPAC a foreign lobby?
No, it's an American lobby. It's the AIPAC stands for the America-Israeli Political Action Committee.
What does it lobby for?
So, to be honest, not a whole lot effectively. Listen, I came into Congress 13 years ago with the stated intention of being the leading defender of Israel in the United States Senate. And I've worked every day to do that. AIPAC, a lot of times, AIPAC, I wish were much more effective. Like, there are folks online who are the fever swamp of terrified of AIPAC, and AIPAC...
I'm not terrified of AIPAC at all. You're the one who seems a little uncomfortable when I'm asking.
No, not uncomfortable at all.
I'm just asking what AIPAC does. My understanding, having known a lot of people with AIPAC, is that it lobbies on behalf of the Israeli government.
Wrong.
Oh, okay.
America has thousands of colleges and universities, and a lot of them, unfortunately, are basically just scams. It's one of those things nobody really wants to talk about, but everybody on some level knows that it's true. What's an impressive college in 2022?
Go away.
You don't have to pay any Rome's right. That the basis, which is freedom.com.
No, lobbying for the United States.
No. Okay.
Took a position that deviated from Prime Minister Netanyahu.
All the time.
Anyone.
Okay. Let me go back and give a little history. If you want to do a deep dive on AIPAC...
I don't. I want to do a shallow dive. No. I want to get to the core question. AIPAC is lobbying for a foreign government. And I don't... It's not. It's lobbying for the United States.
It is lobbying for a strong U.S.-Israeli relationship.
Okay. So it's not has nothing to do with the foreign government.
It wants America and Israel to be closely allied.
Okay. But it's lobbying on behalf of the interests of another country.
So that's not true at all. And if
it's not true.
No.
How much contact do you think AIPAC leaders have with the government of Israel?
No idea. I imagine some. I think the government of Israel is often frustrated with AIPAC.
Do you think there's
not nearly strong enough?
Do you think there's any coordination between the government of Israel and AIPAC?
Do they talk? Sure. If you're lobbying for more U.S.-Mexico trade, would you talk to people in the U.S. and Mexico and the government? Sure. Like if.
So I'm not mad about that. There are a million countries that lobby Washington. I like a lot of those countries, including Israel.
But AIPAC are Americans.
But hold on. There are tons of Americans who lobby on behalf of foreign governments. I know them. I'm related to some of them. I know how it works. I'm from here. So my question is not, is it outrageous that foreign governments lobby the United States? They all do, okay, including Israel. My only question is, why don't we admit that is what's happening? You're denying it, but it's true.
Yeah,
and
why
aren't they registered as a foreign lobby?
Because they're not.
They're not a foreign lobby.
No, they're not. And this is there's a fever swamp. Look,
it's not a fever swamp. These are very reasonable questions, and you've accused me of being obsessed with Israel, which I'm not.
I actually haven't. I've said
and being feverish about it, which I'm not at all. I find it's a very tender spot when you ask it, and I don't know why.
So, Tucker, all right, let's go back. I was first elected to the Senate in 2012. I came in Obama's second term. And I actually saw AIPAC be badly wounded in a way they never came back from. And the second term is when Obama did the Iran nuclear deal. And the Iran nuclear deal, I think, was catastrophic.
Oh, no.
And AIPAC went all in lobbying against it. And they failed. And I was the leading opponent of the Iran nuclear deal.
I know, they definitely failed, yes.
They failed. And what happened, the Obama White House told every Democrat, when I got here, there used to be real bipartisan support for Israel. That has largely disappeared. And it's the Obama nuclear deal that caused it, because the Obama White House told every Democrat, pick. You either stand with Israel, or you're a Democrat and you stand with the Obama White House. And almost every single Democrat member of Congress said, I'm a Democrat first, to hell with Israel. And then I watched as AIPAC, every one of those Democrats got reelected, and AIPAC did nothing about it. And it dramatically reduced AIPAC's influence. And by the way, I told AIPAC, I said, look, the analogy is the NRA was supporting a bunch of politicians and cared about the Second Amendment. And you had politicians that vote to confiscate people's guns. And the NRA turned around and raised money for the people who voted to confiscate guns. You know what? No one would ever care what they said again.
So you're making the case that AIPAC is not as powerful as people say it is, and I completely agree with you. I've watched that, and I'm not making the case that AIPAC is all powerful and they're running everything and putting fluoride in the water. I'm not making the case at all, because that's not true. I'm only trying to get to the question of what AIPAC is, and I don't think you're being straightforward about it. AIPAC is lobbying on behalf of the interests of a foreign country, and they're not registered. And you're saying, no, that's not true. You're saying that they don't coordinate with the Israeli government.
I coordinate. Do they talk with them? I don't know what they do. I can.
But
tell
why don't you care? Isn't it meaningful if a foreign government?
Hey, I talk with Israel all the time.
Of course you do. Of course you do.
Countries all the time.
But the law is, and a lot of people have been prosecuted under this law, that if you are lobbying on behalf of foreign government, you must register. That's it. It's really simple. And I don't know why, if I'm working for Malaysia or Qatar or Belgium, and I'm working on behalf of its government's interests through a group of Americans who are representing the friendship between those two nations, I have to register under the Foreign Agent Registration Act. And if I don't, I can go to jail. People have gone to jail, including people I know. Okay. So I don't understand why we don't just be honest and say they're lobbying on behalf of foreign government, they're coordinating with the government. You know that that's true.
That is not only not true, that is false.
They're not coordinating with the Israeli government?
Do you know how AIPAC raises money?
What?
For elected officials, like what they do, like what the actual mechanics is?
Yeah, I mean, they go to people who are sympathetic to Israel and raise money and then send it to candidates who agree with them.
So what they'll do is, so in my last election, AIPAC endorsed me, and they'll host a fundraiser. And they'll host a fundraiser in Dallas or Houston or Atlanta or New York or LA. And they'll do a fundraiser, and they'll get someone who'll host it, and it's usually a business owner, lawyer, doctor, someone who hosts it. And you'll get typically at an AIPAC fundraiser 30, 40, 50, maybe 100 people who live in
Yeah.
that city,
right?
Who care about a strong U.S.-Israel relationship, and if they have 50 people, each of them writes a $1,000 check, and you raise $50,000.
Yeah, I've been to an AIPAC fundraiser. I know what it looks like.
But that is not. And by the way, there's no representative of the Israeli government there. You have when you're in Dallas, you're meeting with.
I know all this. I know all this. The question is are AIPAC's goals shaped by the goals of the Israeli government to any extent?
Okay, that's
a really
different
simple
from
question.
lobbying on behalf of.
It's a simple question. Are AIPAC's goals shaped by the goals of the Israeli government? And I'm just going to ask you a question straightforwardly. And if you say no, I think we both know that's not true.
Hey, are they shaped by? Is that?
Are they coordinating with the Israeli government?
Are they talking
to
with them?
represent
Yes.
the
Is
Israeli
Israel
government?
directing them? What are you want to talk about FARA, the law on lobbying on behalf of someone?
Yeah.
It is I hire you and you lobby on behalf of me. I direct you. Does Israel direct AIPAC? No, they're not lobbying on behalf of them. Do they care about them? Yes, but
or do you think that it's just interesting because what you're now describing in a very defensive way, I will say, is foreign influence over our politics.
No.
And you began, and it's so transparently obvious to everybody. I don't know why you'd be embarrassed of it. You said that you were sincerely for Israel. I believe you. I don't think you have some weird agenda. You seem to be sincere.
By the way, Tucker, it's a very weird thing. The obsession with Israel. When we're talking about foreign countries,
hardly an obsession.
You're not talking about Chinese. You're not talking about Japanese. You're not talking about the Brits. You're not talking about the French. The question: what about the Jews? What about the Jews?
Oh, I'm an anti-Semite now.
Senator, you're asking the question, Tucker. You're asking why are the Jews controlling our foreign policy?
Senator,
That's what you just
I am
asked.
hardly saying that, and I have.
That is exactly what you just said.
Well, actually, I can speak for myself and tell you what I am saying.
Good.
On behalf not simply of myself, but of my many Jewish friends who would have the same questions, which is to what extent, and it's interesting you're trying to derail my questions by calling me an anti-Semite, which you are.
I did not.
Of course you are. And rather than be honorable enough to say it right to my face, you are in a sleazy feline way implying it. We're just asking questions about the Jews. I'm not asking questions about the Jews. There's nothing to do with Jews or Judaism. It has to do with foreign government.
Isn't Israel controlling our foreign policy?
That's not
about
about
the
the
Jews.
You said, I'm asking
And by the way,
you.
that one that just called me, I think, is sleazy feline. So let's be clear.
It's sleazy to imply that I'm an anti-Semite, which you just did.
No, I just said,
When
why
I'm
is that the only
asking
question you're asking? You answer it. Give me another reason. If you're not an anti-Semite, give me another reason why the obsession is Israel.
I'm in no sense obsessed with Israel. We are on the brink of war with Iran, and so these are valid questions.
But you're not asking about
if I can finish, you asked me why I'm obsessed with Israel.
Yep.
3 minutes after telling me that when you first ran for Congress, you elucidated one of your main goals, which is to defend Israel.
Yes.
And I'm the one who's obsessed with Israel. I don't see a lawmaker's job as defending the interests of a foreign government, period. Any government, including the ones that my ancestors come from. So that's my position. That does not make me an anti-Semite. And shame on you for suggesting otherwise, and I mean that. And that's low, and you know it's low. So why don't you just answer my questions
I'll
in a
answer any
straightforward,
question you'd
rational
like.
way? You certainly have the IQ to do it.
So, shame on you is cute, by the way, Tucker.
It is. It's not cute. I'm offended. I'm obsessed with the Jews. You just told me
You
that
just called me a
ran-
sleazy feline.
It is sleazy to imply that I'm an anti-Semite for asking questions about how my government
You
is
want to
run.
count how many questions you asked about? What about the Jews? What about Israel? What about
I
AIPAC?
never asked about the Jews. I have. This has nothing to do with the Jews, whatever that means. This has to do with a foreign government. And once again, shame on you for conflating the two. They have nothing to do with each other. I'm talking about the influence.
Israel
of
and
foreign...
Jews have nothing to do with each other?
All Jews are an attack on all Jews, which I am not, nor would I ever be undertaking. Now, I'm not attacking anybody.
By the way, that's who Iran wants to kill, is all the Jews and all the Americans.
And I'm totally opposed to that, okay? But now, because
Except you don't want to do
specific
anything about it.
decisions need to be made.
We can talk about those decisions.
And I plan to.
Good.
But I just want to get a sense of whether you think, having described yourself as an America First person whose only criterion for judgment of foreign policy is America's national interest, to what extent you're influenced by a foreign government, which gives you a lot of money through its lobby, and you're claiming this has nothing to do with the foreign government. They're not coordinating. Yes, they're spying on us, but it doesn't bother you. And I'm sort of wondering, like, what is this? This is one of the weirdest conversations I've ever had.
I'll tell you what, and I'll answer any question you like, but let's try to...
Are you going to call me an anti-Semite again or no?
Let's try to ratchet down the temperature a little.
You're the one who went to motive. I'm asking honest questions.
I'm
just asking questions. Yes, that's it. That is what I'm doing.
Let's try to ratchet down the temperature a little bit.
Picture the house of your dreams. Maybe it's got an outdoor pool, a huge front porch, an inviting fireplace for a cold winter's night. No matter what you prefer, there's little doubt that an American flag waving out front enhances the whole thing. What better way to welcome your guests than with a flag outside your home? But wait, there's a problem. The American flags you're likely to buy at some big stores were made.
Question: Israel spies on us. Well, so it's
not every little assist of our
with Israel.
Belgium,
50, maybe people. And by the way, Israel controls. We'll go shake down everyone who supports that money. What great
bill and sales to honor flag
comedy about politics. And did you ever see an Eddie Murphy
veterans and to switch to America's company, Wireless from Pure Talk?
And did you ever see an Eddie Murphy movie called The Distinguished Gentleman?
No.
It's this great movie. It's actually a fun comedy about politics. And Eddie Murphy in the movie is a con man who gets elected to Congress. And he's literally a con man who, the congressman dies, he has the same name, and so he runs and they get elected. And there's a scene in the movie where Eddie Murphy is a freshman member of Congress, and he's sitting down with a sleazy lobbyist. And he's asking the lobbyist, all right, what should my positions be on, I think they were talking about power plants and electrical transmission lines. And the lobbyist's like, well, what do you believe? And Eddie Murphy's comment says, I don't care, whatever gets me the most money. I'll do whatever gets me the most money. And the lobbyist says, no, pick a side. Doesn't matter what you pick. If you pick one side, we'll go shake down everyone who supports that side and they'll give you money. If you pick the other side, that's fine. We'll just go to the other side and shake down that. That's a little bit the way it works. And you often get leftists in the media who say, for example, if you support the Second Amendment, as you do and I do, well, you're just bought and paid for by the NRA. And that actually is backwards. I believe in the Second Amendment because I believe in the Constitution. Now, am I proud that the NRA supports me? Sure, because people who care about the Second Amendment want to support leaders who fight for it. but it gets it backward. Look, AIPAC, when I ran for the Senate, AIPAC didn't support me. I supported Israel before they supported me. I'm happy to have their support because they share my objective.
No, but you're missing it. I'm not suggesting that you're bought and paid for. I'm not saying that. I think your views are sincere.
I want to go back and take the transcript because you just said a minute ago, I'm slightly paraphrasing, but are you lobbying for foreign government because they pay you a lot of money? That's basically what you said. So you are suggesting
that. Let me just be clear about what I think. Your views seem totally sincere.
Yes.
You take money from people who agree with you.
Yeah.
I believe that. I
take money from people who disagree with me.
I'm only trying to get to the question of to what extent is the U.S. government influenced by other governments? And it's a lot.
Of course.
It's hardly just Israel. It's hardly just Israel. I don't think Israel's the main one. There are lots of governments. China is a massive influence on the city.
And it's a huge problem.
As you know, I couldn't agree more. And there are lots of other. The UK, which is a truly sinister place, in my opinion, as a ethnic Brit, I can say. I think that's my view. Maybe you disagree.
I think they're on the wrong path. I love the Brits, but their government
without
is
even getting into
rails.
that. I'm just saying I don't think Israel's the only one. But it's the only one where you're instantly called an anti-Semite for asking questions. And it's also the only government that no one will ever.
Fucking, you know what? Like, Tucker's is right that it is a sinister place. Like, I can't believe every time fucking Tucker opens his mouth, he's saying something I don't agree with most of the time, or he's saying stuff I agree with, but in like a cunty way, where it's like for different reasons, you know. But then like the Zodiac killer, fucking whatever the fuck, opens his mouth and he says something worse. I'm just like, he's like, the British, they're just on the wrong path. Like, what do you mean? Like, I guess they're on about like the Labour election, I imagine.
Yeah.
Because there's a big, like, Eurasian fascist conspiracy that involves a lot of different parties, and the Labour Party isn't one of them.
Yeah. The Zodiac Zionist, Ted Cruz.
You were, sorry?
Oh, I was just saying Ted Cruz is like a Zodiac Zionist.
The Zodiac Zionist.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Zodiac Zionist. There we go. We got his new nickname. I until this interview, I didn't know how much of a fucking like whore for Israel he is, but like shit. Like he's an evangelical, so it makes sense. So
yeah, he is.
Evangelicals do be whoring out for Israel.
I criticize Israel every minute of every day. Like, the only government that people will not criticize, Rashida Tlaib just tweeted out calling Benjamin Netanyahu a war criminal. Rashida Tlaib? No, you said no one will criticize.
No, I know what's needed. I know what's needed, you know. Fucking... You know, it's got to be a treat. Trump...
Israel has...
Oh, spoilers. The way Edge works now is weird. Like, you don't have to have the bar come out. It just adds it when you plop it on. Because you gotta click.
See.
You gotta click to drag the thing out to get the top bar to come down. It's cool. I like it, you know. But Microsoft Edge is not my go-to because spying on me, you know, and stuff like that. But it's not a bad browser for doing my stream and stuff. It's just like a browser that's not gonna dox me, sort of thing, you know.
Right.
You know, because I use Firefox so much. There's just so much shit that if I'm not streaming the application directly and I end up streaming a screen, I could end up fucking doxing like a lot of things, you know. You gotta be careful with that. That's why it's always good to have very good security and stay away from keyloggers. But anyway, we must be in a state of educational mentality. We must listen to, you know, this is when they tried to claim Rashida Tlaib went like full, like jihad, going on about a tweet. I mean, it was if it's a real tweet, it's a base tweet. If it's a fake tweet, make it a real tweet. But here we go.
Israel has hypnotized the world. May Allah awaken the people and help them to see the evil doings of Israel and the United States.
Now, the Trump administration is accusing you of...
Oh my God, go away.
Israel
has hypnotized the world. May Allah awaken the people.
That
to
I would
the
vote for,
evil
including you.
doings
And
of
I'm
Israel and the United States.
Whatever. I don't even like talking about Israel. What I care about, I never do because it's not worth being called anti-Semites from AIPAC recipients. But now we are on the verge of joining a war, and I just want to be clear about why we're doing this.
All right, so, and let's get into Iran momentarily, but you suggested it was a strange thing that I said a minute ago, that when I came into the Senate, I resolved that I was going to be the leading defender of Israel. And what you didn't ask is why, so let me tell you why.
No, you said I was obsessed with Israel, and you had just told me that, like, your driving motive to get to the Senate was to defend Israel. I'm like, I don't think I'm the one who's obsessed with Israel.
Okay, so Tucker, words matter.
Uh-huh.
You know that.
Every accusation's a point of advantage.
Your driving
it even
motive, the
works
reason
in
you're
their
in the
own
Senate,
I'm the leading defender of Israel. I would think if I ran for Senate, I'd be like, there are people dying of drug abuse on the street.
My driving motive is to fight for Texas and America, and to fight for jobs, and to fight for the Constitution. And you played a very, very careful word game of eliding.
You're the one who said it, not me.
So you still haven't asked why, but I'm going to tell you why.
Okay.
And the reason is twofold. Number one, as a Christian, growing up in Sunday school, I was taught from the Bible, those who bless Israel will be blessed, and those who curse Israel will be cursed. And from my perspective, I want to be on the blessing side of things.
Of those who bless the government of Israel?
Those who bless Israel is what it says. It doesn't say the government of it, it says the nation of Israel. So that's in the Bible. As a Christian, I believe that.
Where is that?
I can find it to you. I don't have the scripture off the tip of my... You pull out the phone and use the...
It's in Genesis, but... So you're quoting a Bible phrase. You don't have context for it. You don't know where in the Bible it is, but that's like your theology? I'm confused. What does that even mean?
Tucker.
I'm a Christian. I want to know what you're talking about.
Okay. Where does my support for Israel come from? Number one, because biblically we're commanded to support Israel. But number two...
Hold on. Hold on. You're a senator, and now you're throwing out theology, and I'm a Christian. I am allowed to weigh in on this. We are commanded as Christians to support the government of Israel?
We are commanded to support Israel. And we're
what does that mean, Israel?
We're told those who bless Israel will be blessed.
But what? Hold on. Define Israel. This is confused. What does that even mean?
Tucker.
I'm a Christian. I want to know what you're talking about.
Okay. Where does my support for Israel come from? Number one, because biblically we're commanded to support Israel. But number two...
Hold on. Hold on. You're a senator, and now you're throwing out theology, and I am a Christian, and I am allowed to weigh in on this. We are commanded as Christians to support the government of Israel?
We are commanded to support Israel. And what
does that mean, Israel?
We're told those who bless Israel will be blessed.
But what? Hold on. Define Israel. This is important. Are you kidding? This is a majority Christian country.
Define Israel? Do you not know what Israel is? That would be the country you've asked like 49 questions about.
So that's what Genesis, that's what God is talking about.
The nation
in
of Israel, yes.
And so is that the current borders, the current leadership? He's talking about the political entity called Israel?
He's talking about the nation of Israel. Yeah, nations exist, and he's discussing a nation. A nation was the people of Israel.
Is the nation
They're the
God's
descendants of
referring
Abraham.
to in Genesis, is that the same as the country run by Benjamin Netanyahu right now?
Yes.
It is. Okay.
And by the way, it's not run by Benjamin Netanyahu as a dictator. It's a
I'm not
democratic
saying he's a
country that
dictator.
elected.
He's the prime minister.
Right.
What?
But just like, you know, America is the country run by Donald Trump. No, actually, the American people elected Donald Trump. The same principle.
This is silly.
He's
I'm
such
talking
a
about the
weaselly
political
little
entity of modern
bitch.
Israel.
Oh my
Yes,
God.
and that
You
is
believe that's what God was talking about in Genesis.
I do.
Such
but that
Zionist,
country's existed
such
since when?
little fucking
for thousands of years. Now, there was a time when it didn't exist, and then it was recreated just over
Religious
7 years.
Zionists,
I
yep.
think most people
dodging the
understand
question so hard.
that line in Genesis to refer to the Jewish people, God's chosen people.
That's not what it says.
Okay, Israel, but you don't even know where in the Bible it is. So I don't know if we can...
I don't remember the scriptural citation.
It's not geographic.
Okay, I keep...
It's like Genesis 16 or something like that. But yes, it's in the earlier part of the book. But the point is...
All right, Tucker, you keep interrupting me before I finish
it's
my
just
sentence.
important to know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're... So you're saying as a Christian, if I believe in Jesus, I have to support the modern state of Israel?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm explaining for me what my vote motivation is.
But okay, so I'm just trying to understand. You said God tells you to support the modern state of Israel in the Bible, in some place in the Bible that you heard about, but you don't know where it is. That's your theology?
You're going back, am I a sleazy feline again? I mean...
If you accuse me of anti-Semitism again, I will say that, but I don't think you will.
Try to be a little less condescending. I'm trying to have a conversation.
Condescending. You're throwing this stuff out, and it's my job to figure out what you're talking about,
Okay,
but I don't understand.
But you're not letting me...
Okay. I'm sorry. I want to be polite.
That is, for me, a personal motivation, but I also, what I was about to say, I don't believe my personal faith, not everyone who I represent is a Christian, it's not an argument for me to give that we should do this because of my faith. And so as an elected official, I don't give that as the reason we should support Israel. That is a personal motivation for me, but I don't think it is the reason we should. The reason that I am the leading defender of Israel is because Israel is our strongest ally in the Middle East, an incredibly troubled part of the world, and supporting Israel benefits America. And the clearest illustration of that is what is happening right now. Let me just make this point, and then...
Okay, and then I'll just ask what you mean. That's it. Okay. Yeah.
Look,
I guess Saudi Arabia is too
I think
British
the most acute national security threat facing America right now is the threat of a nuclear Iran. I think China is the biggest long-term threat, but acute and near-term is a nuclear Iran.
Okay.
And I think Israel is doing a massive favor to America right now by trying to take out Iran's nuclear capacity. And the reason I view Iran differently, we talked before about Iraq. I opposed the Iraq war. We talked about Syria. I opposed military intervention in Syria. The reason for that is those did not pose a threat to the United States. I think Iran is markedly different. Number one, the Ayatollah is a religious zealot. He is a lunatic, but a particularly dangerous kind of lunatic because he's driven by religious fervor. When he says death to America and death to Israel, I believe him. And I think Iran is trying to get a nuclear weapon because there is a very real possibility they would use a nuclear weapon. So you want to ask how does supporting Israel benefit us? Right now, this tiny little country, the size of the state of New Jersey, is fighting our enemies for us and taking out their top military leadership and trying to take out their nuclear capacity. That makes America much safer.
So the president has said repeatedly Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon, and he will do whatever it takes to stop Iran from getting a nuclear weapon. He said that like 100 times. He clearly means it. I think he will use force to effect that if he feels he has to. I think he's been really clear about that. I don't know, but it seems that way. Do you feel that? Do you think that's correct?
Whether he would use force to stop a nuclear weapon, I think he has put that option on the table.
He certainly suggested. I mean, I have literally no idea what's going to happen, but just reading his statements, he's made that really clear.
So what he has been very clear about, and I spoke with the president on Sunday, is he has been very clear to Iran that if they attack U.S. servicemen and women, there will be real consequences and I think very serious military.
By the way, this is a sidebar, but I just can't resist. The Prime Minister of Israel said that Iran tried to assassinate Donald Trump twice.
Yeah, I read your newsletter this morning, and
but do you believe that's true?
Again, I think it was sort of a word game. What is true is Iran is trying to assassinate Donald J. Trump, and they have hired hitmen. Now, you pointed out...
No, he said that they had tried twice to kill him, and I don't know that... I don't have any evidence that's true, but I sort of wonder if that is true. Why aren't we at war with them already?
Okay, and I read your newsletter this morning, and I thought it was playing word games to draw a political point.
How's that a word game? It's my president. And
can I tell you?
Yeah, please.
Okay. You rightly pointed out there's no evidence that this clown in Butler, Pennsylvania, who shot the president was working for the Iranians. I don't think he was. There's no evidence of that. Although I would like to know more about who he was and what's going on. But I don't find it plausible that he was working for the Iranians. So, was that caused by the Iranians? No. But what is true, and what your newsletter didn't acknowledge, is it true or false that Iran is currently trying to murder Donald J. Trump and has paid hitmen to do so?
Well, that's the question, and I don't know the Butler, Pennsylvania thing.
Butler, Pennsylvania.
Let's just put that aside. I don't know.
So Netanyahu misspoke when he said those two assassinations were because of Iran. But what he was saying that is right is they're actively trying to murder Donald J. Trump.
Is there? Okay, so you're aware of a plot to kill Trump?
Yes, that Iran is paying for. And by the way,
wait, when?
It has been over the last, I'd say, 18 months to 2 years.
In the United States?
In the United States, yes. And let me point out.
Has anyone been arrested?
For the Trump attempted assassination, no. But they are also actively paying Iranian hitmen to murder Mike Pompeo when he was President Trump's first Secretary of State, the first term rather, John Bolton when John Bolton was National Security Advisor to President Trump, and a guy named Brian Hook who was Assistant Secretary of State. Right. During the Biden administration.
Wait, hold on. Can we go back to Donald Trump because he's the president? No, it's a big deal.
Lies.
What do you mean? When no one has been.
This is just full of lies. He's full of shit. What the fuck's he on about? I mean, and if they did, good. I hope they I hope they do it. You know, like fucking. What the fuck, man? Like, he's such a sleazy little guy. Like,
arrested for these assassination attempts on Trump.
Yes.
If hired hitmen, how do we know?
It's like, yeah, it's like, why can't we just find out who the fuck assassinated them and then who's trying? How do you know that there's a plot? Where's the information? Like, how are you keeping the people safe? You know, like, or is it just Donald Trump who needs like protecting? You know,
right?
That.
America first.
All right, let me break it down. People have been arrested. So the reason I brought up Pompeo, Bolton, and Hook, who are under active assassination attempts because of their service in the first Trump administration, under the Biden
administration. They say that. I've never seen any evidence of it.
Can I give you the evidence?
Let's just stick with Trump.
No, because these are interrelated. So let me make a blight point. Under the Biden administration, the State Department was spending $2 million a month providing security for Pompeo, Bolton, and Hook. And they did arrest Iranian hitmen at John Bolton's apartment complex who rented, I think, the apartment next to him and were actively trying to assassinate him, and they went and arrested them. So, yes, they caught Iranian hitmen. Now, it so happens Iran's not very good at it.
You know, Hook, he's the captain.
And so they are actively trying. And in fact, during
what
the
about
Biden...
Trump? He's the president. If there's a plot to kill Trump by the Iranians...
Okay, so you dispute that the Iranians are trying to kill Trump.
It's probably got a fucking sail, but like,
of course. I mean, that's the most important question. The Prime Minister of Israel just said there have been 2 assassination attempts against Donald Trump by the Iranians. And I think it's a very fair question, maybe you disagree, to ask, what are you talking about?
Okay, and I agree with you that he misspoke.
So there weren't those 2 attempts?
There were 2 attempts, but the clown in Butler, Pennsylvania, and the other guy on the golf course were not connected to the Iranians. That's the part that he misspoke. But by the way, when you speak all the time, occasionally, what he said that was accurate is that Iran is actively trying to murder Donald J. Trump and has paid hitmen.
Okay, but okay, that's fine.
And he was conflating it with the 2 attempts.
I understand. But I just want to pull that thread because it's so important. I voted for Donald Trump. I campaigned for Donald Trump. Yeah. He's our president. And we're on the cusp of a war. So if there's evidence that Iran paid hitmen to kill Donald Trump and is currently doing that, where's that? Like, what are you even talking? I've never heard that before.
Okay.
Where's the evidence? Who are these people? Why haven't they been arrested? Why are we not at war with Iran?
That's a great question to ask.
How do you know that that's true?
We know that it's true because we have been told that by the military and our intelligence community for the last 2 years.
We mean
Congress has and the public. I mean, we had multiple testimonies. I can send you testimony.
Do we know the names of the people or where this happened or what they tried to do to kill Trump?
We do not. We have not apprehended an Iranian hitman trying to kill him. We know that Iran is trying to do so.
In the United States?
Yes. And by the way, like Iran...
This just seems like a huge headline, and you're acting like everyone knows this. I didn't know that.
Iran put out a whole video about murdering Trump.
Right, but I've never heard evidence that there are hitmen in the United States. I mean, trying to kill Trump right now. We should have a nationwide dragnet on this, and we should attack Iran immediately if that's true. Don't you think?
No.
If they're trying to assassinate our president?
They have been for 2 years.
Then why are we at war with them?
Well, we are trying to...
Why don't we just nuke Tehran if they're trying to murder our president? There's nothing that you could do that would be worse for the United States than murdering Trump. And I just don't understand why you're not calling for the use of nuclear weapons against...
He's showing how crazy of a guy he is, but like he's also just like pulling his fucking leg a bit and being like, whoa, well, if like this is happening, shouldn't we just already go already? It is a good fucking point to pull on, but he's pulling on it from the more so like, you know, I mean, I guess he doesn't really want to war because he is one of the more local guys, but he's a weird white supremacist fascist, so his logic is completely profound. And again, he also does agree with some of the hawkishness. What's it? Vampire Masquerade was displaying earlier. You know.
The Ayatollah, right? No, I'm serious. If you really believe they're trying to murder
of nuclear weapons,
whatever
part of the problem of.
So what do you mean?
Did I cut you off playing? Did you have anything to say at all?
No, I was agreeing.
Yeah, no, I wasn't going by what you said. I just was already pressing play so quick. I was wondering if I like cut you out or anything.
You don't seem to take the allegations seriously.
Just keep
I do. If
talking.
you believe
If
they're
you
trying to
wanna
murder
start
Trump,
talking,
we need
I
to stop
go
what
to
we're
play
doing
and I'll pause
and
it.
punish them.
Can I ask something?
Don't
And I
let the
mean this
video
sincerely.
wrestle
So
you wrestled the
all right,
video.
20
That's what
years
I
ago,
learned.
you were, I think it's fair to say, in the interventionist world, you were a vocal,
Big time.
You
Big
were
time.
a vocal defender of the Iraq War.
I was a promoter of the Iraq War.
And
So it's
you
the
now,
War
and I,
salesman.
look, I think you think you were mistaken. I think you were mistaken. That's okay. Look, people change and learn, and that's part of the journey of being human. Your views have moved, though. In my view, they've gone way too far the other end. And so
I'm
I just
totally
want to ask
confused.
why.
I'm saying, hold on. Wait, this is one of the weirdest conversations I've ever had. I'm saying if it's true that Iran is trying to murder Trump, we need to move militarily against Iran immediately. That's not isolationism. That's the most. That's a call to violence, which I am calling for. If we believe that Iran is trying to murder our president, we need to strike Iran.
Okay, but isolationists say things like, well, then just nuke them, which is what you just said.
Okay.
Which is kind of a weird...
Because I'm upset, because I'm taking you seriously. You don't take your own statements seriously.
I take my statements very seriously.
So I've asked you, where's the evidence this is true? And you said, well, they're trying to assassinate Brian Hook or something, which I'm against, by the way. I'm against hurting any American, period, no matter...
So you dispute that they're trying to murder
I'm not disputing it at all.
and Bolton?
I'm not disputing it at all.
They literally arrested the hitman with Bolton.
I don't know why that's even relevant. I'm asking about the President of the United States.
Wait, it's not relevant that Iran hired hitmen to murder cabinet members in Trump's administration? That doesn't go to
I've already
how credible
said
is it that they're
I'm
willing to spend money to do
totally
that?
opposed to that. It's awful. I am against killing anybody, actually, and
Okay, I'm
especially
not.
foreign government. Okay. I'm asking about your allegation and the Prime Minister of Israel's allegation that,
Let me be
that
clear,
Iran
I'm
is trying to
emphatically for
murder the
killing our enemies.
president.
Killing terrorists is a good thing. Killing people who are trying to murder Americans is a good thing. Because if you're America first, you want to protect Americans. So killing Osama bin Laden was a fantastic
But you don't
day
really
for the
believe
world.
that they're trying to murder Trump, or
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Then why aren't you calling for military action against Tehran right now?
Because they're not very effective. In terms of hitmen, their hitmen are not very effective. I do think...
So they're hitmen, but not the bad kind, the efficient kind?
No,
What are you saying?
They're a weak country who is on its knees, and I think we need to...
Then why are we so afraid of them? Why are they the biggest threat if they're a weak country that's on its knees?
Because they're trying...
I'm trying to keep track.
They're trying to develop... Be a little less
He's
snarky.
like,
I know,
yo,
you're
they
right.
can't afford good hitmen. He's like, yo, the cunt, you know, Tucker, Iran's on a budget, you know, like. Like, what the fuck? Like, he's like, whoa, Tucker, you gotta slow down here, you know. This is a poor country. They can't afford James Bond. They got like fucking, you know, they get the Zodiac Zionist. That's their killer, you know.
It's like the Suicide Squad movie or something, I guess.
They got, to be fair, like, if we're talking about the Republicans, I guess he is like, you know, the southern version of like Suicide Squad Joker. You know, he's southern.
Yeah.
Not southern, do it, we do. You know, like like he's a stereotype. Like, I really wonder if a lot of people in his family's got that like Texas hick to him. You know, but like he's, I mean, the beard helped him. But he's now like trimmed it down, and it doesn't look as good. Like,
Right.
I don't want to say, like, I don't want to insult people's chins. I think it's a weird thing to say, but he looks weird when the chin isn't, like, covered with some kind of hair. Like, it's alright at the moment, because now he's got some hair on it. He's still got some definition to it, but when it's shaved, his neck just kind of, like, assumes his chin, and, like, he becomes, like, a chinless creature, and it's kind of scary. So, and this is scaring me because he's like almost transforming back. I mean, I've got him in 144p because I think it's so fucking hilarious. Just you know, bit of old school low grade video. But like, you know, Mandem has gone from having an actual beard to bum fluff, and I think that's kind of funny. It's like it looks like a teenager trying to grow out like their facial hair, or like a 22-year-old or something, like trying to grow out their facial hair, and they got like patches and shit. But like old people edition, like old pedophile edition.
They're trying to develop nuclear weapons. They're close to developing nuclear weapons.
Nazi.
And even a weak
Zionist,
country with a
Nazi.
nuclear
Yeah,
weapon.
Zionists and Nazis.
Look, I believe there is a very real possibility if the Ayatollah develops a nuclear weapon that he would detonate it either in Tel Aviv or New York or Los Angeles. And that would be utterly catastrophic. I don't know what the chances are of that. Let me compare and contrast Iran
They say
and North
this
Korea.
about Kim Jong Un.
Can I just one last question?
I'm
trying to
ask the president, you sincerely believe, you promise, that right now the Iranian government is trying to murder our president. You sincerely believe right now.
Absolutely.
And yet you are not calling for military action against the government that's trying to murder our president. Can you explain that?
I don't think they're very effective. I do think we should, by the way, America is
You're willing to take that risk?
I think we should protect the president and we should take out our enemies.
He thought about it.
Israel is doing that right now.
But aren't they, why would we outsource
And by
it to
the
Israel
way,
if
your
they're
first
trying
question
to...
was,
why
why
would
are
we
you
have
for
Israel
regime
do
change?
it?
That's a pretty good example of why I'm for regime change.
Okay, so you're saying we should just go in and take out the government of Iran.
No.
Why would we outsource it to Israel if they're trying to murder our president? Okay, you sound like the isolationist.
What I'm saying on any military judgment is there needs to be a cost-benefit analysis of what are the risks versus what are the benefits. In this instance, I think it is enormously in America's interest to do what Israel is doing right now, take out Iran's senior military leadership and take out their nuclear capacity. That is benefiting America, and it is a good risk-reward. I would oppose invading Iran and putting boots on the ground to topple the government. If the risk got severe enough, I would support that, but I think the relative risk is not severe enough to justify that step at this time. What I would absolutely oppose under any circumstances is invading Iran and then saying and trying to turn them into a democracy. And part of where Iraq really went off the rails is not only did we topple someone who was fighting radical Islamic terrorists, who was a bad guy, but then we tried the vision of interventionists. It actually overlaps with the vision of a lot of Democrats. Let's go promote democracy in the world.
I agree.
And it is our military's job to kill the bad guys, to defend America. It's not their job to defend international norms. It's not their job. So I have zero desire for the U.S. military to turn Iran into Switzerland. Look, would it be nice if they suddenly became Switzerland? Sure. If I could wave a magic wand, great. But I'm not going to send your kids or my kids to be in front of guns to go make that happen.
Well, bless you for that. I think that is the lesson that I learned from Iraq. I promoted that war. Apparently, unlike you, I was dumber. And I think that you just articulated the main lesson of it, which is it's hard to do that, and we're not good at it.
But I will, and so we are agreeing on that. I will say as a corollary,
vehemently agreeing.
We're
as
agreeing
a
that both
corollary,
of them are stupid,
that
right?
doesn't mean that horrible evil dictators are okay. And going back to Reagan and the Cold War, we have lots of weapons.
It doesn't mean the
I am
horrible
happy to
dictators are
highlight the
okay.
brutality, the oppression, the human rights abuses of regimes, even though I don't
Mr.
want to invade them,
Carlson,
because I think the bully pulpit of American leadership is really
Dictatorship
powerful. And
means many
I think
different things in the
dictatorships
English
are
language.
terrified. So I've spent 13 years in the Senate. One of the
No
things I
one
do
votes
frequently is
for
highlight dissidents in Iran and North Korea and China, in Venezuela. People are being tortured. Miriam Ibrahim in Sudan, who was sentenced to 100 lashes and then to be killed for the crime of being a Christian. And I repeatedly went to the Senate floor and shined a light on the government of Sudan. It was corrupt. It was evil. I practically begged Barack Obama,
That
say her
genocide
name.
is still ongoing in
Ultimately,
America's
I felt that way with the
a big
J6
part of
prisoners.
why. You
look, yes,
cheeky
and
cunts.
look, there is power to
Yep.
speaking out, and ultimately, the international Obama never did say her name. He would not say her name. Ultimately, there was enough international condemnation. The government of Sudan let her go, and so she was not executed. And I actually I met
That had
her.
nothing to do with you,
So
though,
she
you
had a
slimy little
2-year-old son, Martin, and she gave birth to a little
slimy
girl
little
named Maya.
git.
And she was in leg irons in prison, waiting for the death sentence. They were not going to kill her until she gave birth.
Lacking in this world.
And they told her, we will not kill you if you will renounce Jesus. And she refused. And I met her. She was in D.C. speaking at a conference after she was released, obviously. And I asked her, she's a tiny woman, very small woman. I asked her, I said, when you were in that prison cell with your kids, how did you have the strength not to just give in to despair? I mean, I've never been threatened with murder unless I renounce my faith. And she just said to me with a real peacefulness, she said, Jesus was with me. And thankfully, you and I have not faced that
she's got the
circumstance.
heart of that
But I do
fucking
think there is a
revolutionary.
responsibility.
There's still time.
There
Jesus,
is.
Jesus is with her. Like in that respect, you know? Like, regardless of, like, what I believe in, I'm not superstitious like that. But, like, if we look at, like, whatever the historical Yahushua David must have been, he was a revolutionary. He was a radical. He was a guy who died for his belief of freedom and community and us looking after each other. Which sounds kind of socialist, doesn't it? So, like, you know, maybe.
Right.
It's annoying the way that because he's talking about something heartful that I at least respect his capacity to relate to, up until the point where he only centralizes it on Jesus and then loses it. He loses the meaning of what she's referring to. I guess brownie points for Tucker, not Tucker, fucking the not Tucker Carlson, fucking Zodiac Zionist for having a heart for however long it took him to have that conversation. I wonder if he had to like psych himself up, like had to like channel himself so he could have like an ounce of empathy for 5 minutes. Fucking weird freak.
Probably.
I hope we don't.
Because like Palestinians are like being fucking genocided right now, and he's like, well, you know, Israel, we in AIPAC, we get along, we love having friends with Israel, friendship. American Israel, Pac, it's only about friends being friends, you know, America and Israel, side by side, leading the world. The A is at the front. It's American.
And actually,
and the infamous, what are you anti-Semitic?
I'll use another example. John McCain, who you and I disagreed with on a lot of issues. I respected and admired him for his service and time as a prisoner of war. I think his policies, I disagreed with vehemently and fought against them. But the man fought for America, and he was thrown in prison, and he was tortured by Vietnam, and he was given the opportunity to be released early. And he turned it down because he thought it would be dishonorable to lead before his fellow servicemen and women. And when I first got here...
There were no women there, but yeah.
Okay, man, you're right. When I first got here, McCain hated my guts, and he actually referred to me and Rand as wacko birds.
Like World War II, there was...
I have up on the shelf, I have a baseball cap that a grassroots supporter gave me with a picture of Daffy Duck and labeled wacko birds, which I liked and laughed with. But when he did that, I went to the Senate floor, and I gave a speech praising John McCain. And it was the day he had attacked me publicly. And it happened to be, it was the 40th anniversary of his release from the Hanoi Hilton. And I just talked about what a privilege it is to serve with someone who suffered for his country, who served. And I didn't get into where we disagreed on policy on that speech. I just said, look, the man is an American hero, and I'm proud to serve with him. But that was meant to be a statement also, that if you attack me, I'm going to praise you, not for things that are not praiseworthy. If I disagree with you, I will not be shy about saying it. But for things that are praiseworthy...
I remember that. It was 2013.
Yeah.
And I felt the same way. I went to his cell.
Iconic experience.
Oh, wow.
I agree with you about McCain. I just want to end by asking you specifically about what's going to happen next in Iran and what should happen next. So you've called for regime change. You said you don't favor the U.S. military participating in any kind of regime change. You said you don't think, and bless you for saying this, that the U.S. military should try and turn it into Belgium.
Yeah.
Thank God. But there is a third option where it turns into Syria, where it's this open wound and it causes...
You see how he gets his white supremacy out there. He's very good with his words. The way he, infantilizes stuff and takes the piss out of shit. Because, no one wants to fucking see the U.S. turning countries into Belgium. It'd be nice if the U.S. turned itself into Belgium, you know? And, maybe some of the countries that, that it's fucking harmed, they do reparations. God damn it, how about no one be Belgium? Because Belgium's a fake country the British made up to take advantage of the Flemish attempt.
Right.
The Flemish is a genocide against the native Celts in the region. It was a nice little, there's still people that descend from those Celts, but, a lot of them don't even know that they're Celtic, so it's, whew, it's depressing.
Yeah.
It's kind of a similar but more microcosmic version of what y'all got going on with the Majika folk, you know? A lot of Majika people who just think they're Spanish settlers and they're brown as old living days. And I know there's some brown people from our region, but these are the kind of brown people that racists would call reds, you know? I mean, we are all red skinned, you know, yeah.
Right.
Because our skin is done by the color of our blood. What we call black skin is just very, very dark red.
Yeah.
I mean, I know it technically isn't that simple, and the colors are actually a little more diverse than that because of the way color change works. But if we're dumbing it down for size, all brown is fucking orange. They're the same color. So that solves that problem. And you know what, like you know, a lot of skin colors look brown. I
Right.
mean, heck, a lot of the natives that get called red look quite brown. And it's like, okay, brown and red, similar color. Brown and pink, similar color. Pink and red, similar color. White people often will think we look cream, and we kind of do, but that's because light is refracting off us. If you actually like get a good look at yourself, you can see the pink and the like tonation. Like there's elements of it there, but we're like at the opposite end of the Menelin tree, so we don't have very good pigmentation. So we come off incredibly white, so we can pick up more sun. So we're like really faint. But you get some people who will just be born tanned. They got no like family heritage from anywhere that is tanned, and they'll just be born tanned in the country, and it's just because like it's, you know, most like I would have expected Europeans, because there's a lot of anthropologists where they think like the trait kind of came like that. I actually think that the change of color was an incredibly gradual thing, and that like people in the north were probably, you know, probably fucking browner at one point, you know. There's also the suggestion that maybe like the whole whiteness thing comes from the bloody Neanderthals or some shit, and then it was like taken back into Africa. Everyone forgets that last part because they want to go on their little racist white people are separate bullshit conspiracy when we didn't evolve in the sense of like descending from a Neanderthal or I mean, Homo neanderthalis was actually a companion evolution. Like they were basically like another kind of hominid that was equivalent to the Homo sapien, a sister species. Kind of like dogs in a way, I guess, but like more advanced and more human, etc. But like, you know, they can interbreed, but they're like, you know, they're different specimens of the same genus.
Right.
And like interbreeding's not always confirmed necessarily, but like with hominids in the sense of like Homo sapien, Homo erectus, and Homo neanderthalis, and I can't remember the name of the hominid in Asia, the main one that we know of, but like, yeah, it's you know, there's a lot of crossbreeding, and that's how like the genetics get like mixed up. Then we all move back to Africa. There's a big fucking extinction event and everything. It's quite crazy. You know, human genetics could have been completely lost to the edge of time, but instead, humans survived, and we like fucking bred. You know, like, oh, what's I was gonna say? Oh, fuck. What's with the brain fog? Oh my god. I was on a point and I forgot what I was on about.
This massive migration and further destroys Europe as Syria has.
I mean, anyone watching at this point is just torturing themselves anyway. This is just fucking like watching Tucker Carlson do funny stuff because it's hilarious. Well, at least
Right.
one time. Normally he's intolerable.
And that's a huge cost, and where lots of people die and religious minorities get murdered in Syria. Again, are you worried about that?
Sure, and listen, that
I
lots
wanna
of
go
bad
get murdered
things
in
can
Syria.
happen. But going back to what we talked about, the principle of defending America, I agree with President Trump that Iran with a nuclear weapon is an unacceptable risk to America, and we need to stop it. I agree with President Trump, and I'll make a point.
But he's not for regime change.
He's not. So he and I disagree. Yeah, look, I think he thinks it would be better. He has not said he's for it. And you know what? Look, it is consequential when the President of the United States says, I'm for regime change. So I understand why he hasn't. What he has said is he's drawn a red line and said, Iran will not have a nuclear weapon, and the only acceptable outcome is complete dismantlement. So they have centrifuges. They're enriching uranium right now. They're trying to develop a nuclear weapon. He said they must have complete dismantlement. I led 52 senators, Republican senators, in a letter where we said we agree with President Trump. That's the red line.
I hope they are, though.
Dismantlement.
It would be a good idea.
I agree with President Trump. I agree with him supporting Israel, taking out Iran's military leadership, taking out their nuclear capability. And I'll point out, look, if you look the first term, I am hard-pressed to think of a single foreign policy decision Donald Trump made the first term that I disagree with. And that's not entirely accidental, because I spent a lot of time the first term in the Oval Office with him. And what happened in the first term often is you would have in the administration, you had interventionists in the administration, you had isolationists. And they disagreed. They would fight within the administration. And often what it would give is an opportunity for me to come in and say, hey, there's a middle path here that President Trump agreed with frequently. And it's worth noting, in the first term, he most assuredly was not an isolationist. Look, he took out General Soleimani, which I emphatically agree with. And in fact, I introduced a resolution that we voted on the Senate floor commending him for taking out General Soleimani, who was the leader of the IRGC and who was responsible for killing over 600 American servicemen and women. When Trump came in, ISIS had a caliphate that had grown up under Obama that was about the size of the state of Indiana. And Trump came in and utterly decimated them. He killed the terrorists, took away their caliphate, and defeated them. And he also took out Baghdadi, the head of ISIS. I mean, those are not the actions of an isolationist, but at the same time...
I don't know what isolationist. It's just a slur designed to control... I mean, I've never met an isolationist. I don't even know what that means.
Okay, Rand Paul is my colleague. Rand is an isolationist. Okay, and Tucker, you've become one, and I don't mean it as a slur. You consistently say... You have said... Actually, I want to read from your newsletter, because if you ask what an isolationist is, your newsletter a couple of days ago, you wrote... Iran cannot have a nuclear bomb, and we're hoping to get back to the negotiating table. We will see. There are several people in leadership in Iran that will not be coming back, Trump said, following the strikes.
Right.
It's worth taking a step back and wondering how any of this helps the United States. We can't think of a single way. Okay, that to me is the essence of isolationism. And let me just ask you, when the Ayatollah chants death to America, I believe him. Do you not believe him? Do you think he doesn't mean it when he says death to America?
Well, I think he hates America. For sure. And I'm opposed to that.
And do you think he's willing to act on it? It's not just hate America. He also is leading a country and trying to develop a nuclear weapon.
Under certain circumstances, for sure. So the question is, do you act in a way that makes that more or less likely? And that's a tough call. It's something that you can debate. One of the ways you shut down debate is by calling people names like isolationists, pretending they're like pro-Nazi or something, or as you did, claiming I'm an anti-Semite. That's not a way to get to a solution or have a rational conversation. That's a way to make people be quiet. And I'm against that. And
okay, so if you don't like the label isolationist, how would you... Look, Rand, and I served with Rand. Rand is a friend of mine, but Rand opposes every military action in every circumstance.
Of course, I don't oppose every military. This whole thing is infantile, and you know that it is. It's a way to call people names.
So which of Trump's military actions do you support? And you disagree with them all.
And make them be quiet.
Give me another name. If you don't like that, I'm not trying to have you be quiet. We've been talking an hour and a half. I'm asking, if you don't like the name isolationist, how would you describe it?
I would describe myself in the same way you falsely described yourself in this conversation.
Falsely?
Yes,
so
falsely.
What did I say false?
You said that the only thing that matters in a foreign policy decision is whether it helps the United States.
I didn't say the only, I said the predominant.
That's what I understood.
Okay.
So let me revise what you said and apply it to myself and say the only thing that matters is whether or not it serves the United States. And I feel very stung by what happened in Iraq, if I'm being honest. Possibly because, unlike you, I guess, I supported it. And I saw us get drawn into it in a way that nobody anticipated. And I saw the cost, just $3 trillion? And the cost on so many levels to the United States was just so profound. And I felt like,
mistake.
Gosh, it reminds me of Kaiser Wilhelm in 1914 saying, my men will be back by the time the leaves turn. And of course, that destroyed Christian Europe. So it's like you don't really know where these things are going once the shooting starts. That's my only point. And calling people names, anti-Semite, isolationist, to get them to stop talking.
It destroyed Christian Europe. Wilhelm, destroyer of Christianity. That out Wilhelm. He used to have the right idea, but then he went to war. And he destroyed Christianity in all of Europe. I guess it's because the Soviet Union come into existence and the SDP. So like evil socialism or whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, it paved way for Tucker's favorite part. You know, the part after the SDP and the Ordo Liberals. Oh, what's that ideology again? Got it on the edge of my tongue. Kind of socialist, but like not the regular kind. Like a special kind, a special brand of socialist. I think they got a special prefix to them. It's like a national socialist.
Yeah, the National Workers something something. But yeah.
It's just like, my God, be wary of those like national syndicalists and all that. Like, fuck. Whoo!
Yeah.
They, they deadly.
The brown shirt.
The the brown shirts, the black shirts, and all that lot. It's black shirts where I'm at.
Right.
Mosley. Every time I see the cops wear like the full blown police, because they got the darker uniform, I always call them Mosley's boys and stuff like that. Like, or Peelers is always a great go to. But we also took on the term feds, but we use it for the pigs, so we just use it generally, even though the pigs aren't the feds. But like, whatever. We don't have a federal police thing. It's like an anachronism we picked up because like new African culture is like pretty big in like lumpen circles in the UK.
Right.
So like we've adopted it, but not like correctly because I mean, I guess you could call MI5 Fed. Like, they're kind of like the FBI, but they're also kind of like, what if the FBI had like the power of the CIA, but at home? Because the CIA's power is not allowed to work at home. They're supposed to be powerless there. Uh, keyword supposed to.
Right.
MI5, they're at home. MI6 is abroad. MI5, they do at home, and they're a little more CIA than they are FBI, but like local.
Right. Yeah. Scotland Yard and all that.
Well, that gets into the Met and the police and their entanglement in this relationship because it's a big point of confliction between the police and MI5. MI5 is the military intelligence 5. Sorry, Ministry of Intelligence. And so if you're in the Ministry of Intelligence, you're like a spy and shit like that a lot of the time. Like they do CIA stuff and they do some FBI stuff, like that's like what MI5 is like because we don't have an FBI really. We got the
Right.
police, they do a lot of the FBI's job of being like the big cops. We're not a federation though. We're a monarchy, so like like Scotland and all that lot. They're not necessarily in a federation. They got the right to secede since 1922. So like there is that, but like and that was because there was a major Republican movement and a push for that to be a needed aspect of the country that certain parts of it could detach. But it was made basically impossible to get that push through. That's why Scotland has struggled so much. And then also it's the ways in which a lot of the stuff ends up getting like turned into like colonial fucking whack-a-mole. Ugh. But yeah, I'll play the stupid Christian man. Fucking it reminds me of Kaiser Wilhelm. Destroyed European Christianity. Christianity was all over Europe. Then Kaiser Wilhelm came and he killed them all. When his victory was here, Mother Mary appeared to him in her dreams. Said to him, "There are golden tablets. Find them. You must carve out the new religion of the Christian people, for which you have slain." these golden tablets that I borrowed from Joe Smith will help me in my conquest to improve my faithful connections.
The Book of Mormon.
Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. Misa Jabba no home. Okay. Boom.
On so many levels to the United States was just so profound, and I felt
clearly a
like,
mistake.
gosh, it reminds me of Kaiser Wilhelm in 1914 saying, "My men will be back by the time the leaves turn," and of course that destroyed Christian Europe. So it's like you don't really know where these things are going once the shooting starts. That's my only point. And calling people names, anti-Semite, isolationist, to get them to stop talking, is not the way to serve your country. That's all I'm saying.
So I'm trying to have a real and serious conversation,
Right.
and look. A lot of this has been contentious. I wish it had not, because as we started out by saying, you and I agree vehemently on 80% of the issues. This discussion is focused on the 20% where we don't. You know, I will say, look, on Iraq, you look at the 2016
If you guys think we're
presidential
falling
campaign,
out
you
over
had
this,
17
we're still
Republicans running.
friends.
If you set Rand
Don't
aside,
worry, right wingers.
and his views are on one side, there were only two candidates on that stage that opposed the Iraq war, me and Donald Trump. We were the only two. Everyone else thought the Iraq war was a great thing. I think it was a disaster. So you and I agree on that as well. In my view, I think your foreign policy has gone too far. So, I mean, let me ask you, is there a military action Trump has undertaken that you agree with? Because I've not heard anything.
A military, look, I would say it's really simple. I believe in self-defense. That's why I keep firearms at home. I think it's morally justified to defend yourself, your family, your property, your nation. And so to the extent that you can deter a threat through violence, violence always being the least appealing choice, violence always being, if I can finish, always being a tragedy, I think you can justify the use of violence in self-defense. That is my personal view, and that applies to me and to the country that I live in. Those are my views. That's not an isolationist view. It's not an anti-Israel view. It's not an anti-Semitic view, with apologies. It is, I think, a pretty common sense view. But my problem is that lawmakers in Washington are light on detail with these things, and they speak, as you do, entirely in moral terms. These people are bad. These people are...
I'm not speaking entirely in moral terms. I'm not interested in killing bad guys. I'm interested in killing people who are trying to kill us.
If we had...
That's different. I'm not engaged in morality.
Are you now? Because you told me that the government of Iran is presently trying to assassinate Donald Trump, and then you
that
said...
is undisputed. There's literally nobody who disputes that fact.
Then why don't you support military action right now against Iran?
We are engaged in military action right now.
Why don't you... Why don't you support offensive military action?
We're bombing the crap out of them. Israel is, and we're supporting them. Israel is.
Okay,
so
why shouldn't the U.S. military defend its own president? I don't understand that.
Look, and it goes back to...
Because you don't really believe it's true, that's why.
Everyone... nobody disputes it, Tucker. Did you also... Did we land on the moon? What other conspiracies do you not believe? Was 9/11 an inside job? I mean, like, what?
So I've asked you the names of these people.
I don't know the names of the Iranian hitmen. I know it because the U.S. military and the intelligence agencies have testified before Congress repeatedly.
And what did they say?
That Iran is trying to murder Donald Trump and has hired hitmen. Do I know the name of the hitmen? No, I'm sorry. And I don't think we do either, because we would apprehend them if we knew their names.
Then why don't you take it seriously enough to support killing the Ayatollah in response to protect our president? But you don't. This doesn't even make any sense. And you're calling me an isolationist. If I believed that was true, I would support military action against the government of Iran.
Okay, that's interesting, because there is literally...
You can't kill our president.
All right, out of 535 members of Congress, I am not aware of one who disputes that Iran is trying to murder Donald J. Trump. That's not even the looniest Democrat doesn't dispute that. So I don't... You're saying if you believed what is, I think, a fact that they are trying to.
You think it's a fact?
Yes.
What is the fact exactly?
That they've hired hitmen.
In the United States?
Yes.
Americans?
Yeah, he's not in Iran. So they haven't hired hitmen.
No, but are they the hitmen American?
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I'm telling you what, and by the way, I'm not the CIA. I'm not the Department of Defense. I'm telling you what they have told us.
I'm not disputing it. I'm merely saying
we are.
That I'm not. I'm saying the logic train has a massive hole in it. If you believe that's true, then you should, by definition, support killing the people trying to kill our president. But you don't support that.
Now, Tucker,
so I'm wondering what's going on here.
Tucker, you took offense to the word isolationist, and I genuinely don't mean it as a pejorative. I disagree with it. But if you don't like that term, I don't know how else to describe what is a coherent foreign policy that says we're surrounded by two giant nations. By the way, isolationism has long been a school of foreign policy. I believe in self-defense.
I'm not okay, but not into the slurs, the anti-Semite stuff. I just don't like that. I'm telling you what I believe.
But is there a single military action Trump took that you agree with? So did you agree with taking out General Soleimani?
I don't know. It turned out better than I thought, I guess.
mean, you said at the time it would lead us to World War III.
I was worried about it. I've seen that.
Well, but that proved not the case.
I was wrong, as I have been many times.
Did you agree with taking out the ISIS caliphate?
Well, if we took out the ISIS caliphate, why are they running Syria right now? And you're for that. Why is that?
What do you mean? I didn't say I'm for that.
You don't seem to have a problem with it.
I didn't
that
say
ISIS
that.
is now running Syria. You're like, we'll see.
No, I
Look, I mean, I know why.
By the way,
I know
didn't
why.
push Assad out. Assad toppled.
It's hilarious.
You know why
Assad's bad, but no, ISIS runs Syria, but that's fine. We'll just kind of wait and see on ISIS. Not a big deal.
You know
not a
why?
big deal. They're trying to kill Trump.
Hold on a second. I want to get back. You know why I don't care, and why? And you do your like trademark smirky laugh. I know why you don't care.
What are you even talking about?
What? Why don't I care?
I don't know why. You tell me. Because you think it's okay because they're not making angry noises or something, but by your own standards, ISIS is so immoral that they must die, but now they're running Syria, and you don't think that we should take military action against the government of Syria because why? They're ISIS.
What I said is I don't know how good or bad it'll be. Look, I wasn't pushing Assad out. He fell. He fell on his own, in part because he was heavily supported by Hezbollah, and when Israel took out the Hezbollah leadership, he lost his base of support.
But the current ISIS leadership, you don't think is bad? You can't say it's terrible that ISIS runs a country?
I am concerned about it.
Concerned? Aren't you horrified?
I want to see what they do.
But so you got a wait and see attitude on ISIS now?
On the government of Syria, they are not actively, that I am aware of, trying to murder Americans. And that's a real dividing line. Are you trying to murder Americans or not?
I'm just saying it's a little weird that we waged this war against ISIS and now they're running a country in the Mediterranean. I think that people would be very, very upset about that. But you don't seem
By the
very
way,
upset about that.
did you agree with Trump taking out al-Baghdadi, the head of ISIS?
I'm totally opposed to ISIS. And what I care about is results, actually. And if taking out the head of ISIS ends ISIS, I guess I'm for it. But now ISIS runs Syria.
Okay,
so I'm wondering how does this work?
I mean, my point is...
We're at the time. I mean, I've taken so many different positions over the years, some of which have been wrong. I really do my best to be honest and correct if they are and admit that I was wrong. I'm not one of these people who's like, I've always been consistent. No, my views change all the time because the facts change all the time. You're not going to get consistency from me. You're only going to get sincerity.
Well, I will say this. And look, I believe you're sincere.
Yeah.
But...
I'm not God. I'm just some guy watching, trying to figure out the right thing for America.
And I think because you believe you were mistaken, and I agree previously, I think you overcorrected.
Overcorrected? I'm worried about turning this mess in Iran into a much larger mess. That's the concern. And
by the way, that's a reasonable worry. Look,
I know it's reasonable. And I know you've been like, you're like ready to call me all these names for asking, you're just asking questions. Yes, I am. So here's my question to you. If the Ayatollah is killed in Iran, and he very well could if there's a war. I have just read in the paper this morning that Israel tried to take him out twice, and Trump told them not to.
I have read that. I don't have independent confirmation one way or the other.
Do you think that they should take him out?
So I actually talked about it. As you know, I do a podcast every week, Verdict with Ted Cruz, and I actually talked about it in the latest podcast. And I said, look, I've seen the reporting that says that Trump asked them not to take out the Ayatollah. And what I said in the podcast is I think it's reasonable for them to decide not to try to take him out. What they've done is targeted just about the entire top level of the military, the people that actually conduct the war. I can see an argument that taking out both a head of state and a religious leader could make him a martyr and could cause more problems than it's worth. And by the way, if you take out the Ayatollah, I don't know if the next guy isn't just as bad. And so I am...
What happens to the country?
I don't know, but you mentioned before, and I want to go back to this. You said something like, you, like most other politicians, are engaged in moral terms. And let me be clear, I am talking about national interest. I am talking about protecting America. So there are bad guys on planet Earth that I don't think we should take out, even though they're bad guys.
Good.
I'll call them bad guys, but I'm not willing to use U.S. military force to take them out. In this instance, what Israel is doing is taking out their capacity to build nuclear weapons. Why? Because they judge the risk is too high if they've got nuclear weapons.
I understand that. I understand that. I think it's in progress. I think it'll probably be achieved, probably with U.S. military support. Who knows? But the president said he's for that.
And by the way, where the military support is most needed is Fordo, which is it's a bunker that's built under a mountain.
Right.
And Israel's taken out most of the rest, like Natanz, which is their big enrichment site. They bombed the hell out of it. Fordo was deliberately built deep into a mountain so that Israel couldn't take it out. And there's an active discussion because the U.S. has bunker buster bombs that are big enough to take out Fordo.
30,000 pounds.
Yeah,
yes.
and Israel doesn't. So the one military piece that...
Nor the aircraft to fly them.
Correct.
Right. But here's, I guess, what bothers me is that I said 2 weeks ago, the real goal here is regime change in Iran. It's not...
I don't think that's Trump's goal.
Well, it's your goal. It's Israel's goal. I'm not attacking anyone. I'm just saying it's important to be honest and not lie and not attack people for telling the truth.
So I believe I've been assiduously honest in this, but words matter. You said the real goal here is regime change, and it's your goal. And I want to be clear.
Well, you said it was your goal.
I want to be clear because words matter. Do I support regime change, and would I like a government that doesn't hate America and isn't trying to kill us in Iran? Yes, that's a good outcome. Is that the objective of these military strikes? I don't think necessarily. I don't know if it's Israel's. It's not my objective. My objective is taking out...
Should it be the U.S. if Israel decides we're going to decapitate the government and try to foment an uprising against it, should the United States participate in that operation in any way?
Look, I have not called for killing the Ayatollah. And there is, nations in war generally refrain from attacking and killing heads of state. Now, the Ayatollah doesn't. He's trying to kill Trump. We talked about that.
But we shouldn't punish him for it.
Look, there has been a long-standing, nations in war have refrained from killing heads of state. I have not publicly called for killing the Ayatollah. What I've called for is doing whatever is necessary to stop him from getting nuclear weapons. In the first Trump term, what that meant was maximum pressure. So in the first Trump term, I spent a lot of time urging the president to withdraw from the disastrous Iranian nuclear deal that Obama had. President Trump agreed with me. He did that. And then I urged him to end the oil waivers and to sanction the hell out of
the nuclear deal that stopped them from getting nuclear weapons. Still weird.
Yeah.
the country, and it ended up crippling their economy. So Iran at the time was selling 2 million barrels of oil a day, 1 million barrels, I'm sorry, 1 million barrels of oil a day. When President Trump ended the oil waivers, it cut their sales to 300,000 barrels a day. At the end of the Trump term, the Iranian economy was in shambles. They had massive inflation. I think the regime was teetering. I think it might have fallen. I would use economic sanctions and I would use moral suasion to try to effectuate
if you
regime
topple,
change.
okay, so you topple the regime and by whatever means, what happens then? How many people live in Iran, by the way?
I don't know the population.
At all?
No, I don't know the population.
You don't know the population of the country you seek to topple?
How many people live in Iran?
92 million.
Okay. Yeah.
How could you not know that?
I don't sit around memorizing population tables.
Well, it's kind of relevant because you're calling for the overthrow of the government.
Why is it relevant whether it's 90 million or 80 million or 100 million? Why is that relevant?
Because if you don't know anything about the country...
I didn't say I don't know anything about
Okay, what's the ethnic mix of Iran?
They are Persians and predominantly Shia. Okay, this is cute.
It's not
okay.
even, you don't know anything about Iran. So
okay,
actually
I am not the Tucker Carlson expert on Iran.
You're a senator who's calling for the overthrow of the government.
You're the one who
don't know anything about the country.
No, you don't know anything about the country. You're the one who claims they're not trying to murder Donald Trump. You're the one who can't figure out if it was a good idea to kill General Soleimani, and you said it was bad.
You don't believe they're trying to murder Trump.
Yes, I do.
Because you're not calling for military strikes against them in retaliation. If you really believe that,
we're carrying out military strikes today. Right, with our help. I'm saying we. Israel is leading them, but we're supporting them.
Well, you're breaking news here because the U.S. government last night denied, the National Security Council spokesman Alex Pfeiffer denied on behalf of Trump that we were acting on Israel's behalf in any offensive capacity.
We're not bombing them. Israel's bombing them.
You just said we were.
We are supporting Israel.
High stakes. You're a senator. If you're saying the United States government is at war with Iran right now, people are listening.
Okay, we are not bombing them.
Oh, okay.
Israel is bombing them. And why did you do the snide okay?
What do you mean? Because this is super high stakes stuff. This is a huge country that borders a lot of other important countries. A lot of the world's energy comes from there.
So
you
don't
want another disaster. You don't want to be reckless.
The Ayatollah refers to Israel as the little Satan and America as the great Satan. Do you believe him when he says it's the great Satan? Do you think if the Ayatollah could murder both of us right now that he would? I do. I believe it.
Okay. I assume no good faith.
I'm not going to give an
answer.
answer.
And if your implication is like I'm pro Ayatollah or something.
No, it's not good faith. It's that
if you're a lawmaker, you're a powerful.
We have discovered that Tucker Carlson has joined the Ayatollah. He has started praising the one and only Islam. Allah will awaken the people.
Person in Washington, this is the most powerful country in the world. If you're calling for toppling a government, it's incumbent on you to know something about the country and to think through the consequences of that. And you haven't, and you don't. And I'm saying that's reckless.
Okay, you engage in reckless rhetoric with no facts. And to be clear,
I'm not calling for the overthrow of a government.
You put out a newsletter attacking Donald Trump and calling him complicit.
I never attacked Donald Trump.
Yes, you have. And by the way,
I campaigned for Donald Trump.
Okay, yes.
And this is like, after anti-Semitism, this is the last refuge. You're anti-Semitic. You hate Trump.
Okay, I will read. You put out a whole newsletter saying Trump has abandoned America first. And here's what Trump said in response. Well, considering that I'm the one that developed America first and considering that the term wasn't used until I came along, I think I'm the one who decides that. For those people who say they want peace, you can't have peace if Iran has a nuclear weapon. So for all of those wonderful people who don't want to do anything about Iran having a nuclear weapon, that's not peace. That was directed at you.
Man, you got me. Busted.
No, I'm just saying.
Look, my views, look, I like Trump. I campaigned for Trump. I know Trump. I talked to him last night. I'm not against Trump, and you know that.
But you're against his foreign policy.
I think that we should be very careful about entering into more foreign wars that don't help us when our country is dying.
When you say
and our
don't
country
help
is
us,
dying.
Look, yes, focus on our country. I'm all for it. But the naivete.
You don't even know how much money this costs. You don't know anything about the country whose government you want to overthrow, and you're calling me reckless.
I want to stop a lunatic who wants to murder us from getting nuclear weapons that could kill millions of Americans.
Fair.
You say, I can't see how that benefits America in any way. That is bizarre. And by the way,
bizarre.
Isolationism, your foreign policy is the foreign policy of Jimmy Carter and Barack Obama.
Oh, absolutely.
And it doesn't work.
Yeah, I'm a big leftist. I mean, this is so silly. I'm Jimmy Carter and Barack Obama. Okay. Let me just say one last thing.
So how is your foreign policy
Jeremy
different
had
from
the
Jimmy
foreign
Carter's?
policy of Reagan,
Seriously,
so what's
please.
that?
But I asked that question seriously.
I don't even know what you're talking about. Jimmy Carter?
So
what century is this? I am the product of the last 25 years, watching carefully, being involved in the periphery, and I see an unending string of foreign policy disasters that have impoverished and hurt our country.
Unending string.
Unending string. They would include Afghanistan, Iraq, Libya, Syria, and our inability to stop the Houthis, by the way, in Yemen, which exposes us as weak, and I grieve over that. So these are failures. You helped preside over some of them as a member of the Senate.
What failures, foreign policy failures, have I presided over?
Well, we were unable to beat Russia in the war that you supported against Russia. You've been spending the last 3 years telling us that Vladimir Putin is evil and we're going to beat him with other people's children, and 1 million of those kids are now dead. You've never apologized for that. That was a full failure.
By the way, look, the number of falsehoods you lay out just in one statement are rather
You haven't
stunning.
supported the war against Russia?
Are rather stunning. So the war against Russia was caused, which I have explained at great detail, by Joe Biden's weakness.
But you supported the war.
If you want to talk, we can talk Russia and Ukraine. I'm happy to talk about it.
Do you think that's been a success?
No, it's been an absolute disaster.
Okay, but you supported it. Shouldn't you apologize?
No, you should apologize. I'm not going to engage in the demanding of apologies. So I'm
like, that's my point. Is all these failures and no one ever says I'm sorry.
Matter, or do you just throw out if you want to talk, we can talk.
Okay, I do. I want to know why that seems like a true disaster for the United States. You have supported it.
Do you believe Joe Biden's weakness caused the war in Ukraine?
I think Joe Biden's aggression caused it.
His aggression? What aggression?
He demanded that Ukraine join NATO. How does that help the United States?
It is a terrible idea, and I have vigorously opposed Ukraine joining NATO.
Okay, so that's what caused the war.
No, it's not.
Okay.
Do you want to know what caused the war? Look, you do the dismissive. You're not actually interested in
We're
facts.
having like a Tucker's Russia stand moment
It
coming
seems
out.
super you're absolutely right, and I'm sorry. That is a tick of mine that is wrong, and I mean this with sincerity. I'm sorry to do that to you. I just think it seems so obvious that sending Kamala Harris to the NATO Security Conference to say you're going to join NATO is what triggered the invasion.
It is a terrible idea, and I have vigorously. You do the dismissive. You're not actually interested in facts. You're like, okay.
Okay, tell me. It seems super obvious. You're absolutely right, and I'm sorry. That is a tick of mine that is wrong, and I mean this with sincerity. I'm sorry to do that to you. I just think it seems so obvious.
It's a good tick to have when you're dealing with
Kamala
Ted
Harris to the NATO
Cruz.
Security Conference to say you're going to join NATO is what triggered the invasion days later.
Okay, so can I? This will take a few minutes to lay out because it's complicated, but I think the facts matter. I think two things caused the war in Ukraine. Number one, I think Biden's incredible weakness and the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan. Now, I believe we need to leave Afghanistan, but not with the incompetence that led to 13 servicemen and women being murdered by terrorists there. The way Biden did that was disastrous, and I think our enemies looked to the commander-in-chief and said, this president is weak. And when that withdrawal was so disastrous, I said publicly at the time, the chances of Putin invading Ukraine have just risen tenfold.
Right.
But secondly, and this is critically important.
Well, I agree. That was awful, the withdrawal.
And it was a major cause of our enemies all said, hey, this president is weak. And so it invited, and by the way, look, I despise war. And I think weakness and isolationism produces war because it invites aggression from our bad guys. It's why I agree with Ronald Reagan's peace through strength. The best way you avoid war is being strong enough that your enemies don't want to mess with you. But let's get back to Ukraine and Russia. Look, Putin didn't wake up 2 years ago and decide he wanted to invade Ukraine. He's wanted to invade Ukraine for decades.
You'll try all you
Putin
want
has
to save your
referred to the
profits.
collapse of the Soviet Union as, quote, the greatest geopolitical disaster of the 20th century. And Putin has long been explicit. His desire is to reassemble the old Soviet Union and, in fact, reassemble the Russian Empire that was even bigger than that. If you want to reassemble the Soviet Union,
then he doesn't want to
the natural place to start is Ukraine.
Empire.
Do you really believe that Putin has territorial designs on Eastern Europe?
Yes.
What countries?
He has said that you can go and read his. Hold on. I don't want to lose the narrative of what happened, so we can go back and do that. But I don't want to lose telling the story first. So let me explain this, and then if you want to go back, we can take all sorts of digressions. But just give me a couple of minutes to lay out the facts of what happened. He has wanted to invade Ukraine a long time. And he's done it before. In 2014, he invaded Ukraine, invaded Crimea. When Barack Obama was president, he invaded the southern portion. He did not invade the rest of the country. Why? And the reason is the principal source of revenue for Russia is oil and gas, and the natural gas pipelines run right through the country of Ukraine, and he didn't want to jeopardize his ability to get gas to Europe.
Right.
So in 2015, Putin started a project called Nord Stream 2.
Did anything happen in 2014?
In terms of what?
Wasn't there a coup in Ukraine run by the Obama administration?
Like by Nazis.
Let me finish telling, I told you, we'll take lots of digressions in a second. Let me finish telling the narrative. 2015, Putin began building Nord Stream 2. Nord Stream 2 is an undersea pipeline that runs from Russia to Germany. The entire purpose of Nord Stream 2 is when it was completed and turned on, it would let Russia circumvent Ukraine and get its gas straight to Europe. In 2019, Nord Stream 2 was almost complete. And the conventional wisdom in Washington was this is terrible, but there's nothing we can do about it. I didn't believe that. So I drafted sanctions legislation that was targeted to stop the pipeline. My legislation passed the Senate with overwhelming bipartisan support. It passed the House, and Donald Trump signed it into law.
Can I just ask, why wouldn't you want Germany to have cheap energy?
Because it empowers Russia. And I believe in making our enemies weaker and our friends stronger.
No, well, you guys have royal
blowing
assent.
up Nord Stream made Germany
Donald
stronger?
Trump signs it into law.
Not being dependent on Russia has made Germany stronger.
Just you think Germany is stronger now than it was 4 years ago?
Oh, okay.
I think not being dependent on Russia. Germany has all sorts of problems, and many of them are domestic to their own politics. Hold on, let me finish. I'm trying to...
No, but what you're saying, it doesn't... Germany seems so much weaker now that its energy costs have spiked and the manufacturing sector is collapsing because of that.
Let me finish. I'm focused on America's interest. I don't want Russia stronger because I believe Russia is our enemy. You and I disagree on that. We can talk about that. But I want our enemies weaker. I don't want to go to war with Russia, but I want our enemies weaker. I don't want Europe dependent on Russia. I don't want Putin rich with oil and gas revenues and able to invest in his military and pose a threat to America. So the sanctions legislation that I authored, it passed. Putin stopped building Nord Stream 2 literally the day that President Trump signed my sanctions legislation into law. He signed it, if I remember right, at 7 p.m. on a Thursday.
What a special boy. He got it into office, and then he got it signed in over blah, 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 blah. And then Putin, coward at the might of Ted Cruz's American legislation in America about America's decisions legislatively. So, like, Putin backed out then? So the Nord Stream 2 stopped an invasion of Ukraine, right? Like, ended Nord Stream 2, Ukraine didn't get invaded? Oh, wait!
Yeah.
There was this whole, like,
did.
I don't know, like, 2023, like, 2022 escapade into Ukraine. I don't know, like, I don't know if it was a bit fishy.
Stop construction at 6:45 p.m. So the sanctions legislation worked. If I remember right, at 7 p.m. on a Thursday, Putin stopped construction at 6:45 p.m. So the sanctions legislation worked. And at 7 p.m. on a Thursday, Putin stopped construction at 6:45 p.m.
So you mean, like, the next day, I think, right? Yeah, I think he did say Putin stopped the next day.
And able to invest in his military and pose a threat to America. So the sanctions legislation that I authored, it passed. Putin stopped building Nord Stream 2 literally the day that President Trump signed my sanctions legislation into law. He signed it, if I remember right, at 7 p.m. on a Thursday. Putin stopped construction at 6:45 p.m. So the sanctions legislation worked, and it killed the pipeline.
I don't, wait, so
the
he stopped
pipeline lay dormant
before you
for over a
passed
year.
it?
Just a hunk of metal at the bottom of the ocean. Joe Biden came into office. He was sworn in on January 20th, 2021. Putin resumed deep-sea construction of Nord Stream 2 4 days later, January 24th. He did so because Biden had foreshadowed weakness on this issue. That foreshadowing was accurate because several months later, Biden formally waived the sanctions on Nord Stream 2 and let Putin complete the pipeline. In January of 2022, I forced a vote on the Senate floor to reimpose sanctions on Nord Stream 2.
Europe was in a fucking economic
crisis. The week
crisis.
of the vote, President Zelensky in Ukraine publicly called on the Senate, please pass this sanctions legislation.
And America's trying to stop its empire from crumbling, and so it really needed to prevent Europe from completely going into the worst depression of human history, or like straight fast, because it will drag the U.S. with us, regardless of the U.S.'s oil-rich situation. They got so much fuel that they don't need no one else. Even just from the shit they make at home. So, like, the fucking, Joe Biden was protecting American interests, if you want to put it in their language, you know? It was imperialist activity. For, like, however zombified or whatever what people want to think of Biden as, Biden as someone who is quite calculative and has had a long-time political strategy, and regardless of how half there he is when you hear him talking, his administration was very Biden. You know, that weird quasi like fucking social democrat but neoliberal, but also like fucking classical liberal, but then also a bit of a fascist that's just all crammed in the same box of the third way as crafted by Anthony Giddens, because Biden was a big progenitor of Anthony Giddens' idea of the third way, and his third way became the sort of like de facto like anti-Clinton wing of the party, which is kind of interesting because like
Right.
weirdly enough, Bill Clinton used to be a little more like on board with some of these ideas, but then got like hooked into the more heavy neoliberal side of things. It's why Joe Biden was more willing to give concessions. He should have forced them through though. Like that fucking Build Back Better bill should have just been an executive order. Like fuck it, I don't care what Congress says about the economy. Like Trump just told you you're his bitch and you did what you were told. So like we're fucking rebuilding the roads. That was the thing. The Build Back Better bill had like a whole road fucking reconstruction element in it where they would start tarmacking roads properly again.
Right.
You know, but that got cut because Joe Manchin's very good at what he does, is the way Biden put it, which is just so fucking
Yeah.
insulting. But that's the thing, you know, we can't stop him. We can't stop him. I mean, he wants to retire after his term ends, but we can't stop him. It's like, I don't know, you could kick him out of the government. Like, come on. Like,
Right.
surely there's a reason to kick him out. Like, the guy's a bastard. You telling me he hasn't got some deep, dirty, dark secrets going on behind the walls, you know? Like, fuck. But
Right.
this is distortion of things, you know, like Mandem is misinterpreting what happened with the crisis in Europe at the time. Nord Stream 2
Yeah.
has imperial problems, but when we have countries that are dependent on natural gas for heating, it becomes a thing where it's like, well, you know, it's either there is no pipeline and, you know, we stop burning coal, or people freeze even more so. Disable people often, more often than not. We end up lagging behind when electricity costs get too high. So, like, it's or you have the pipeline that's already half built, it's already wrecking nature. They're not fucking removing the metal, they left it fucking under the fucking sea. Scrap. Might as well just finish pipeline. Might as well just finish the pipeline and pump whatever the fuck they've got into whatever the fuck Europe wants to get from it, just to keep itself warm. Knowing Europe, they're probably
Yeah.
taking more of it, and they're probably trying to sell it around the world. Blah 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 blah. Imperialism is a fucking pain in the ass, but like, you know, we can't keep like engaging in almost this like despotic third worldism where we need to like ruin everything around us to be like in solidarity with the imperial periphery. Like, you know, there's some people who call themselves third worldists. They got some pretty sound principles. You know, it's a mixed bag of a term. It doesn't really have a grounded name as much as Unruh wish it did. So Genghis used to call
Yeah.
themselves third worldists. But like, you know, the idea of being like, okay, revolution most likely out in the imperial periphery, that makes sense. Lenin said that, you know, the weakest links in the chains of imperialism. But like the we got like not to be saying like, oh, we got to worsen shit here. I mean, there's some people that need to like learn not to be so entitled about their like position, because there's a lot of like upper middle class and middle class people that got it cushy, but they're in a union. So every time shit gets even the slightest bit tighter, they're striking just for a pay rise, and then they're going back to work. And it's like there's homeless people, there's the Palestinian genocide, you know, the Sudanese genocide, stuff like that. Shit where
Right.
we got blood on our own hands that we could be doing protests for as a part of those unions. When you get into the more working class unions, that's when you get the people that are doing like the Palestinian protest, things like that, you know. But like, we got too many petty bourgeois, like fascist, you know, you know, the unionist movement type of unions. That's what Oswald Mosley changed the name of the British Union of Fascists after the war.
Right.
Yeah, fucking crazy things. Oh my.
The last best hope of stopping Russia from invading Ukraine. At the same time, the government of Poland put out a formal statement from the foreign ministry to the Senate, calling on the Senate to pass my sanctions legislation, and said, if you do not, Putin will invade Ukraine. The day of the vote, Joe Biden came to Capitol Hill. It's the first time in his presidency he had done that. He went to the Democrat senators' lunch, and he personally lobbied them on this issue, not any other issue. This was his number one issue that he came to lobby them on. They came out of that lunch. Every Democrat had voted with me twice against Nord Stream 2. 44 Democrats flipped their vote. They voted in favor of Russia, in favor of Putin, and 4 weeks later, Russia invaded Ukraine. That was the direct cause of the war. And if Trump had been president, there would be no war.
So may I ask, I, of course, disagree with your analysis completely, but I want to be respectful.
Okay, so tell me what you disagree with.
It's such a long conversation. I've spent the last couple of years on this, and I just respectfully disagree with your analysis. But I don't doubt your sincerity, that you believe that Putin is our enemy, that Western Europe should not be allowed to use Russian energy. I mean, you seem to really believe these things. My question is about results, because I think it's relevant to what we're seeing now in Iran. You look back after having you personally voted to send billions and billions and billions of U.S. tax dollars to Zelensky to support his civil service in the war against Russia and all this stuff. Can you say that what you did worked?
So I can say what I did personally, sanctioning Nord Stream 2 worked and prevented a war. And if Trump had still been there, if the sanction had been in effect, there would be no war. I'm in favor of avoiding wars.
But once the war broke out, you voted to fund it to the tune of billions and billions and billions.
And to be clear.
And did that work?
Okay, to be clear, what I voted for the initial tranche of funding, and then I voted against the subsequent one. So it hasn't worked. So I've been in between. I haven't been on the full Ukraine, full-throated hawk side or the anti from day one. I voted for the initial tranche of funding because I wanted Russia to lose. I think the Biden administration administered it in a horrible way. I think they wasted a ton of money. And I think what they did was actually incoherent because they were funding both sides of the war. I was very vocal. And among other things, flooding $100 million to Iran, which was used, among other things, to help the nuclear program, but also to make drones that Russia used to fight.
So here's my concern. I'm not going to defend the Biden administration. Really did a lot to wreck the United States.
What the fuck is that word salad of like conspiracy theory? Like, how much of that is even like barely true? Like, what the fuck is this spew? Like,
yeah.
Man's getting the magma out.
Fried potatoes, yeah.
Fucking A. God damn.
And where we sit now, Russia is stronger. It's closely allied long-term with China.
I don't know that Russia's stronger. I don't think that's right.
Okay. I think it's pretty obvious that it is. But it's certainly not destroyed. And it's allied long-term with China.
Maybe. There's no doubt Biden's foreign policy drove Russia into the arms of China, and that's concerning.
Okay.
They also have a long history of animosity.
Western Europe is weaker and more in debt. The United States is weaker and much more in debt.
Look,
hold on. So
I get are agreeing a lot.
We're agreeing. Here's my question. Have you questioned any of your previous assumptions? Did you play any role in this at all? Are you responsible at all?
Of course, and like you said...
What have you learned?
Like you said you've changed your mind.
Yeah,
I voted for the first funding of the Ukraine war, and I voted against every subsequent funding stream because it wasn't working. And I looked at what was happening and said, this is not working. And had the money been spent in an intelligent way and not wasted, and had it been successful, I might have been willing to fund more. But it wasn't successful, so I voted no. And the war's going to end. Look, President Trump campaigned on ending the war. I think he's frustrated because Putin has been less than eager to reach a deal to end the war, but it's going to end. You're not going to see another dollar coming from
Zelensky wants to end the war?
I think Zelensky has behaved horribly. I think his Oval Office meeting will go down in history as the worst Oval Office meeting of any leader that has ever come to the Oval Office. I think he behaved like a pompous ass. And I think he is unrealistic. I think Zelensky spends his time with Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer in the New York Times, and he believed he was going to the Oval Office as a resist figure. And I think he's doing real damage to his country right now.
You described him many times as a hero.
I don't recall ever using the word hero. I will say, look, I'm not a Zelensky cheerleader, and I'm not in the business of saying everyone we support has to be a saint, everyone we oppose has to be a villain. I'm not in the morality.
I need a hero till the end of the night.
Why did I want Nord Stream 2 stopped? Because it would strengthen Russia and Russia's our enemies. It's entirely U.S. interest.
Did you support the industrial sabotage against it, blowing it up?
So I think you believe America did that? Is that right?
I need a Slava,
okay, I think the chances of that is zero.
you think Russia did it?
No, I think Ukraine did it. Okay, I don't know. So I don't know who
sounded more like a post.
In terms of the theories that have been put out there, the idea that Russia blew up their own pipeline never made any sense to me at all. That just I can't even articulate why they would do that.
There's like
the idea that Biden did
watching
that, look, I could see it being in U.S. interest to do that, to blow up Nord Stream 2. I just think Biden was too weak. I don't believe Joe Biden.
But are you in? I guess you
so that leads
the Norwegians, the Ukrainians, NATO. Whatever.
Look, that leads me to who benefits, and it leads me to think either the Ukrainians blew it up or Ukraine's allies. I don't think Biden did because Biden was so weak. I don't think he would give the order. I find that implausible.
But you're in favor of it.
Biden is so weak, he would never do it. I
think blowing it up was a good.
I just can't with this guy. He's just like, no, I couldn't have been America. You know, like America do imperialism with Biden in power? Impossible. And I'm like, what are you? Are you smoking something? And where can I buy it? And I'm the one who's too stoned to continue. Like, we're going with this motherfucker, like.
Seriously.
Fucking pass the kush, Cruz. Pass the kush. Like, isn't he like Cuban or some shit? Like, fucking.
Yeah, Gusano. Yeah.
Yeah, and like, I'm pretty sure like some of his relatives are like much more progressive than him, like descendants, I say, or ancestors. Sorry, I guess would be the right word. Like people he descended from.
Yeah.
The people that decided to have sex and reproduce whatever also reproduced the thing that also reproduced him. I can't remember because it's kind of like the Pete the Pete butt chug. You know, like fucking what's it, Buttigieg. He's like he's
Yeah.
his dad is a fucking communist, you know, and he's like one of the people who helped translate and transcribe one of the versions of Gramsci's notebook. I think it was the first English version actually of Gramsci's notebooks. The only reason we even have Gramsci's
Right.
notebooks and published is because of of Stalin. Like that's the crazy thing. Stalin's the reason why we got that shit.
Right.
The big man upstairs, I guess now because the guy's dead. You know, I guess he'd be downstairs. It all depends, like how the hell shit works. If the hell's like the way Stalin says it is, where like Satan's actually just gonna end up being a communist and shit's gonna be chill, I'm fine with being in hell, you know. But if the Christians are right, then communists are probably going to heaven, you know. It's about being inclusive, you know. I don't want to like make fucking
Yeah.
people of like progressive liberatory theological states feel like alienated or anything like that because I respect those people and like what they represent. I got a really like it's a really good comrade in Belgium I was telling about. I need to get in touch with him and see how he's doing because guy's a fucking absolute like legend, you know. He's so humble, like because you know, Mandem's like, you know, highly educated, but he ended up in the lumpen proletariat, like one of us, you know.
Yeah.
And you know, he's like someone who has like worked against like the PhD mindset. You know, he managed to avoid like the PhD disease. Um,
Yeah.
whilst having one, and it's like the guy's a fucking encyclopedia. Like holy shit, you know. It's kind of like when you talk with Lumpen Celt. You know, Lumpen Celt's a goddamn encyclopedia, but that's coming from
He
two
is.
different walks. Lumpen Celt's the like lumpen approach to like lumpen all the way. Like you know, whilst my comrade over in Belgium, he came from a different sort of space and came to the lumpen afterwards and has been learning our ways like well has learned our ways effectively and is one of us, you know, lumpen to the core, you know. I mean, not to say there's never going to ever be contradictions of petty bourgeois nature that could ever crop up in anyone. We're in the imperial core. That shit's kind of some of that can crop up in anyone. I don't want to sound like I'm just glazing people and treating them as infallible, but the thing is that like when you got that street mindset, you know, your vision for radical struggle is much more both modest and unstoppable because you actually look at the small things you got to do, not just the fucking large scale jumps. You know, a food program can start very fucking small. It could be a cafe. It could be a fucking a food support delivery program to like ease the exploitation of Uber. It could be food parcel missions, starting up a soup kitchen, getting in touch with whatever soup kitchens and stuff like that are going on, so you can like integrate and get on and help with feeding the masses. Get a name for that sort of stuff. Get a face for that sort of stuff. But it's also like cooperation and fixing potholes, signposts, stuff like that. As you bigging up, you're trying to like be around, you're trying to be about, you're trying to be seen, looking together, working together, wearing the same uniform, sort of thing. You know, you want a bit of uniformity. Like everyone's sort of lost that. Like it is kind of cool that we're all there, like dressed in our own style and things like that. We all look bomb. badass things, you know? We look bomb. But looking bomb ain't necessarily the tactic, but we could look bomb and wear consistent uniforms, you know? Get out those bonnets and berets and things like that on the go, you know? Like, I'm all down for some fucking army green and shit like that. Anything, you know? Black, red, orange, green, fucking choose your color, go for it, make yourself obscene. I want to see people pushing, you know, pushing the fuck. How have I lost my steam? I was onto something. What was I saying? You know.
You're pushing something, and then somehow I also forgot now.
Oh god, marijuana's a motherfucker, but like shit, you know. Whatever I
Yeah, I
was
did.
saying, it was something instructive and supposedly helpful towards struggle. But you know, you've got to be seen, you've got to be obscene, you know, like it's all about um representation and like, you know, building. That's it. I'm on about building fucking local projects and building yourself up. You want to have a consistent uniform look. Fuck me. Marijuana's a motherfucker. You know, it's definitely signaling that. Like, this is why I went to this and didn't get too intellectual. Like, fuck me. But it is that thing where if we have something consistent, then people don't need to guess too much to notice that maybe all these people are working together and they're doing something, and like their uniform don't match up to nothing that you used to see in, but it definitely signifies that these people are akin, you know,
Yeah.
in like a way that's more intense and formal than just being like a group of people wearing normal people stuff.
Right.
It looks like it's less spontaneous and more organized, and therefore, well, I mean, it is that is what it is. But like, so like you're actually providing something that's more, you know, revolutionary and inspiring and all that, you know.
Right. More engaging.
Well, it has to be engaging for it to be educational, because observation and engagement is the
Yeah.
chief point of human learning. And so, like, creating that environment where you're creating a lot of engagement with the environment, you're doing a lot of practice. There's a lot for people to observe and want to engage with themselves, and it shows that people can just do this. And as an organization, so I don't have to worry about the I'm a one person. How can I ever fight the world? If we keep picking up more people, we might be able to, you know? And it starts small, it starts modest. That's where the Bolsheviks come from. The Bolsheviks don't come from just the RSDLP. That faction already, you know, the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party, that faction pre-existed it, you know, like that just it's just the radical left of Russia, you know. They became united in
Yeah.
the RSDLP because of the Second International and all the stupid shit it was coming up with in the 1890s and the fucking 1900s. So it's fucking absolute insanity. A phantom is present. Yeah, what's it? We'll be shutting this out very shortly. But let's see what weak Biden can do that Ted Cruz is fawning over Trump for. You know, like it's hard to hear him with all that cock in his mouth.
The Ted
I find that
Cruz in his
implausible. Put your in
crack.
Go on, sorry.
Oh, I was just saying Ted Cruz in his crack from
Well,
earlier.
well, yeah, the crack too, yeah.
Yeah.
He's got like fucking. If he's got Trump's cock in his mouth, he's got to learn how to smoke crack out of his ears or his ass. It's an applaudable skill, I'll have you know.
Of it.
Look, I was in favor of stopping it. I think blowing it up was a good thing. So I'm supportive of that, but I don't think America did that. I don't think Biden gave that order.
But in
I can
general,
see Trump giving that order, but he wasn't in office.
Yeah, and you think that the largest acts of industrial sabotage in history helped our allies in Western Europe or other fellow NATO members?
Look, I got to say, I don't understand. For some reason, you are really invested in defending Russia, and I don't get that. I'm not attacking you with that. I'm genuinely I don't get why you're so passionate about defending Russia.
Actually, I was defending Western Europe, the home of my ancestors, and that tripling their energy costs and destroying their industrial base. Not like you just accused me of being an anti-Semite, an isolationist, and a Russia-like.
Again, how is Tucker so emotional about this compared to him? Oh my God!
I don't understand. For some reason, you are really invested in defending Russia, and I don't get that. I'm not attacking you with that. I'm genuinely I don't get why you're so passionate about defending Russia.
Actually, I was defending Western Europe, the home of my ancestors, and that tripling their energy costs and destroying their industrial base. Not like you just accused me of being an anti-Semite, an isolationist, and a Russia-like. I've not called you a neocon once, which you are, but I haven't said
that. That's absurd. Yeah, those neocons that oppose the Iraq War,
right.
That's
okay. But I haven't called you that because name calling.
You just said which you are. You just called that.
Okay.
Called me that. You just did.
I guess what I'm saying is you're triggered because I use name calling. I get it. I was triggered when you called me names, and I'm triggered once again that you're calling me a Russia defender when in fact I'm defending Western Europe. And I don't think that you.
Do you think Putin's our enemy?
Well, he's literally our enemy. You are funding a war against him.
Do you think he is our... No, you're saying we're his enemy. Do you think Putin is our enemy?
I think it is a tragedy that your policies, specifically yours, helped drive Putin into the arms of China, forming a bloc that's larger than us.
So you won't answer that question?
I don't. He is literally our enemy right now. That is a tragedy for the United States.
No, you're saying... But you won't say he is our enemy. Look,
in what sense? I don't want to be enemies with Russia. It doesn't help us at all. It may help some people in the United States, but in general, I don't want to be.
I don't want to be at war with Russia. I don't think it is in our interest to be at war with Russia.
With China. That is a disaster.
But listen, no doubt, and I want Russia and China attention, so I agree with you there. But I think Putin is a KGB thug. I think he is a bad man. Now, I don't want to go to war with him over that, okay. but I'm not naive, and I watched your episode.
He's a bad man. Okay.
Look, I watched your episode where you went to the Russian grocery store, and
was that disloyal, do you think?
It was just weird. It was like a promo video for Russia, and I don't understand. I'm not attacking you when I ask why, because I'm genuinely I don't get
when you called me anti-Semite. You weren't attacking me, you were just noticing. No, but may I ask you a question? So here, well, let me just answer yours by saying the United States, the Biden administration, with your help, full support, began this war on Russia in response to their invasion of Ukraine. And one of the things was they kicked Russia out of SWIFT, out of the international financial system. Yeah. And my first response was, this is going to really hurt the US dollar, which it has. And I hope someday we can have a conversation about that. It's really, really hurt the one thing that we needed, which was to retain dollar supremacy. So I was interested in the economic condition.
By the way, that's a reasonable point and a serious conversation.
I'm aware. And
but I can agree with you.
No, but I was accused of being. I think it's weird that you went to a Russian grocery store and said it was prosperous. No, my point is
it looked like a commercial. It looked like a commercial. Isn't this wonderful?
No, it was an argument against the efficacy of sanctions. Sanctions against Russia, which you casually and enthusiastically imposed, scoring a little moral victory every time, had no material effect that helped the United States. Russia is backstopped by China, and I recommend that you go there and see it. It is way nicer than Washington, D.C. Way nicer. To me, that's a tragedy. I was horrified and angry at my leaders, including you. It's like, I want to live in a country that's nice, with low food costs and no homeless people. I don't understand why that's too much to ask.
So do
Instead, I get wars with Iran. No, I just want lower food costs. How's that? I think the condition that we needed, which was to retain dollar supremacy. So I was interested in the economic condition.
By the way, that's a reasonable point and a serious conversation.
I'm aware. And but
I can agree with you. No,
but I was accused of being. I think it's weird that you went to a Russian grocery store and said it was prosperous. No, my point is
it looked like a commercial. It looked like a commercial. Isn't this wonderful?
I mean, it was kind of weird, but it's weird that he's bringing it up.
Sanctions against Russia, which you casually and enthusiastically imposed, scoring a little moral victory every time.
I mean,
had
this is
imperialist
peace,
Russia
101.
Is backstopped by China,
and
starting
a war with Russia
is
not necessarily useful for the biggest imperial power in the world.
To me,
this was why the British didn't really want World War II to happen. You know, this is the same
I don't understand why that's too much to ask.
So do
Instead, I get wars with Iran. No, I just want lower food costs. How's that?
So look, it's a weird argument that you do often, which is.
Because
things are crappy in America. Liberals have done bad things to America, so we shouldn't worry about
any of these Republicans don't care about us. They're focused on other countries.
You wrote that in
our country is dying, and you don't care because you're focused on
Russia.
So you believe that I don't care about America. I guess you believe Donald Trump doesn't either. Like nobody cares.
Donald Trump's election
your
definitely
focus
mires
is
some
way
questions.
too on other countries. It's way too focused outward. The money that you send abroad could be used here and should be.
What money that I send abroad, by the way, I emphatically agree with
Ukraine. You don't even know.
I emphatically agree with Donald Trump's, for example, dramatically slashing USAID. I think the only reason we should be deploying that is to benefit U.S. interest, national security interest, and keep Americans safe. And so,
how much did you vote to send to Ukraine?
Look, you're in about $80 billion.
$80 billion.
Yeah. So you're in. You love just giving these broad characterizations that are not accurate. I'm genuinely puzzled. Look, I don't want to go to war with Russia, but I don't think they're our friend. I think Putin...
I agree.
I think Putin is a murderer. I think he's a liar. And I think he does not wish well on America.
Okay.
And there's a difference between saying that, just like Reagan referred to the Soviet Union as an evil empire, and Putin was in the KGB. Look, my father was imprisoned and tortured in Cuba. I hate communists. It was actually Batista that tortured my dad. My aunt was imprisoned and tortured by Castro. I hate communists. I think communism is evil. And so I think there is a value... There is nobody who stands up to communist China more in the Senate than I do. Because
also
I think
tortured by Batista. What does that mean? His dad likely was, you know.
Of course not.
I told you.
Ridiculous,
I told you he's
going
going
to
to be the
tools to stand up to our
his
enemies.
aunt is a
and I think
fucking.
China is engaged in a.
And then he's got some crooked auntie who's a fucking capitalist. This is what it is, you know. I bet his dad still fucking was living in Cuba when he moved over, like, because he's an immigrant, isn't he? He wasn't born in the U.S. Like, I wonder if his dad's still in Cuba. Like, the law thickens because I know his mom is over here because there's that creepy fucking like campaign video where he's like, my mom prays for me every day, all day.
Right.
I love my mother. It's like, oh my god. I mean, I you probably do, Skippo, but like you've made it really uncomfortable, and you decided it was a campaign video. I would feel sorry for your mother, but she raised you, so like I don't have much sympathy.
1,000-year war against the United States.
Okay.
They're trying to defeat
We're so
us.
all over the map. Where your family in prison in Cuba and China and all that stuff. I
It's
agree
funny
with you.
because
I'm totally
Tucker's
opposed to
the
communism, always have been.
baby-faced white
I don't
supremacist,
think
but
that Putin
like
loves us. I'm distressed
Ted
by the moral
Cruz is the
condition of
bigger
most leaders
baby
around
in
the
this
world. Most of them,
conversation.
they all kill people. I'm against that. I wish the focus here.
It
was
is
more
the
on
battle of
I actually don't agree with that
like
statement. They
high
all kill
school
people. There's a
debate
moral
club
relativism.
kids.
So I don't think Donald Trump is a murderer. He doesn't kill people. We don't have
Yeah,
Donald Trump a murderer.
Rick
You
was
just
his
said world
lawyer
leaders all kill
degree.
people, and there's a moral relativism.
I'm hardly a moral relativist.
But you are. You just that statement was the essence.
I'm an
of
anti-Semite, an isolationist, a moral relativist. Okay, no, I'm not.
Did you just say
I'm
world
saying-
leaders all kill
I'm saying
people?
I'm against killing people in general.
So
and hyperventilating about how Putin was in the KGB or whatever. I just want to serve American interests, and pushing into China is not in our interest at all. And you helped do it, and you haven't apologized. And you
That's
should.
good. And by the way, you're the cheerleader. I helped drive him into China. It's a complete lie.
You funded the war against him.
No, I authored the legislation that shut down Nord Stream 2 that prevented the war. And if Trump had still been in the White House, we would have had the war. And look, the comment you made, the reason things like moral relativism are so big,
Yeah, you would have had the
no,
war.
there is a
Yeah, the
difference.
war
The
would
United States,
happen.
we don't have concentration camps. We don't torture and murder people. You look at China, where they've got 1 million prisoners in concentration camps. You look at Putin, where he's got prisoners in Siberia. He tortures and murders his political opponents. Donald Trump doesn't do that. America doesn't do that. And by the way,
What are you
most
even
other
talking
countries
about?
don't do that.
I see the game. It's like I'm
No, you're the
distressed.
rambling again.
I'm distressed.
No, I'm responding with facts. You don't like the facts.
I don't even know what facts you're talking about. I'm not saying that Trump puts people in concentration camps. I campaign for Trump. I love Trump.
So did I.
Okay, so this has nothing to do with Trump. I'm merely saying
When you said every
I
world
want
leader
more,
kills people,
I
it
love
broke with
just
the
want more
morals.
emphasis
Is
on
that
what's
what
happening
you
inside
just
the country.
said?
That's it.
Is there a
That's
moral
it.
difference between America
I
and our
think
enemies?
so.
You're joking,
Yeah.
America. And what is it? Articulate it. It's
America.
valuable to say why.
Get a
Why are
room,
we a
goddamn.
better country founded on better values than China?
I'll tell
What's
you.
the
I'll
difference?
tell you why.
And I know.
Again,
Because the whole purpose of
it's
America
hard
is to
to
protect
hear
the
'em with
God-given
all the
rights that each
dick
person
in their
possesses by virtue of being
mouth,
created by
like-
God,
Amen.
by being human. That's the point of our founding documents,
Oh, they
and
got
no
God's
other country
dick in their
articulates
mouth
that
now,
in the way
the
that we
most
do.
annoying dick
And
of
that's
all
what I love about
dicks.
America. My family's been here a long time. I'm never leaving, so I really love
Oh
the
my
country.
God, I'm
Despite
a
going to
very
a Russian grocery store,
a very,
despite asking
very
me questions about
Christian.
AIPAC,
Yes,
I love America.
love
Is the truth,
God,
and I love
but,
Trump.
you know.
So, but I just want more emphasis on America. That's it.
I emphatically agree with America first. I think Donald Trump does as well. And I think his foreign policy has been vigorously protecting that, and I agree with the president.
Good. Well, I appreciate you taking all this time.
It's been throbbingly protective of American first.
Thank you, Senator.
Yeah.
So it turns out that YouTube is suppressing this show. On one level, that's not
Good.
surprising. That's what they do. But
Keep
on another level, it's
suppressing it.
shocking. With everything that's going on in the world right
Let
now,
it
all the
die.
change taking place.
Sorry, I have to fight against the ads. This is like it's my existence, you know, with like, you know, YouTube and all that, you know, like what, you know, you go out, you get uBlock. Oh, pop-ups don't calm down on here, but you get a uBlock
economy
to block YouTube adverts, and then like he comes in with his like just adverts anyway. Like, and he's just like, Google has decided you should have less information. Rather, it's immoral. What can you do about it? Well, we could whine.
Other than more. And that is totally wrong. It's immoral. What can you do about it? Well, we could whine about it. That's a waste of time. We're not in charge of Google. Or we could find a way around it, a way that you could actually get information that is true, not intentionally deceptive. The way to do that on YouTube, we think, is to subscribe to our channel. Subscribe.
It's just subscription ad. I was like, yo, what's the what's the fountain of knowledge man's getting to? He's like, yo, Google, yeah, you gotta be careful that Google is corrupt. You've got to subscribe to Tucker Carlson if you ever want to find out. Lies, 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 but we'll tell you it's the truth. Oh my god. Tucker's very dangerous.
He is.
Okay, so, scenes, cycles. So, like, Palestine action has been made illegal. We have a very big problem with the way in which this affects Palestinian protesting in general. They've been targeting people with just a Palestinian flag. We need a much more vigorous encampment style struggle. Take what the colleges were doing and map it out more. It doesn't always have to be as extreme as I'm saying when I say lock down the city center on the middle of the roads or something, but taking over a park, taking over a place that's like local and within a space where you could actually then build a larger encampment that blocks off industry and causes, like there's ways we can go about this. But we need the coordination with these unions that are dedicated to the Palestinian struggle and how we could use strike power as a part of the backbone to this union, to this struggle, along with an effective use of survival programs and the advertisement of that free food, because it's going to be survival programs to people who are occupying the area. Well, fuck it. If you're homeless, you ain't got a good place that's safe to stay, ain't got good food, come stay at the encampment. We'll help keep you safe. You can eat what you want to fucking eat. We got food for you. Like, fucking, and that creates a situation where you get more people in that space, and it's harder for the pigs to deal with it, So, like, we build that kind of struggle. It's not something that's just easy. It's not gonna come straight out of fucking bumfuck fucking nowhere, But, like, it's a big part of the progression moving forward, We've got to be much more vigilant about this stuff, and less of this, like, protest tourism, commit or fuck off is kind of what I am saying. Well, not really. I'm not saying fuck off, but like that's just me being extreme, We need we need to all put in the extra bits and pieces that help us all put in more, but a lot of us need to stop acting like their normal life and normal jobs are like the center point of an issue when it comes to taking a risk, and making the point of change, Uh, this is why strike action is important. This is why it's important for us to be talking about these things. Politics at work is something that people often shun. And it's like, no, you should be convincing your colleagues of better ideas. Not necessarily will they become a communist, but the idea that we should coordinate, work together, and have a cooperative society is fucking like basic shit that even like some fucking like weird fascists agree with, like because it's basic shit, it's like, oh, what, you should do community activity? Well, fuck me. It shouldn't be that complicated for people to grasp, but it seems to be this like Phantom of the Opera thing. And I'm not saying that people are not trying very hard. This is a two-way problem. This is a problem with people's individualism too. People are so crowded in individualism that they're stuck in me world that they don't see even like they don't see from the perspective of even people in like my class position in the Imperial Corps, let alone like the impoverished comrades that are like fighting in Palestine, or the impoverished brothers, sisters, and ambis that are buried under rubble. Men, women, children, everything in between. Just obliterated. civilians targeted on purpose. It's never been about Hamas. Like Hamas is just a fucking what's the word, like a red dough, you know, like it's a distraction from the genocide. It's like you got to think about what like Gaza is. It's a strip. What does a strip mean? I mean, it's kind of like before there was metropolises. This was like what big cities would be like, where they would have like intersecting towns across the strip. Gaza Strip is tiny. It's itty bitty.
Yeah.
2.2 million people were there in October the 6th, 2023, as far as we know. And Israel seems to have a pretty good count on the Palestinians in Palestine, because they have a registry. Trump was given numbers from Israel, not from the Palestinian Authority alone. Because Israel doesn't just get their information from the Palestinian Authority. There's things they don't necessarily tend to quote, and that's the stuff that they do themselves. So, like, the Palestinian Authority is something that they, will utilize, but, what's it? What is it I'm trying to say? Israel's genocidal, like, oh, you know what the thing I was on about is? I'm having memory blocks because I'm stoned.
Is Israel doing genocide, and we're talking about the size of Gaza Strip?
Oh yeah, so like Israel's like thing, the dynamic, the way it's all set up, like the West Bank and East Jerusalem. Oh yeah, shit, that was it. Sorry, I got distracted in what I was trying to say. Fucking Trump said 1.8 million. So the Israelis, yeah, that was it. I was gonna say that the Israelis, they do other things to get information on like the deaths. Like they have tracking on like everyone's fucking phone. Like if you got a smartphone in Palestine, they know where you are. So there's that. They monitor the internet there, of course, and all communications via cell phone. They're constantly fucking sweeping the place with their satellites that can get a perfect fucking picture of a person standing in amongst the dusty rubble that would typically, to the most human eyes, blend the
Yeah.
motherfucker in. They got good satellites, well, the U.S. has the good satellites. They get to use them.
Well, there's also the UK plane that flies every day from Cyprus and then goes over the Sea of Gaza. So, you
The
know.
Cyprus, little like fucking British military institution. That's basically what Cyprus serves as. Britain and Turkey have been occupying 2/3, a third each of Cyprus since the fucking was it
Yeah.
like the 70s or the fucking 80s? Like when was it that fucking crisis went down? Shit.
Yeah, 70s.
Not as much. Just before Thatcher, right?
Yeah.
But like, so when they say 1.8 million, let's think about this. Could they be full of shit? I'm sure. But I think Israel thinks that those people that ended up, you know how there's a lot of missing people and people think they're in the desert? Israel thinks they're dead.
Yeah.
And you know what? Like, without any food, without any wild animals that they could typically get, because there's not much out there because of how boxed in this place is. Biodiversity's dying in the area because of what Israel's been doing. So, like...
Well, they're destroying it. I mean, it's just like complete. It's worse than total. It's obviously what we're seeing is a Holocaust, but like it's worse than like total war. It's like we're talking about half of New Jersey just being ransacked with bombs, and they're also destroying the olive trees and burning the fields, what was left of it.
They're
And it's,
destroying the people's culture.
yeah, and sewer water across everywhere that ruins everything. Yeah.
You know, it's that thing where like fucking what they want their homeland, but they don't want the olive trees that are on both our kafaya and the well, not ours. Sorry, why am I speaking like a Palestinian? But the kafaya and the the Jewish what's the name of the Jewish macros? It's got the olives on it still. Um, it's like I think it's the rope bits that dangle down. I can't remember, but like it does have the olives on it. They're gonna burn the olive trees to the ground. They're gonna leave any left. They're gonna what import like Californian fucking plants or whatever, like fucking like they won't even get like local palm trees. They'll go get some like Californian like invasive species or some shit. Like why are these people so white? Like I know the Arabs are not necessarily the brownest of brown people, but like these you know these Israelis, oh boy, like they're whiter than white people. Jesus Christ. I mean, they're not the only
Right.
Zionists, you know. Like you got the Christians and the Kufi and the British Empire's like imperial incursions, whatever the fuck America is. And you know, we're seeing this crackdown on this. Britain is a theocratic fucking dictatorship. That's what people gotta understand. I did not vote in King Charles, but his Supreme Court, that's appointed by him, or his Prime Minister, which is put in power by him, can only ever sit down and vote in government if the fucking black rod is delivered to the fucking Parliament by the King. So he endorses every fucking one of these behaviors that go down. I didn't endorse him. Well, they've now banned an organization that I have been to protests of. Made it a terrorist organization, Palestine Action. The danger that brings to people, just people with Palestine flags, but a lot of people now have retroactively been described as abetting terrorism, you know, and aiding it. This is McCarthyism. And we didn't even need the Nazis to get into power to do it. Labour did it for them. Won't be long before being anything regarding criticizing Israel will be legally defined as anti-Semitism in this country. It feels like it's going that way.
Yep, and we already have that dumb act that was passed over here, obviously, as well.
And if people are going to throw around eugenic statements, Palestinians are Semites. They literally descend from the rest of those other Jewish fucking tribes and also the tribe of Judea. Like, oh my fucking god. Like, they are the fucking people before them as well, because there's also the fucking Canaanites, which they both descend from, which suggests that the Canaanites and the Jewish people had intermingled, same as the Canaanites and the Mesopotamians and the Canaanites and the soon-to-be Arabs and blah, 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 blah. It's actually more likely that the Arabs, Canaanites, and the Hebrews mingling together is what created Arabs, because no one really knows exactly where Arabs come from, and like the religious shit just tells you that like you're fucking one of two brothers and you're the one that's fucking hated. Like like the other one, they have to pretend to kill him and then he's okay, and then like the other one is like treated like a fucking sicko psychopath, but all the things he did, he was like a child and was put up to it by his fucking weird creepy dad. It's an interesting story, but like there is an interpretation of it that's a little less, you know, me being a bit of a salty atheist, where like, you know, it's a little more brotherly between Judaism and Islam, but it's a story. You know, if we're talking about like real shit, my bet is the Levant on that thing, you know, like just being the melting pot for a lot of the shit that was going on at that point in time in history. You know, this is before like stuff drifted both eastwards and westwards when it came to the basis of what like formulated power in the region, you know. When the like Arab caliphates expanded into Africa, Palestine was considered like the like capital or like center of the empire. Like that was the big sort of thing. Um, and it is the most important like religious site in a lot of ways. Not because of the ways the Christians look at it, but more of the ways that the Jews look at it. That's what's like it's like cultural, religious importance has to like supposed to be a crusader narrative that no, actually, there's principal Christians and they don't believe it. They're kind of stuck on some level of crusader narrative. Change, but I don't think Romanism is going to survive. All these religions have been used for imperialist shit. Like it's because it always doesn't define stuff so specific. We like our boxes, uh, but like um it's more noticeable when those two, Christianity in the Roman context, is already quite evangelical and broken and justifies like essentially the world just being pure torment and never getting out of pure torment, and your like right to go to hell is based right to go to heaven is based on your like flangelistic like behavior, like the Catholic thing of, oh no, for the almighty, I have fucked you up again, like I'm so sorry, oh no, 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 like that fucking bullshit, that stereotype, bad behavior, if you ain't got a healthy relationship with the Lord, like that, you got to go see a counselor. Like that's you got problems. Maybe you shouldn't be seeing a guy like that. Like you gotta see better, man. Isn't it inbred to sleep with your creator? So like Jesus is an inbred baby. Although he said he's not the son of the God they serve, and that's like in the Gnostic, like Thomasine stuff. And like normally they are saying that the creator God is not the God that Jesus is the son of. And I'm like, that makes Christianity way more fun. It's like, oh my God, there's gonna be like a Pokemon battle between like Jesus' God and like the creator God that made an imperfect world, and so he's a big stinky doo doo guy. It's science. Um, bitch. But
Yeah.
I think wrapping stuff up, I will say. Well, did you actually have something to say, or was you just conferring?
I was just conferring.
Okay, okay. I don't want to like stampede you over because I've been kind of rambling, but I will say is that I think we need to do more stuff talking about protest options, ways to go about things, ways to start small. When I talk about like goals of like encampments and stuff like that, shit's got to start small. Shit's got to start somewhere, It don't start in grandiose. It starts with, sore elbows. It's graft. And so we've got to find a way to build something that is a sustainable encampment system, and that starts with building all sorts of local power and local struggle and local representation amongst the community. It's a whole big conversation that relates to the banning of Palestine Action, because Palestine Action helped be an umbrella for Palestine Solidarity and a lot of other organizations to get into not only helping Palestine, but also helping the communities at home and building awareness. The fucking union strike that occurred from the fucking, because we've got a unionized Uber thing going on in Birmingham, and there was a strike in solidarity for Palestine, and the Uber drivers were blocking off the fucking the highway like with their cars. But yeah, we need that energy, but we need to make it stronger. So, that's my 2 cents. You got anything?
Yeah, I agree with you. I was just going to say, I mean, yeah, start small, and obviously, we need like the united front as well, and just to touch back on the stuff we mentioned earlier, we gotta stop tolerating this like the footsie stuff and all that kind of liberal stuff. Um, you know, where people just want to reward genocides, the people behind these crimes, see what's been going on.
It's horrifying. I became really annoyed because people like limit it. They're like, oh, 21st century has barely started. This is the worst thing. And like, that's like, uh, like a fucking through our protests. Trump the people willing to get involved in the struggle is not the time for going
Worst
my
time.
life, like go to. I think we've got some everyone, and I'm not saying really, empower. I'm only saying that to be respectful because out of context with that, it's always like privilege. There'll be
Yeah.
like a fucking industry, whatever the fuck, making a bunch weren't offended because you know what? Their action unions and like engineer like the Uber union like get fuck all for what they work for. And behind it, obviously, of imperial core unions have an issue and stuff like that has actually been pretty.
Yeah, I was gonna add on to that, I guess. I mean, this is the worst time politicization and I don't know how much like it's already 2 years or more or five, more than 80 years of worseness. And if we just put our heads in, this all goes away, and it's just we're seeing something much more, and we're seeing it internally too. Well, we're seeing it internally as well. Police state, yeah,
The spreads, and they've
yeah,
in Israel to do it for decades and vice versa. Um, and we've all been. I want to think of it as only now, but again, like out the like a
Yeah.
lot of people like this are only coming in. 6 years ago isn't
Right.
even Al-Aqsa flood in what's it? 21 4-year issue, and it goes also back to the Abraham, because there was oh no, the March for Peace. That's what it was. Go, but that's the thing, is a lot of these people, they can't. I even feel like I came in late, and I'm still come around to shit a bit fucking late, because people you associate with when they're like the amount of people I've got under the skin of, because I to nitty gritty about it, but I also want to think when we're not doing it. Or what? How would you feed people in a struggle? Local farmers and stuff like that. Are we unable to provide food for people? Are we unable to provide food for people? Sometimes they have lasted for a long time. Never got access to the space. You go home. Reform. And reform is going to be worse. Don't get me wrong. Like, I think we should be worried about reform. But what's Labour doing? They met with Elbit Systems before they did this. You know that. They had a private meeting with Elbit Systems, BAE Systems, all that lot, and the Prime Minister. They had their little private meeting. And then all of a sudden, Palestine action is fucking illegal. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is a coordinated strategy to sabotage our rights to fucking struggle and help fucking liberate the Palestinian people. This is a genocidal policy. It is a policy that subscribes, as Tucker's telling on the screen on the left of me, subscribe, but to genocide. Well, he does too. I mean, but in a lot of different ways. He loves his genocide. White people, it's the problem. You gotta dilute. We don't need no white people in the world. I think there's some of us that can be kept, but you gotta dilute. A little less. Great replacement. Well, what he is down. Don't worry. But it's the I guess I could put that on there, and then you could. Oh, I'm not streaming the screen, am I? I'm streaming the. Well, OBS is just doing what I'm doing, so it doesn't matter. I was gonna show you OBS, but instead you have IBS. You don't know Andrew Wakefield? Autism enterocolitis or whatever the fuck, and bumtism, fucking, I almost want his fucking way of getting autism to be true. You telling me accidental measles in the bum gives me autism? Bumtism? Oh my god, is this so you got Asperger's, cause so you gotta, if we're gonna use the name dynamic, we'll go as fucking fascist as possible about it. You got your Asperger's, you got your no speakers, and then you got your bumtisms. I don't know what defines them other than the fact that they come from the bum. They got a vaccine and then their ass turned them autistic because they got autistic enterocolitis. It's like you get a bacterium in you, and the bacteria makes you autistic. Measles is a bacteria, isn't it? I think. Let me check. I think it's bacteria.
Bloody hell, you're still online.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Measles. Bacteria? Question mark.
What's the question?
No, it's not caused. It's a viral infection. Okay,
What's this?
fucking measles. Cause like,
Oh yeah,
you gotta remember,
yeah.
you can get measles. You can get measles in the bum from the injection, and then it gives you autism. You know, remember Lord Wakefield and his gracious scientific means of autism, enterocrypt, whatever the fuck. Bumtism is what I've come to calling it. You know. I think you know, someone needs to give him whatever money it takes for him to make that kind of autism actually exist, because you know, I think it would be the best kind of autism. Like imagine that, like you get to be like, you know, you're 60 years old and you've told this joke a million times, but you see someone on the bus and you turn around to them and you tell them about how a scientist gave you autism by sticking measles in your ass. Tell him about how you got bumtism and you can't get rid of it.
I got botitism.
He got fucking botitism.
Botitism. I got a wee bit of autism in my ass.
Yeah, fucking botitism.
Why am I trying to do a very bad Glaswegian accent there? I don't know, but I thought it was funny.
Why
So-
am I fucking
He's got hang on, try this. That bloke's got he's got autism in his arse. That's
well,
the
he's got fucking autism in his arse.
autism in his arse. No,
He
hey,
sounds
can
like
you?
a willy.
I don't know. Silly behaviour. This is like, yeah.
Petty bourgeois behavior.
Deviant.
Deviant. Deviant.
Aye. Oh God, yeah. I did a recent hatchet job on Disturbed, and I got Jesus. My YouTube subscribers went up from like 278 to 302, and I'm like,
Get fucked, Zionists.
and I've been getting spat. I've been called this nice hair clown.
Oh my
You're
God, they always start on the hair, like.
yeah. Look at the state of you. You fucking weirdo.
Nut job.
I don't remember if degenerate was used this time. Why are you only picking on one race? You just don't like Jews. I said because I actually mentioned calling anti-Zionism anti-Semitism is like saying if I criticize Saudi Arabia for its brutal invasion of Yemen, that must make me an anti-Semite. And I said that in the video, and somebody else said, "Did you not listen to him? He called out Saudi Arabia too, you fucking clap." Was a reply, and a few friends of mine came in and laid into all these trolls. You know, it was a beautiful moment to see that. But oh yeah, I got some real nasty ones. It's like Disturbed are amazing. He's got more talent than you have in his little fingernail than you have, and I thought in your entire stupid green-haired body, and you know. And I said, well, I've been in bands and I wrote better songs than he ever did. But what do I know? What was another one? Oh God, another woke commie. Fucking get, you know, be like a good commie. Do, you know, meaning go and unalive yourself. And I said, just follow your leader. So, you know, I kept thanking them, saying, I really appreciate you boosting my channel. Thank you so much for the comments. And they were all fucking fuck off, you fucking degenerate. Oh, thank you. Some of the comments were very hurtful. Some of them were actually very hurtful, but I thought, I'm not going to let them get to me. I've heard it worse. I've had worse than that before, you know.
They'll try and get you, and it's bait as well. Like,
yeah.
You ain't what they call you. That's all I need to say in that regard. You know, they ain't what you call you. They're full of shit.
One called me a fucking Irish tinker, as he called me, and I went,
oh my God, what the fuck? Why is motherfucker digging up shit like that? Like, what is it, like the fucking 1940s? Like, holy shit. Like,
I said, "Oh, racist." I said, "Well, you can stick your racist slurs back up your ass."
You know when you've got a Brit, like that's a fucking Brit, like a full blown, like homegrown, like he ain't from anywhere but England or maybe Scotland, but like he's English. He's English, but from Scotland. If he is from Scotland, like there's no other ways about it.
He could be a West Brit Free Stater because they often the term
He
tinkers use
could
over them.
be,
He said
but just
Irish tinker.
it's the
An
way
Irish.
he said Irish tinker instead of just
Yeah.
using tinker. It's like he man them like singled you
Yeah.
out. Like there's different tinkers to him, and that
Yeah.
sounds like the British. The British are like, nah, there could be
In
some fucking
Ireland,
Jewish tinkers. You never know. Like fucking.
in the Free State, they won't call you an Irish tinker. They'll call you just a fucking tinker or a knacker or some nasty
Yeah,
slur like that.
yeah. They'd be direct. It's kind of like how the Ra instead of the IRA, because like, why the fuck would we? I mean, A, it's Gallagher, not Irish, and B, like, why do we need to announce to ourselves that we're the Irish?
But yeah, it was quite hilarious. I've screenshot some of them and sent them to people. I might put them on Facebook and we content or Facebook.
Yeah,
I don't
I mean,
use as much.
shit all over this stuff, because like these people need to be shown for the evil bastards
Oh, yeah.
that they are. Like the fact that like like even the Israeli fucking scholars that tried to say that like nah, this is like maybe brutal, but it's not a genocide at October 7th has came out and wrote a fucking article going like this is genocide. Like like they've rushed, they've got their scholar up and he's like, yo, I wanted to avoid the genocide claim, but like this is
Yeah.
genocide. And I'm like, no shit, took your
Yeah.
time. But like now we're at a point where even like inside Israel there's people turning around and going, yeah, no, actually this is a genocide. And that's their Holocaust
Yeah.
scholar. So
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
a Holocaust. Let's be real. Let's
Yeah.
be real about things. This is toxic Holocaust.
It's yeah.
Not
The only
just to
thing
be
I
used
get
as a
concerned
band.
about, a friend of mine was saying like, the trouble is, she said jokingly, she's like, oh, I said, if you want more followers, subscribers, she's like, I can always share your video in 4chan, you'll get real hate then. I went, oh yeah.
God, fucking hell.
She said,
Don't do
she said
that.
that she was being facetious. And I said,
Yeah, but be
the
careful.
trouble is, that's what you get though. They will start sharing you. The more followers you get and the more subscribers you get, you will start being shared in 4chan. And that's
It's
when.
why like you've got to like take vigilance and try and like push people with whatever words you can say in the video to be like responsible with where they post stuff because of the danger it can bring people.
Yeah,
Like,
I mean,
we got an active fascist movement here, and it hit my town and it hit your town because we're both not doing too well on the money tree.
it didn't hit it. Yeah, it hit a few towns in the northeast. It didn't hit Newcastle, I don't think.
Did it not?
Or
Okay,
not so
I
much
thought
Tyneside. It hit Sunderland though. Wearside was hit badly with it. They
okay,
torched
Sunderland got
they tried. No, they because we were waiting for them when there was a place. There's a place in the west end of Newcastle. I lived there for a while, and it's a very Asian area, very Muslim area, a lot of Pakistanis, Iranians, Kurds, Palestinians, Yemenis, Lebanese, loads of them, Nigerians, a lot. And this place is. I've been on. There's a local radio station there. There's like human rights active people go there, and it's a hub of like social activity. I mean, I was on the radio there because they have an Asian radio station, and I was on there once, a few times. And anyway, they said we're going to go and torch that fucking place. That's on the next on our target list. So 3,000 of us stood outside the place. Muslims, Christians. It was a couple of Christian vicars as well. It was a beautiful sight. A few Jewish kids were there as well, and the fash never turned up. So they had threatened. They threatened to turn up, and I think they did make an appearance in Newcastle, but they didn't do any rampage. But in Sunderland,
they did.
10 miles, 15 miles down the road, they really caused some trouble in Sunderland.
Yeah, because Sunderland's poorer. That's the problem we
Yeah.
have here. Like they hit the poor spaces because they know they can get support because communists are not doing a good enough job they're not doing anything to like actually hit the poor, and so like the fascists are gonna lap up poor people into their ideology, even though all those poor people want is like their needs being met, and they're just being offered it for bad, for a bad trade. Do some crimes, get some liberty, and like when you are dead ass, like fucking living, like without a paycheck, and you are just scrounging for what you can to survive. That shit means a lot to people, and so they'll get caught up in that shit. And it's why, like, if communists were there to get there first and show people a better way where we're actually respecting them, they are their person, and we're helping protect, provide support, and help survival programs be instated to protect people and give people an idea of what we can be doing together, to build a more cohesive society, a more cooperative society.
I'm just a bit. Yeah, I mean, I can't help feeling jaded, but I try and be constructive when I'm criticizing things, you know. But anyway,
Yeah. I mean,
it's difficult sometimes because it gets to be. It is extremely demoralizing. I mean, yeah.
it's difficult because we've had a very difficult time with all this
Trying to,
post-truth shit. Like the
I mean,
post-truth shit's the big
the sec-
problem.
well, the sectarianism's really bad as well. It's like I think just talking earlier on about MLs and shitting on anarchists. And I mean, to be fair, I've met some of the anarchists around in the northeast. A lot of them are disgruntled ex-members of the SWP, and they were incredibly sectarian. The
It's
SWP.
not the problem that there's some anarchists that there's a problem with. It's that they hate all anarchists. They hear someone call
Yes,
themselves an
that's.
anarchist.
Oh yeah.
That's
Oh,
the problem because I got anarchists I don't like, and the
Oh
anarchists I
yeah.
do like also don't like those anarchists. So it usually tends to work
Yeah.
out very well.
Yeah.
Like
I usually.
mutualists. Have you heard of mutualists before? Like they're fucking awful.
Yeah.
Like they believe in basically like just fascist economics, but rather than hiding it like national syndicalists often do, mutualists just say it aloud. Just like, oh yeah, we're mutualists between capitalism and socialism. It's like what the fuck? It's basically like Dengism for fucking anarchists.
Yeah.
It sounds. It sounds
Anarcho-dingism.
fucking gash like.
Fucking yeah.
It sounds. I just use the word gash sometimes because it's just.
I mean, it is though, you know. It's fucking. It's gauche as well, though, you know, to go in that direction. It's pretty fucking gauche. Like,
Gauche, ironically, gauche meaning left, and they're not really left, but yeah, I know what you mean.
You know what I mean? Archaic. It's weird
Yeah.
the left ended up becoming the progressive thing, because that's a British thing. The left being the backwards.
I was.
I
Yeah.
think I can't remember if it predated the French or whether it was to be a pissy cunt about the way the French had set things up and make the right the good progressive guys or whatever, even though they weren't.
I believe it was the French Revolution where the left wing and right wing came about. The left wing were on the progressive side, and the right wing were conservative royalists or
Oh,
something
I
like
get that. I just mean in the sense of like how gauche means like old, but then also means like left. You know, like
Yeah.
like
Some of the,
that I think is a British thing. Because
Yeah.
in the French they use left to mean like new and
Yeah.
right to mean
Yeah.
old.
Well, the term left has often been. I mean, the word sinister is the Latin word for left, and I believe that comes from the old prejudice against left-handed people that they were seen as evil and something. So that's what I understand. I think that's why gauche. I think that's why gauche is used. It means left. It's not right. Everything has to be right-handed and right. You know what I mean? Righteousness and left is supposed to be
That's why
evil.
it's like it's intriguing though, because you'd think that would be the case for the French. Like it's kind of weird that they kind of like. I mean, is it because the Arabs in the south, you know, like Calais and all that lot? Like is you know like down south, like Calais in the north,
Yeah.
fucking like nipples and all that lot. You know, yeah, Marseille, yeah, fucking. It's kind of France is like you know all the same, you know, like what
No,
what
it's
do you
weird.
expect? Yeah. I mean, it's
South
not.
of
It's a very
France,
beautiful country, and I got a lot of respect for the French people more so than like I'm joking. I'm just playing into the British.
Yeah, the French state can fuck off, but people from France and it's like
French are lovely, especially in the south. But like, I'm just saying, like, you know, that they like forget which way like they write. All of a sudden, they're like, no, actually, right is the wrong way to go. Left is the correct way to go.
the north
And
of
that's
France
like
is
how the
known.
left thing.
The north is known for being like they seem colder on the surface, but they're when you get to know them, they're much warmer. That's the general thing with them. It's like Yorkshire people. They got this
Southerners
steam.
are a little more like a Scouser. They're a little more like inviting, a little more.
In the north, you mean?
No, the Southerners, like
Apparently they're a bit more fickle
southwest.
and a bit more. I mean, people. These are from French people. I've been told. They said the south is more. They're more.
Well, I mean, they are to like French people typically, like, because you got the South is where I'm not about like the brown folk and shit like that are right.
Oh, the brown, yeah.
Like those people, because you got the Southern French that are actually like you know, a little more like Catalonian, like.
Yeah.
It's
I'm thinking
wishy-washy.
more of the right wing Vichy types, you know.
Well, you get those too, but that's more like West France. That is. Which
Yeah,
still breaches into the South. I mean, like Naples and stuff like that is also like, you know, like white isolationists, like, and that's in the
Naples is
South.
Italy. You're thinking of Nice. Naples is Italy.
Yeah, sorry, Nice.
Sort of southeast, and you got southwest. You got Toulouse, I think. I forget now.
Oh,
I've never
that's
been.
it. Yeah, I'm thinking of Toulouse. Sorry,
Yeah.
Toulouse is like white isolationists. So like you get that
I
shit too.
think so. Yeah, Provence, I think, is southwest as well, and all that area.
Yeah, but I'm thinking more like, you know, not so much like the built up areas. I'm thinking more like when you get south, where you're actually bordering, you know, like Andalusia.
Yeah. You got Corsica, which is off the coast as well. and all
Yeah, that little region and stuff like that. You get like a lot of fucking like you know the French people of color is the best way I can put it. Like those people have been racially discriminated against.
Okay,
Yeah.
oh yeah, the racism in France. People, my ex lover, she was from the south of France, and she said she's from the southeast, and she said the racism in Britain is bad, and the kind of like the fashion snobbery. Like if you're walking around with a green mohawk and a punk style, you'll be more you get bad shit over in England, but it's much worse in France. You know, if you goths and that, they were getting people throwing rocks at them and stuff, and it's much more nasty. She was a bit of a goth back in the day. And she said, yeah, they used to throw rocks at us when she was a student.
It can't just be because they're Catholics, because the Irish don't get the fucking rocks out when the Goths are
No,
about.
not really. Nah, it's just bigotry. I mean, she said she did. I mean, some of them. She said, I hate to say it, some of them were Arab lads, and they were really. It's very
Well,
segregated.
no, but
as
that's
well.
the thing that happens though, because it's either you're like a fucking a good Arab that hates other Arabs and is a part of like the stone throwing, or you're
Yeah.
a dirty Arab and therefore you know like N-word monkey and shit like that gets thrown around.
Yeah,
That's in
yeah.
the French are very fucking racist, very vile
Not
with their
horrendous.
racism.
Yeah, they're much more. Yeah, she said that as well. The racism over there is much worse. It's much more blatant. I think it was like a member of her family was disgusted when she came over to visit her over in England. She said she was disgusted to see so many disabled people being out on display. She was actually, I thought, what the fuck? There were people in wheelchairs and stuff. She was actually physically. She said that's disgusting. They shouldn't be let out. I thought, my God.
God,
Really?
speak like fucking Ayn Rand, Jesus Christ.
I thought, yeah. I mean, I don't know if that's France, but there's more. There is a lot of that there. There's a lot.
No,
I mean,
no,
apparently-
it is France. That's how I've heard it. Like France is very ableist. Like they see disabled people as vermin in a lot of ways. You know, not every person obviously, but the French government and how it operates, disabled people are seen as vermin.
Yeah.
I mean, they literally illegally blocked the fucking left from forming a government.
Yeah.